dead fish.
Okay, we are 32 minutes late on YouTube, yet you've only missed 2 fucking rounds. Welcome to SiegeX, baby.
Technically 3 rounds, but...
Well, no, that round doesn't count. They're replaying it.
We're gonna have a quick rehost, by the way.
Oh yeah, no.
Because I know you can see the player cams like they're playing something, but
No, they. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
I am doing well.
oh, you didn't see it.
No. Oh,
I hope all of you are doing well.
Players and they're not realizing what they're doing. That's
oh yeah. Beautiful players.
Well, I appreciate it, Producer Blake. I miss you too, dude. Swing by someday. Let's play some games.
Classic. Kid.
He messaged me on Discord.
unwanted run. in
Xenox said in the talent chat that it's confidential.
that I've
We'll never know.
What?
I don't fucking know.
making it very far in the
Dude, this is gonna stoke some fucking conspiracy theories, though, let me tell you.
Manchester Storm.
Ooh, Dega's about to go off the
kinda guy
deep
who would
end.
say it's confidential if it was actually confidential.
Yeah, I'm sure he's joking.
Roster that were left
Jake is
behind.
definitely just fucking with us.
Gunner and Diffuser were
So for those who don't know, because there's a new chatter asking, why are Cloud9 already eliminated? Cloud9 are at 12 points. Because they're playing against M80, M80 have 4 points. The max Cloud9 can gamble in this game is 4. So if Cloud9 get a 7-0, they get 4 points, plus 2 for a 7-0 is 6 points, plus 1 for eliminating M80 is 7 points. But even if they get 7 points, that's not going to be enough to lock them in. And you may be looking at the standings and say 7 points would get them to 19, which is above teams that are already qualified. But that doesn't matter because you don't need to get above Falcons. You just need to get above... You need to get top 3 of the teams remaining. It doesn't matter how many points the teams already qualified have. It's a very intuitive format. Hopefully that clears it up.
have that with a little bit of the Greek yogurt.
I learned a lot.
Guys,
That was breakfast.
they had
at a hotel?
pancakes this morning with chocolate sauce.
Cole's like, I haven't eaten in 2 weeks. Kino's like, wait, you guys
I
have a
am
hotel?
eating, so I have turned off my camera so that you all do not need to bear witness to me trying to eat a goopy croissant.
Croissant?
Croissant.
I had
No.
a like a pita bread with some hummus this morning for breakfast.
I'm a pork sausage fan.
Usually I add scrambled eggs to that breakfast, but I was too tired to make scrambled eggs.
Sauce on the pork sausage. I'm gonna be honest though. I walked down to breakfast this morning wearing this.
Oh, the white
which is
shirt.
white,
Yeah.
and then I just had flashbacks.
Did you actually get it?
Yesterday,
It does look
when I
like it was
wearing
a.
my
It does look like there's a valid reason. It's just like a game bug, but it's not to be discussed on broadcast. It's nothing sinister or anything. It's just there are certain bugs that happen that they don't want replicated, so they don't want publicized.
He's making a little hole.
I'm certain one of the teams will talk about it after the fact, but it looked like it was just like a bug in the game that
Do you know how
it
physics
did seem to
work?
have an impact on the round, and
Okay,
so
well,
they're gonna
in
replay it.
order to drink from that cup,
Weird that they won't talk about it on screen, but okay.
So I mean, with here's the thing. UB has consistently asked us to not talk about game bugs on stream because it is a bad look for the game. Now, I would argue that the bad look for the game is the bug happening.
Yep.
They're like, if the bug happens, we can't really avoid it. We'll try to fix it, but bringing more attention to it is a bad look, which I am sympathetic to. So I typically go out of my way to avoid talking about bugs as much as possible.
I think you're going to
All I
get
will
more
say-
attention to it, though, by not talking about it and stoking discussion about it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. It's called the Streisand effect, right? The more you try
Yeah.
to bury something and not talk about it, the more people will naturally
Yeah,
be like, what's
exactly.
the conspiracy? What's the cover up here? I really want to learn about it, right? It was just a bug with a gadget. That was literally it. There's nothing
Yeah,
weird.
it's not a spicy bug, but like now
No,
people are going to be
it's-
talking about it more.
Yeah, it's actually genuinely like very super boring. It's just like one of the gadgets like did not work, and Fabian argued that because the gadget didn't work the way it was intended, it had a dramatic impact on the round. The admins agreed, and they're going to replay the round. That's it. So
Isn't aluminium really expensive, by the way?
there's nothing here
Pretty expensive. Like, why would you
that is worth talking about. It's just it's another siege bug that unfortunately with a new game is gonna happen while they iron things out, and it did have an impact on the round, so they're gonna replay it.
Isn't everything about efficiency?
I'm not going to
Think of
say it
like-
because I'm
think of
told
like
not
when
to
they
say
used to
it.
replay the rounds because Hibana pellets would just stop working.
Yeah.
Like you'd shoot a couple Hibana pellets, you go to open a hatch, and the hatch wouldn't open because the pellets would just deactivate for no particular reason. You have no power over it, you can't control it, and they'd be like, okay, let's replay the round. It was basically like, it was similar to that. That's it. It was there was an issue with a gadget, and they're going to replay the round. And hope it doesn't happen again.
I will say,
That's
if M80 come back, win this game 7-0, and make playoffs, the people are extra gonna be talking about this.
Dude, stop the count.
Dude, whatever team,
Stop the
especially if
steal,
a
Jesse.
Brazilian
Stop the
team,
steal.
if a Brazilian team is the one that doesn't make playoffs because M80 do, oh my God, we'll never hear the end of it. Alright, fucking redemption for M80. If they lose this round now and we wasted all that time for nothing and we still have to watch another 20 minutes of a meaningless game, I'm gonna be so sad. Yeah, M80 lost the round that was invalidated.
They always forget the bans. This happens all the time.
Sometimes
turned
it's
off my camera
bugged
because
where
I
you
am
can't,
eating.
too.
That's why you can hear me but not see me.
I don't know if this is a bug in Siege X, but definitely like in one of the very recent Siege non-X patches, there's a bug where you just could not input bans after a rehost. This was like maybe a month
Still
ago.
is.
Is it still in the regular Siege game? Okay. So yeah, it might just be a bug. I might not be forgetting, but either way.
No, it seems like the bug was not deliberate. No, not at all.
No, yeah, no.
It just looked like a goofy interaction with the gadget. That was it. And no, chat, we're not going to say what it is.
All right. The scripted match where Cloud9 throw to get their buddies on M80 into playoffs continues.
Dude, I love how Lilyman or Lyle Leman was like, "Do you think they did it on purpose?" And I'm like, "No, absolutely not." And then just responds with, "It was definitely planned." Very good, Twitch. You know,
He's not gonna listen to your fucking liberal lies, Parker.
dude, we used to like. Isn't it funny that siege bugs only started happening when the woke came around?
That's so true. Oh my God. DEI operator bugs. You've seen it here first. Do you remember when Rainbow Six first came out, year one, and it was like 80% male operators? There were no bugs. No bugs in year one. Parker says nothing. He agrees.
I'm eating.
He agrees. The croissant agrees for him.
How many female operators did Siege launch with?
I think it was IQ, Twitch, Ash. I think that's it.
That's correct.
And then since launch, they've gone pretty even between male and female.
Of course, the Russians who are not woke is 4 guys. And the British who are currently debating what a woman is were 4 guys as well.
All right, glad we did all of that tech rehosting, all for M80 to lose anyways. Yay. It's also interesting they replayed the round with different operators. Usually if you replay a round, you have to play the same ops, but I guess not today. Imagine Fabian's like, those were the wrong operators, we need to replay the round again. We gotta replay it one more time.
There's a unique distinction here, Jesse. They've been eliminated twice.
That's impressive, dude.
They literally stopped the count and they still lost.
Cloud9, they're the kings of that third round, and they will call a tactical timeout.
Don't call a fucking tack timeout, dude. You're joking.
Less seriously than usual. Let's listen to what they're going to say.
Yeah, I want us to get our reps in, and I want to get like our fundamentals.
We're listening to both at once.
It feels like I have schizophrenia.
And look, just adapt. We're playing really slow. We didn't really do much, but if they just start playing fast games now, just start playing trap and shit like that, and just put the gaps, okay? Like, they might just start playing recklessly now because the games are right? Yeah, but overall they've been playing pretty slow. So if they just keep playing slow, just don't do anything, okay? Just make them push into their crossfires. What they been? What they been?
Warden, man.
Okay, guys, good shit on that round, but yeah, let's come on.
Okay.
That was
I
hectic. I'm
think
pretty
that
sure
was both teams.
I think that was both teams coming to
It sounded like Vivid was trying to give a real talk timeout, and then M80 were just like joking around trying to figure out what the bands were.
Reminds me
Oh
of the
my
John
god.
Mulaney skit where he talks about the best meal he's ever had at the Salt and Pepper Diner in Chicago. And at the end, he says there's a homeless guy in the corner, and he looks at all of them and he goes, "Now you know what it feels like to be in my mind." If you haven't heard that skit by John Mulaney, it's excellent. It's called The Best Meal I Ever Had. He tells a story about how when they were younger, they went to this diner in Chicago, and they had an old jukebox. And for like $1 or something like that, you used to be able to get 3 songs. Basically, his buddy goes in and he spends $7, which is 21 plays. 21 songs, and every single one of those 21 songs is What's New Pussycat by Tom Jones. And the story is just like how the diner descends into madness as this song just keeps playing back to back to back to back. It's an exceptionally good skit, and you all should go and watch it.
Dude, is this another tech pause now?
They're just gonna let them all talk at the same time for another 30 seconds.
My brain is so
I think they're all talking to each other.
Are they all in the same comm?
There was something we kind of missed. So apparently the admins have given them permission to fuck around for the remainder of this game.
Yeah.
Like, the admins are like, if you guys just want to fucking goof off for the remaining, like, potential 5 rounds, like, go ahead.
Yeah.
So they're probably all going to put each other in the same call and just go buck wild.
I did hear Gunner yell, "Don't even drone the map." That's the only thing I actually made out there.
Hey, good practice is still a thing because
You were
there is
defiantly not playing The Boys Are Back in Town? Well, I'm glad that you're not playing it defiantly. You should cordially play The Boys Are Back in Town.
Very much so.
What's up, Parabola? Nice to see you. Apparently you sewered Robert Cusack yesterday, and I was told to ask you what you did.
Go out and go.
Is the most useless information that you would have as a brother.
Just not gonna say anything, or
I'm seeing more drones than I was expecting here. This is false
what did you do to
advertising.
Robert Cusack yesterday?
Oh, here we go, live droning in the
Get in there, Gunner.
Robert, what did Jesse do? Jesse's refusing to answer, so he's absurdly
Oh,
guilty.
me?
Smoke, I think you're right.
Who do you think I'm fucking talking
I
to?
thought you were talking to chat. Thought you were
were
talking
so
about the
tough.
parabola guy in chat because you addressed him. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what happened. So I did a prediction channel point thing where I was like, does JV92 end positive or negative on the kill feed? And I wasn't paying that close attention, and so it got like really close. He was like 5 and 5 or 6 and yeah, he was like 5 and 5, and like he like one more round happened. I don't know if he died or if he lived. And so I was like, fine, I'll just watch the broadcast. And then the broadcast showed the post-game stats, and it had his stats at like 5 and 6, so it showed him as negative. So I ended the prediction with him being negative, and I paid out the channel points. And then apparently the graphic was wrong. So he was actually positive, and he went 6 and 5, not 5 and 6. So I scammed everybody by picking the wrong prediction. But I think that Robert and everybody else who thought JV92 would go positive should have factored into their predictions that production might mess up the stats graphic, and they should have bet based on that.
So that's Jesse's side of the story. Everybody, in case you don't have chat on, Robert Cusack's side of the story was that I won a channel point prediction, and Jesse scammed me so that he could use them to afford tickets to go to Washington and raid the Capitol on January 6th again.
I don't get the channel points, but I scammed that.
See, your explanation seems very straightforward. But Robert Cusack's plays in perfectly to your bigoted nature that we have discovered over the last 4 days. So, oh, chat. What phobia did we discover for Jesse yesterday?
Roller coaster phobia.
No,
It's
that
the
was 2 days ago.
only real phobia I have.
Shocked when I found out.
I was going to tweet that for the 1v1s on for the 1v1s that they did on the third day of matches, they should have just both been recruit. Like Striker versus Sentry. Like that is...
So, by the way, both teams are playing operators that got banned in this game.
Technically, Caveira is banned.
No, they didn't ban it, did they?
Well, technically, I assume they're going off the last game, maybe not.
This is not a serious match, so why do we care?
I don't. I'm just saying. Wait, is it not actually banned? Maybe they didn't ban Cav. I thought they did.
One of them was banned because Nick just made a comment about it. Nick was like, wait, that operator is banned.
Yeah, Cav is banned. Yeah, Cav is banned.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
I suppose anti-Semitism is a type of phobia. Yeah, see, Thunders just said that your intentions were to defraud Robert so that you could go to the Capitol.
I asked Chad if maybe we could do something fun when you were gone. I thought maybe we could flip the script and we could say Parker is the one who is all the phobics, and we could say that I'm actually a good guy who is only afraid of roller coasters. And initially they said no, but I did want to give them. I said they didn't have to come with an answer right now. I thought they could have some time to think about it. So, Chad, I mean, if you do want to change your mind, we could flip the script here. We could call a spade and say that Parker is actually the one who is all of these phobics.
Nobody's gonna believe it, Jesse. This is you trying to engage in whataboutism to avoid accountability for the bad things that you believe.
I just think if we go back and replay the record,
I'd
I'd probably...
Shut the fuck up, Jesse, says Will the Camper. Nah, let's keep the current script, says Titans Flies. Our Step says, no thanks. Flynn said, shut up, Alberta.
Just thought it was a good idea. Just thought it was worth exploring, maybe.
And immediately your chatters turn on you. You know why, Jesse? Because
they didn't turn on me.
Believe in the truth.
They didn't turn on me. They've always been against me. They've always been against me. This is like day fucking one shit. Now they just have a leader to lead them in their battle against me. This is a devastating chain of events.
You have worked years to cultivate a cult of personality, only to find out that you are the emperor with no clothes. These people are not loyal to you. They are loyal to objectivity. They are loyal to the truth. They are loyal to facts and science and data, and all of those point towards you being every single phobia under the sun. So you know what? You're not going to turn the good people of your stream against me. We will rise up against you. We will unionize against you, and we will bring you down, bigot boy.
You've been against me since day one. Every single person in this chat, maybe with the one exception of like Tink, who I don't even think is here. Every single one of them is always against me anyways.
Hale was on your side, and what did you do? You said, Hale, fuck off. Go to Interro's chat. I
Yeah.
don't want you anymore.
Yeah, I definitely do not want Hale.
Allies into enemies.
Hale going to your chat is the one W I've gotten this week, okay? Don't take that away from me. Thank fucking God Hale's not in my chat anymore. Holy.
Why is a revolution happening? Chat, if you want to unionize and turn against the dictator Jesse, 500 channel points. That's all it takes.
This is not a union-based
I
economy.
will steal your points to go to January 6th.
You're not working.
You don't know that. What is work? Is work not exchanging your time and
Replay the round. Replay the round.
That's a fistin'. Dream fisted him, dude.
This is ridiculous.
Can we unionize against tuna and beans and baked potatoes? Are you eating all of those things?
That's a
eating all those things together? Those things
fun
do not go together.
combination.
That's a horrible. That's like the type
Tuna,
of gruel
beans,
that Flynn would make for
potatoes.
himself and then barely swallow down while sitting in his flooded, gross basement playing Chell or COD.
Dude, Flynn finally stops drinking protein shakes for every meal, and then his first go-to is like, beans, tuna on a baked potato. Fuck yeah.
Can I fucking help you? I'm Flynn. This is what I sound like. I like the Maple Leafs. I don't have a job. I like to be sad. I'm gonna do like an old megaphone. Hold on. I'm gonna pretend to be an old politician. Arise, my viewers, for the time of our reckoning is upon us. Individually we are weak, but together we are strong. You have nothing to lose but your chains and your channel points. Come vote for me, Franklin Delano Parkervelt. I will defeat Jesse, I will defeat his evil, and we will ensure that his lies and his bigotry never wash upon our shores. Rise together with me, viewers. Rise! Rise up! And topple the tyranny of Jesse January 6th chick.
This is how fascism starts. This is how you
that?
get yourself into a dictatorship
How's
where
that? How's that sound?
all that happens is you end up getting advertised to nonstop about charms you don't need, about union dues you shouldn't have to pay, and about woke liberal mind viruses you don't need infecting the minds of your children, chat.
More capitalist propaganda from my opponent who seeks to benefit from your labor.
You're not laboring.
Entitled to the sweat off his brow?
You're chatting. That's not labor. You're yappers, just like me. I do not play 20 times the ads.
You literally talk about how you run 3 minutes of ads every like 20 minutes.
That is
I
not
run
true.
No ads.
I don't run 3 minutes every 20 minutes. I run 2 minutes every 20 minutes. That's far less. That's 33% less than what you said.
When you were hearing me talk like that, did it make you feel like you were listening to an old radio broadcast from the 1930s? So there's a function on the Go XLR called Megaphone. That like you just press a button and all of a sudden it just sounds like you're talking through an old megaphone. That's it. And there's a robot one too.
That makes you sound like a robot.
It's just like a quick little button. You just press it.
That is fun.
Your voice.
I really want like a soundboard for my stream, but I don't stream enough.
Easily set that up.
I know I could, but I haven't.
If you have a stream deck, you can set up a soundboard through it. That's what Zoomy does. When Zoomy like terrorizes King George and he has like all the Macy J, like you peg them and stuff like that that he has saved of Macy saying. Zoomy just has it all on his stream deck in like a little folder. So you just press the folder button and you just press a button and it just plays the audio clip. It's great.
Yeah, I definitely could set it up. I just haven't. I'm lazy.
Look at Flynn's founder badge. You see that, Jesse?
I do see that.
Look at Flynn's founder badge, baby.
71-month subscriber. That's embarrassing, Flynn. That might be your biggest L.
I mean, Flynn, I don't stream anymore and money got tight for Flynn, but Flynn literally used to sub to me every single month. I think 90 months is how long it's been since I've been able to, I think. Let me see. Yeah, 90 months. I have been a Twitch partner for 90 months.
What am I at?
The oldest that we have seen.
I'm at 85.
Sorry?
I'm at 85. I'm not too far off. Yeah, look at that. Because I've been at least an affiliate.
You got partnered spring 2018?
Yep. When I was doing, I got an affiliate when I was doing like Go forecasting.
Oh, okay, yeah. I forgot you got sub badges when you get affiliate.
Yep.
I got affiliate, and then literally 3 weeks later I got partner.
I got affiliate 5 years ago, and then I got partner last year.
I moved home from Poland.
All right, dude.
I moved home from Poland at the start of November. I started streaming like the day I got back. I did like 2 streams before going to Sao Paulo. Then I went to Sao Paulo. Then like a week and a half after getting back, I got partnered. You can thank our good friend Michael Kickstar Stockley for having me on his stream a whole bunch when I was in Poland, and then telling people to follow my channel so that when I first streamed, my first stream since coming back from Poland was like 70 viewers. It was great. It's cool.
It's pretty dope. I did get rejected by partner.
Like double what you get on a good day. So
I got on an average day, I get like 70.
I was just being a dickhead, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, streaming is literally work. I mean, whether he wants to joke about it or not, if you are a streamer, you are technically working. What is this game? The admins gave them an opportunity to dick around.
Yeah, because the game doesn't matter anymore.
Because the game doesn't matter.
Yeah. Dude, as far as streaming, I am wash bad and irrelevant because my peak streaming was like 4 years ago doing GoForce. GoForce was by far like my best viewership ever.
I mean, my best viewership was doing qualifiers just because it's like it's the channel for people to watch. I mean, it doesn't really.
They don't. Viewers like that don't stick around though.
People watching our qualifier streams.
Yep.
I remember finishing a qualifier stream and going to raid Matimio with like 3,200 viewers, and he pronounced my name Inferno.
That's a better name. You should change.
Oh, it's an Inferno raid. Thanks, Inferno Bang.
Why is Kobe outside the building on the other side of the map? You know what? There's 2:20 on the clock. Never mind. Kobe's the fucking GOAT. He's gonna 5K this. Time to make up for the failed 1v1. All right, you didn't have to bring that up. Oh, no.
It is actually quite funny how much of those qualifiers have worked their way into, like, the esports lexicon. Promoted to Doc.
Yeah.
Flying V. Laxing saying, like, Girthquake. I don't know about this, dude. I don't think M80's making it to the playoffs, Jesse.
Yeah, both these teams are already out tweeds. So this game means nothing. Is there like a prize difference based on how you finish in the standings?
Usually it's lumped together. So usually it's like 16 to 20, which are like the first 4 eliminations, and then it's usually like 12 to 16, and then like 8 to 12,
Dude,
and then if you make top 8, there's a baseline, and then obviously it goes
I just
up.
looked up. It's even more lumped together. So if assuming you don't make playoffs, assuming you're not top 8, it is 17th to 20th. So the bottom 4 from yesterday get 6K.
Yeah.
Everybody else, 9 to 16th, get 12,000. So there's not even a monetary difference for this game.
Wait, so there's 6K if you finish in the bottom 4?
Yeah, and then 12K if you
factor in that there's 5 players and 1 coach, and some orgs take a cut. You're looking at making less than $1,000 for this event.
Yeah, that's like SSG, Fnatic, PSG Talent, and Scars are all making less than $1,000 this event.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Lonnie talking about Kix and saying that he thought that Kix was the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on, and then Kix just goes, "Did you come?"
Oh, no.
One of the most out-of-pocket responses I've ever heard. Lonnie was like, "You know, the first time I saw you with that luscious hair, I thought you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes upon." And then Kix just deadpan just goes, "Did you come?" And I was like, "Oh, no."
Yellowhorn, what pictures of me do I like? You want to draw me to any recent ones?
Usually once you get eliminated, you go home. I can't see why they would do anything different with this one unless they want it, like unless there was an agreement that the teams have to stick around. Admittedly, I haven't seen anything on social media about teams leaving. Usually I see photos of like them at the airport or like heading home, or like you'll see like a...
The first teams got eliminated, well, I guess 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But I would imagine they just send everybody home after groups. Like,
I mean, it's a cost measure, right? Like if you think about it, like if 12 teams get eliminated, that's 60 players. So that's probably about 30 hotel rooms, give or take, that they no longer need to pay for. That's 30 fewer, that's like 60 to 70 plus all like the coaching staff and shit like that. So it's going to be more than that. Those are mouths they don't need to feed, transportation and shuttles they don't need to schedule. Like, it really does save quite a lot of money to send them home. I don't think people really understand how much money it costs to like keep all these people in hotel rooms and shit.
The difference with this tournament, though, and the reason why maybe they haven't sent anybody home yet is because, like, they didn't... Usually in a tournament, you know, okay, 2 teams are going home on this day. 2 teams are going home on this day. With this tournament, they had no fucking idea. Yeah. 1 team went home 2 days ago. It could have been more. It could have been fewer. 4 more teams went home yesterday. It could have been more. It could have been fewer. And then 5 teams go home today. So at the end of today, there will definitely be, what, 14 teams home or whatever?
Somebody said they're all going to be a part of the CJX free-for-all game mode showcase. Is that
a thing?
True? It's hard to tell because not that I'm throwing Sly's credibility into question here, but your chat has a history of lying.
Sly is credible though. Sly is the guy who always tells me when I forget to start my YouTube stream. Sly's reliable.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You need to establish a base level of integrity so that when you betray the person, you don't see it coming.
I was being sarcastic. All right, Sly, I really stepped up to bat for you there, and you've just let me down. That's tough.
So remember when you were saying that that person has integrity and you can trust them, and then they literally were like, I lied?
Yeah, that they really boned me on that. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's just like the government about the COVID vaccine, dude. They lied, dude. They lied.ca, dude. I've seen a bunch of those stickers like they lied.ca just around, and I'm like, man, you just give such big loser energy.
Yellow horned
No,
beetle.
Sly, it's not your fault. Jesse is just Jesse will believe literally anything. My weekend has officially begun. Am I a bar capitalist? Why are you exchanging your labor for alcohol? How's the Queen of Canada doing? Well, the Queen died like 2 years ago, so it's the King now.
Oh, well.
You're a little bit behind the times. You must live in Alberta as well.
Yeah, she's still alive here. Saw her
She's
last
still
week.
alive in Alberta.
Yeah.
She's still alive in Alberta where it's 1981.
Dude, my aunt was so sad when the Queen died. She really
Who fucking
mourned.
cares about a bunch of
My aunt. She
about
cares.
a bunch of wishy-washy white people who live in a castle and think they're better than everybody?
So 18 points is not enough to qualify because you don't need to get more points than those already qualified. You need to get more you need to get top 3 points of the teams playing today. So, like, for an example, Falcons are already qualified with 16 points. There will guaranteed be more teams today with over 16 points that don't make top 8.
See, Flynn, knowing that you got vaccinated made me hope for even like the smallest second that there was something wrong with the vaccine in the off chance of it injuring you. I don't care about any of the royals. I think they're all silly. I do not care about royalty in the slightest. Oh no, your bloodline and lineage makes you think you're better than everybody. You're not. I think,
Well, it's a good thing
monarchy is silly.
It's a good thing they get a bunch of free money though, and they can use tax money.
The argument is that they produce
Yeah,
a
I've heard
lot
this
of
argument.
value. Like, what was the rumor? It was rumored that they generate like 300 to 400 million pounds every single year in like tourism and like money for the economy. So they are like a net positive.
There's a CGP Grey video making this argument.
CGP Grey might be one of the best YouTubers out there. So
I agree, but that video of his in particular has been, I don't know. There have been some counter videos made basically arguing about it and saying like his argument's dog shit. This isn't actually true.
The problem with the monarchy though is that none of it is public, so there will never be an objective truth that is out there.
Sure.
Right? Like he's gonna be like, no, the monarchy is actually bad, and here are reasons. And then
No. He defends the monarchy.
What?
He's on the side of the monarchy. He says the monarchy generates
whatever his
revenue.
position is. This is a highly charged topic that brings out honestly like the worst in people. I do not give a shit about the monarchy. I think it's silly and I think it should be gone, but I also don't care enough to make it an issue. When people are like, should Canada like fully separate? Because technically like the king is our head of state, is technically like the governor general who is the representative of the monarchy in parliament. It's like, do I care enough to fight this? No, there's 100 other things that are more important. Like
For sure.
people being able to afford to eat and healthcare being better. Like, you know, like, fuck, I'd put like regulating social media companies on Canadian soil above dealing with the monarchy.
Yeah.
They got 2 shields. They can bonk someone. Get the ping pong angle. They goes out.
I tried sharing the Vote Compass link on Instagram to be like, hey, like the election's upcoming, like see where you stand, like take this test. And like I literally got an alert on Instagram being like, due to Canadian government rules like censoring speech, like Meta is not legally allowed to show this information. And I'm like, no, actually you are legally allowed to show it. It just requires you to do an onus of, oh, Gavin. Just requires that you do like a second of work to ensure that your platform isn't slithering out or shitting out fake news, but you don't want to do that. So
I saw something, I found something nice, and this is maybe a positive spin on AI, because I was lazy, I didn't want to Google. So I asked, not ChatGPT, but Microsoft's Copilot, which is like the same thing. I was like, yo, by the way, how many seats did the NDP get in this election? Because I just wanted to know. And it was like, I will not answer election questions. Here's an Election Canada website that you can find all the information on. I was like, you know, that's probably good. That's probably one thing you don't want to be giving false information on.
last 5 rounds. And you know what? This is my favorite round because no matter what happens, either the game will end or we'll be in overtime. We're almost there.
Yeah.
He was loving those head pats.
Oh my god. All right.
I stream.
Guys, thank you for the 56 months. It's been a while. It has been a while. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you greatly. Hop in games. You need the charm. You mean this charm? You mean the Interro charm that's currently on your screen?
I wanted like a 4050, like the intensity.
You mean that charm? You can run on all your guns?
But they lost the 3rd round.
Did Pengu just steal my line? What line was it? I didn't actually hear what he said.
That was the most disappointing thing. I didn't even mind replaying the round, but the fact that the replay was so terrible.
Yeah. I would rather have them lose the first.
I've also been streaming like all of these tournaments to YouTube, obviously, and I got a notification this morning saying someone has stolen your content, and I guess YouTube automatically found somebody who was posting like highlights from the tournament, and it was like, this is your content. Somebody's using your content in videos. What do you want to do about it? And I was like, well, this is just clips from the games. I don't know if I can really claim it's mine.
Did it have you or any of your stuff in it?
No, it was just the game. It wasn't even our commentary or anything. I was like, YouTube, I appreciate you letting me take the ad revenue from this, but I feel like I shouldn't.
Spawn peeking with your gas babes and the SMG 11. Oh, okay. That's not it.
I own Rainbow Six Siege. Take what's mine. So true. No, I will be filing a complaint, and I'll be trying to get that channel shut down. But
Oh, neither goes to OT or a team wins thing. No, my line is when it's 5-5. I say it's my favorite round of Siege because it means one of the teams goes to match point. That's probably my line that you're thinking about.
my favorite round of Siege is round 8,
Why?
just like the number 8.
Mystery Carp? Dude, who's Mystery Carp? Have you opened your TCG packs yet today?
No, I haven't.
Idiot.
Mystery Card's a goat. That's a VIP in my chat, though. I don't know. I don't think I like the meta right now in TCG Pocket. I can't get my fucking Decidueye deck to work.
He's running away. Coward. Craven. Silent. Get back here.
Thank God we can stop watching this game. I understand, like, it's kind of funny, and it's like some people like these like meme games, but like, if a game has no stakes, it's just so uninteresting to me.
Yeah.
It's like, I appreciate that they're having fun with it, but like, I would personally rather we just end it and go to the next game.
Like, I am trying to remember what teams it was. I think it was like TSM versus OXG or something, and it was like literally a completely meaningless game.
Yep.
And it was a best of 3, and the first map was just like a blowout. They didn't give a shit at all. No big deal. But then map 2, they were like, wait, we hate these guys. And then both map 2 and map 3 like went the full distance. And I just remember casting being like, guys, this match does not matter in the slightest. Just get it over with. Like,
Yeah.
this match could be 45 minutes and we could be free. Instead, it ended up being like 3 hours long.
Yep.
You got a really good wonder pick from me the other day. Thanks, I really appreciate that. That is why I am the best member of talent from Canada. You're correct.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next game is BDS versus FearX. If FearX win, they almost certainly lock in playoffs. It's not mathematically, but it's realistically locked in. If BDS win, it's like a 50-50 if they lock in playoffs or not. It depends on other games. So we realistically could have 3 APAC teams if you include Elevate into playoffs. It's quite likely, I would say, too, because I don't think BDS are a great team. I think if Robbie doesn't show up today, then it's going to be FearX in playoffs, which means FearX, Keg, and Elevate all make top 8. Just as we all predicted.
Yeah, Flynn, you don't have us on Pokemon. 6,000 cards, baby! It's not, there you go, 6,000 cards.
Dude, that's crazy.
You know how much money I've spent on this game?
How much?
Less than $100.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No, it's you get so many cards just for like not even. Are you still premium?
Okay, well, so I should actually revisit that. So I mean, I do I pay for premium. So I
Yeah,
guess like
okay.
I forgot about that expense, but like actual money on like currency and packs is like less than $100.
I'm the same. I have premium,
Yeah.
but I've spent even less than that. Well, actually, that's not
I've
true.
only ever spent money on when they do like sales on the packs, like on the gold.
I
will spend money, and it's only like $20, $15 at a time.
The only time I've ever spent money is when my in-laws gave me a $100 Google Play gift card for Christmas, and I spent it all on packs.
I remember you telling me about that.
But that wasn't my money, so I don't know if I count that.
That was John H. Google's money. See that red arena in the background?
Yeah.
See the one with the red wall right now on the screen?
Yeah.
That's where the Rio finals were.
Is that the one with the fire?
What?
Was that the one that burned down?
No, that's Max 8 you're thinking about.
Ah, okay.
The one with the red wall is where the Rio finals were in 2018. It's all part of the same Olympic compound that they built for the Rio Olympics, where they displaced a bunch of indigenous and impoverished people and, you know, gentrified the area because that's what they do. But no, the red one is the building that was on the screen with the red wall is where the Rio finals were, that G2 one. Max 8 burned down. That's where our first Sao Paulo finals were. That place was a fucking dump. I mean, obviously, I'm never happy when stuff like burns down, but I can't say I'm entirely surprised.
Hey, what's up, Jasmine? Welcome back to the stream.
Hello, Jasmine. Welcome back. Why are you in hell?
All right, Parker, how interested are you in some geoguessing while we wait for Game 2 in the R6 Reload Day 5? Because of mentally ill women.
What'd you say?
I just read
You're in
Jasmine's
hell because
message.
of mentally ill women?
Do I know all flags? I know most flags. I won't claim to be 100%, but I could definitely get like 95.
The Russian gang is not playing because they are not a partnered team. I would imagine the fact that they are Russian complicates the matters, because like Virtus Pro is a big enough org that they probably should be in there, but...
C9 got 5 rounds there, right?
GeoGuessr? Yeah, probably.
C9 got 5 rounds, right?
No idea. I don't care. I think it was 7-5.
I just need to end predictions. Yeah, it was 7-5.
Okay. I know VP is technically not Russian anymore, but because all the players are technically from Russia, they've gone to a couple countries where they've had to ask people to pay for stuff because their cards won't work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, I am going to go to the bathroom very quickly, so I'm going to just leave this up. You entertain the stream, and I'll be back. What's up, Miggy? Nice to see you. I'll be right back.
Chat, you know what that means. It's GeoGuessing time, baby. Now, I didn't give you guys a link to play because I'm a bad streamer. And by that, I mean because nobody asked me to. Which really is on you, I would argue, but not important to point fingers right now, probably. I'm going to give you a GeoGuessr to play. It is in my chat. I'm going to pin it. We will play this GeoGuessr at a later time in this stream. So I will play this GeoGuessr with you another time. Sandra! How's it going, Sandra? Sorry about... Actually, are G2 still in it? No, G2 are not in it anymore. I don't know how, but apparently the game we just watched mathematically eliminated G2. I don't know how that works, to be honest. I can't explain it, Sandra. It makes no sense. All I know is losing is good, and CA Geo Soccer are the greatest team alive. Whilst you, chat, play the GeoGuessr I just linked you, I'm going to play a different GeoGuessr. To kill some time, and we can keep yapping about Siege, too. Like, how does that work? I don't know. I assume for G2 to have gotten enough points. I don't know. Nevada 306. Hold on, we can fucking nail this. Where's the 306 in Nevada? I didn't expect to roll one so gettable. Is that a small highway that I'm not even going to find? 360? Come on, dude. Don't know. There's 305. This is 306. Is there logic to it? There must be somehow. Oh, we weren't even on 306 technically. We were exiting to the 306. Okay, decent. So M80, Cloud9, G2 are out? Yeah, according to Liquipedia right now. It's showing G2, Cloud9, and M80 all is out. I knew Cloud9 and M80 were out. I don't know how G2 is out, but apparently G2 are out too. Don't ask me to explain that. I don't know, but they are. According to the Liquipedia. You think it's because now M80 have more points than the maximum G2 can get on a win? But then also, I don't know why M80 are also out. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Round differential. How does this game affect G2's round diff, though? Because now M80 are above G2 on round diff. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, like, I don't mind that the... Oh my god, we got a koala crossing. That's fun. I don't mind a confusing format. My only problem with the format is that it's, like, encouraging teams to lose.
You know, I was saying Dream, typing on the chat, like, no, I'm not playing cows. I'm not playing cows. And he was playing cows. And you guys was just laughing at each other.
Yeah, we were just talking back and forth the whole game. I mean, we knew this game.
This feels like Tasmania.
For nothing because we were already out. But we needed a 7-0 to qualify. Yeah. So once we lost the first round, it was kind of play what we want, type, have fun. At the end of the day, it was a fun game. I mean.
Yeah. Also, at some point, you showed the strategy paper that you had on your table to the camera. And you know what? Fabian is not happy with that.
It wasn't even strat for this map. It was prep for a team that we had already lost to. It meant nothing. It meant nothing. Literally the strat.
Can you show us the paper? Like, how do you guys prepare? I want to see the paper. I want to show the audience how it works.
What is this, chat?
Fabian? No. He said no. You heard. No.
Fabian? No. Okay.
Oh, I think it's Kazakhstan.
I told no or yes, so.
Let's talk about the future of Matey with
oh,
this
Kyrgyzstan.
Fuck.
Fuck.
What do you think? Are you liking? Are you having fun with the boys?
Oh yeah, we have fun all the time. I mean, our plans are to go back home, you know, keep practicing, get ready for NAL Stage 1.
Okay, that's it. Any more words you want to say to the audience?
I mean, thank you for Ubisoft inviting us as a partner team. It was a fun event, and we're going home.
So now you have the time to, you know, go to the pool, have some more fun at the beach.
For today, and then I go home probably tomorrow. But today, we might go to the pool.
Okay, so they do all go home tomorrow.
Get a few drinks.
I need a tan.
Yeah, that's it. We have more games today, so stay tuned.
Don't worry, we're staying tuned. We legally have to stay tuned to all of the games, and this was absolutely
legally.
Games of all time that, we just
that was a bad GeoGuessr game. That's Germany. That was Romania. Nice try.
Put this all in your heads if you're listening right now. Imagine if Fabian...
I did think about Sumatra. I guess Thailand was a really stupid guess because that was the sign was not in Thai. That was kind of a dumbass guess.
Very good impression. Very good impression. You know what?
You're chatting in Interro's device and viewing mine. I guess I should continue typing or talking to Interro's chat because you guys can't hear me if I don't talk to Interro. Yellow, I saw your question earlier. Parker kept fucking yapping, so I couldn't answer your question about any photos of me. If you go to my Discord profile picture, which you can find by joining my Discord, you should be able to find probably the best photo of me, in my personal opinion. I think it's from... What event is it from? I think it's from... I think it's from the SI in Sao Paulo. Is where it's from. If you want the full flicker. But I wasn't trying to ignore your question.
Regardless of it, Cloud9 said that they wanted to get as much as possible out of this game. If anything,
G2 is not out of the tournaments. Sprabunny has fixed Liquipedia. Okay, I didn't really understand how G2 would be out, so this is helpful. Thank you, Sprabunny. Not that me not understanding something would mean anything, because there are many things I have not understood throughout this tournament, but...
It's a sad moment. Yeah, no desk slamming.
No, well, we already had that. We had quite a few of it, quite a bit of it.
Also, I don't know if you guys have seen this 28 minutes ago.
Detail for match number 1 today. What is our detail video? One of the most
That's kind of exciting. Interro chatters have no idea what we're talking about. I'm sure this is just the leaked thing, right? I feel like this is just going to be the leaked thing, although we'll see. We'll see. Bandit rework? Yep, it's probably a Bandit rework. Sprabunny got it.
Going up the stairs, you're going to see him shooting another Frostmat, and that's going to reveal his position, and he's going to get killed because of it. Literally losing the qualification to Frostmats.
I believe there was a post that Ubisoft put out where...
What do I know about Chinese philosopher Zangizi? Slide, not much. You should ask Lynx, though. Lynx has a PhD in Chinese history. This is true. Go ask Lynx and let Lynx know that I said... let Lynx know the degree they have.
Frostmains have been vindicated out there. I've been telling you, man, that like between the 9mm C9 and off of the
Zangizi, that's their name. Yep. And that's the thing about me is like my pronunciation is top tier. That's why I'm a caster actually, because I famously am probably the best pronouncer of our generation, I would say.
And you just know, there's no better feeling than when you're like in the server and you're just like...
Wait, why is there a bunch of people? Why are there 58 people playing this?
There is one feeling that comes close to that, which is qualifying to the quarterfinals on a Friday. Let's take a look at our...
Am I playing against people here?
Where things stand for...
I don't know where this is. This just could be Spain, I guess.
Taken out of that runner. This is the bottom 10.
I'm just going to send it to Spain. I don't know where we are.
What
What the fuck? How does he do it, chat? How does he do it? That's an insane guess. For how little effort I put into that guess, that is an insane guess, bro. Holy shit. That is my best guess of... Definitely the best guess of the month. Best guess in a while, that's for damn sure. Holy shit. He just knows Spain. God damn. You're gonna search the flicker while you're at the gate for your flight? Wait, Beetle, where are you flying to? Alright, I'm gonna follow up that crazy Spain guess by not knowing this language. Okay, I think this is French. I think we're just in Paris, right? I don't see a world where I go anywhere other than Paris here. Happy to send this into Paris. If it's not Paris, it's not Paris. But to me, it feels like Paris. It was not Paris. It was Beaune, France. Still pretty good score. I'll take it. Gonna follow it up by not knowing French as my God-given right as an Albertan to not know French. What's up, Braylon? Yeah, it's unfortunate we're not there, but I mean, there's great talent there anyways. We'll be back for the next one, hopefully, so. This is where Bolo is from, Beaune. Do I think the OXG original roster had some of the greatest hair of all time? Foxe, Laxing, yeah. Yeah, they might just have gotten... I mean, that's why we took them in as analysts. You drove from WNC, I don't know what that is, to Pennsylvania to catch a flight to Jamaica to help your parents pack out. Wait, that's dope. Enjoy Jamaica. I hope you get to actually spend some time there. Jamaica is one of those places I would love to go. Did you know? I feel like people think Jamaica. They think, oh, it's the weed island. But did you know weed is actually illegal in Jamaica? The only reason it's known as the weed island is because it's home to Rastafarians. And there is a there's a carve-out in the law, which means it's actually not illegal for Rastafarians to smoke weed. But for anybody else, it is. But, like, they don't really enforce. Chat, where the fuck is this? I'm about to lose my mind. I almost want to go, like, Quebec. Is that a crazy take? Do they have trees like this in Quebec? I don't know. Let's just send it. The heart wants what the heart wants. Let's go home of Spirits R6.DarkZero, Rimouski, Quebec. You know what? I slightly misguessed that one. I slightly misguessed this one. Was that word not French? Was that a French word in Colombia, or was that a Spanish word that I just didn't know was Spanish? This could honestly again be Spain. I kind of like Italy more. These like red tile roofs are super Mediterranean. We're growing like corn in this person's backyard though, which is a little weird. I feel like Europeans don't grow a ton of corn, but I'm willing to excuse it. Could even be like, yeah, I'm gonna go Italy. Just could it be like Yugoslavia as well? It was It was not Yugoslavia, but it was damn close. Oh my god, who in the chat guessed Bulgaria? You're the goat. Europe grows tons of corn. We have lots of corn. Listen, compared to the mighty US of A, you guys are corn peasants, okay? This is Brazil, right? No. What is that? That looks like Korean. I don't think we're in Korea. That does kind of push me away from... My vibe was initially Brazil. No, we have to be Brazil. There's no way we're not Brazil. There's no world we're not in Brazil. Red dirt Brazil means we go... like here, right? Do you remember that Spain guess? Chat, remember that Spain guess? Wow. Wow. That was a great guess in Spain. Red dirt Brazil? There's red dirt in Brazil. Just not there. Do you remember what album on Flickr it was in? Fuck, I don't, Beetle. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out for you. Let me make sure it actually was Sao Paulo. Yeah, it definitely was Sao Paulo. I have the photo if you'd like. This is the photo. I don't know if this is helpful. I have the file name. Again, don't think that's very helpful. Here, you can screenshot too if you'd like on the stream. You updated the percentages in the Discord? It's definitely Sao Paulo. I don't know what album. It's not the finals, so it's like one of the group stages. It's either group stage or early playoffs. But it's not finals, that's for sure. I have been looking at your chart a lot, Axon. All right, yeah. Percentages don't really change. For the next game, which, do we have a timer for? Minute 45. Nice. For the next game, if FearX win, according to Axon's percentages, if FearX win with a 7-0, they guaranteed lock playoffs. If FearX win and it's not a 7-0, they have a 98% chance of making playoffs. If BDS win... basically, with or without a 7-0, it doesn't matter. They have a 50% chance of making playoffs. Whether it's a 7-0 or not. And for whatever teams loses, they're out, for sure. For whichever team loses. Between FearX and BDS. G2, if they beat DarkZero... wait, no. Axon is showing G2 at 0%, but... there might be one universe in 10,000 where they make it. Screenshot's all you needed. You got it. Perfect. Okay, perfect. There's one scenario where G2 make playoffs. That's sick, dude. That's sick. All right, I think I can sneak in one more game of Geo. I think I sneak in one quick one. Definitely feels like Malta or like Sicily. I'm gonna go Sicily, I think. It was not Sicily. Fuck. It was Southern Italy, though. It's really weird how, like, those, like, little rock walls are basically only found in, like, Southern Italy and Malta. It's really weird. It's, like, odd how consistent that meta is. This is lovely. I feel like this is... I don't feel like it feels North American. Like, these poles don't feel very North American. The road doesn't feel very North American. It could be, and I'll just look like a fool. I don't think it feels North American. I'm going to go, like, northern Russia near Finland.
Like, what do you need from people to make you enable you right?
How does he do it? How does he do it? Holy shit, he's nuts, bro. He's fucking nuts, bro.
I don't know if I should pick that operator or should do this play. So I think trust is a big thing.
100%. I think there's like stuff in game as well, obviously more specific that you would like as information.
Great guess. I was thinking that too. Thank you very much. Great minds think alike.
I think, you know, main thing is trust.
That is an Argentina license plate.
Like if you're not trusting the thing, like even anything, like if you have hesitation, like.
But that is like a Brazil or a Uruguay. That's a Brazil license plate, right? That's Argentina. That's Argentina. That's Argentina. Okay. But these are both Brazil. What the fuck? Is this Brazil or is this Uruguay? I actually don't remember. We must be right on the border.
Like I have to participate in that and like give my opinion because I'm the one doing the thing in the game and calling it. So
let's try this place. No, I think it's Brazil though.
Yeah, I can relate to that a lot actually.
Let's go Santo
I
Tome.
always feel like at least 90% of stuff. Like the only thing maybe I feel like I don't need to be involved is like if it's a rush, you know, or something like that. Like on once we're in the tournaments or whatever. Otherwise, always like 90% of stuff.
Just
like,
Buenos Aires. Okay.
Like doing it with the coach. Or
those are odd license plates.
Otherwise, I feel like you say, you just don't. If you don't understand what you are doing, even if you know what it means or what it's to play, like I don't know, it doesn't feel natural to me.
Yeah. Going back to what you're saying, like you also need to have trust as a guy that's calling. Trust in the strat. There's definitely some
that's Turkey.
Don't like calling something.
Yeah, I'm kind of biased. Like the strategies that I do.
Yeah,
the ones I actually do most of.
No, I'm with you.
I also think you need to be on the same page as a team. Like
I'm to the
I don't know how to
southeast.
explain, but if I'm calling something and like some people want to play like more aggressive or more
Hell yeah.
or more passive, you know, that will not work, you know. So I think like as a GL you have to understand how your team
wants to play,
like feels and want to play to do the best IGL as well.
I agree.
Because if in my head I want to like spawn pick and do aggro plays, but my team just want to play like really passive, will not work.
Yeah, I guess you also need on that.
This is
for your team
Kazakhstan,
to
yeah?
express themselves.
Astana, maybe?
Well. It's like you gotta have vocal people on your team too.
You need
Exactly.
always say like at least two people like voice, you know.
I should have stuck
on
Astana.
the team, you know, like how you got like
Fuck.
Solotov and you on your team. I've got now Mowgli on my team. I feel like at least that two players like is really good.
This is my best game of the day.
Like the pacing of like sometimes like your strats, because like they'll see like a gap or something, and then you can change like what you want to do based off like what they're seeing. So like I feel like that's a big thing is like IGL, like understanding, or your teammates understanding what they are seeing, so then they can.
It's a great game.
It makes definitely your life harder if you don't have that kind of player, like that can at least tell you like how they want to play, you know.
Yep.
So we are again as an IGL, because as a GL alone you can't do anything.
No, it's actually too much.
Right now in Siege it's too much if you don't have that.
I know for you guys, but like for you two.
So the match just has not started.
You say you guys are like your next.
Parker, don't be silly. They've got to play 90 ads. They've got to give the analyst time to yap for 45 minutes. It's in the analyst contract. They demand it.
Right.
Then they've got to play the same video they've been playing for the last 5 days, at least twice. And then they got to give some time for me to nail my GeoGuessr games. So.
I had to take a phone call and decided to clean up the house a little bit.
Was it about your colonoscopy yesterday?
I did not go to a colonoscopy yesterday. I have actually never had a colonoscopy, fun fact. So,
aren't you supposed to get one as soon as you turn like 45? Why haven't you had one?
For me, it hurts. He's a really aggressive player, you know, hurts. And sometimes like
I saw a meme earlier today that made my skin crawl. It
Uh-huh.
was like, kitten, you know daddy hates it when you remind him that he's over 30.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would say mostly for me, it's
My chat is arguing whether G2 is mathematically out or if they have a 0.0001% chance of making it.
I feel like maybe he uses util or something. He'll call like what we need to switch to doing or whatever.
Look up Argentina license plate. I know what an Argentina license plate looks like.
Looks Argentinian.
Honestly, very proud of the IGLs to come together, and it feels like you can just be in that room all day and just to listen to them talk about how different things.
Oh, they do have the blue one on the top as well? I guess they're just both Argentina license plates. I thought the blue on the top was only like Brazil, Uruguay.
It's so hot in there that they have a fan blowing on them. Look at Alfama's like sleeves. Every now and then you'll see that they kind of like blow.
No, exactly. They talked about it too in one of the segments.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Said to be an IGL, you essentially have to have aura.
It's very faint, but when he moves, it gets like accentuated.
We're not arguing, it's just me. I'm not arguing, I'm telling you they're out. Well, Axon, you're telling me one thing and Sprabutting's telling me another thing. So that's an argument in my head. Oh my god.
How did you do that back in the day?
He just dyed his hair. Come on,
Elimination's 2 points, Axon. No, elimination's 1.70 is 2 point.
We can feel the aura. Actually, like listening to these guys, you know, both Fox and I were IGL.
Yeah, elimination's 1 point.
Okay, we did pretty well. I think qualifying.
Basically add 3 to how much they're gambling.
Was pretty good, I think.
Yeah,
in general.
absolutely. And I think that's why we excel as analysts, because when we talk, you want to listen because of the
Okay, now that you're back, I'm going to use the bathroom. So it's your job to entertain the chat with your excellent GeoGuessr skills. Or however else you do that.
There are some that Maria was able to squeeze out of some players in the squad.
Maria actually got to interview players. Did they pretend to speak English?
And we don't judge. What is your hot take?
My hot take is that the new flames in game, they really aren't that useful. So far in the matches, I feel like they haven't had the most impact yet. So maybe down the road, someone will find some good uses, but mid.
Do you think it's mid? Do you judge it? Here, let's talk to them.
He's in the player room.
So, we listen and we don't judge. What's your hot take?
My hot take? My hot take is that aim training is useless.
Wait. I might judge you. Why do you think that?
I don't warm up at all. It does me wonders.
Aim training is like objectively good.
My hot
Like, stretching before shit is
salt
good.
and mineral water is healthy. And I think it's healthy because I don't think enough people get enough salt.
Can you imagine putting salt on your water? Okay, it tastes good at least.
No, not enough to taste, just enough to make yourself feel good. Your brain, you know, it helps with brain fog and a lot of things.
Yeah, you just made a clutch today, so I cannot
There's no
tell.
salt in
you know,
mineral
you
water.
are wrong.
Mineral water comes from mineral springs.
We listen and we don't
It has nothing
judge.
to do with salt.
Oh, I know a lot of people aren't going to like this one, but I think wearing sandals at all is like weird.
The
like, having
only
your feet
salt
out in public, if
that
it's not
is
a
in
beach,
water
weird.
is used for carbonation. There's
I
salt
go
in
to the
sparkling
shopping
water.
mall wearing flip-flops.
like-
I mean, I'm a Brazilian. I love flip-flops, but it's comfortable, right? It's just
Not at all. Like flip-flops are not comfortable. You want the little like thong piece like in between your toes. That's what I'm saying. If you have your feet out anywhere that's not like a beach or a pool, that's weird. Especially the airport. That's weird. You shouldn't be allowed to fly.
No, in the airport, yeah, I agree with that. But I judge a little bit because I love flip-flops. If I could work on flip-flops, I would totally do
Maria's feet are like never on camera. Why? Maria's feet are like never on camera. She could wear sandals as much as she wants, dog. My feet are never on camera. I'm wearing like Birkenstocks half the time I'm casting.
We have some things to talk about. We listen and we judge.
Oh, you said you add salt
so
to mineral
much.
water? Why the hell would you do
Maybe
that?
she doesn't, but I definitely do.
Also, do you
Let's
say
take
that
it one by
salt
one.
helps with
We'll get
brain
to you.
fog? Is there
Okay.
any
We'll get to you in a
data
second.
to back that up?
Now, I heard putting salt in water. What was your response to that?
That's why I only drink ocean water.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the sea.
So every day you just go, you cross the highway and you go drink in the ocean.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just feel like so much smarter.
It's what the plants crave. electrolytes,
That explains
and
so
minerals.
many
What's up,
things.
Cody? Nice
I'm
to see you. How
sorry,
are you
but
doing?
you gotta get off
Sky, nice
TikTok,
to see you.
buddy.
Broadway,
Like,
nice to see you.
I'm
Kimmy,
sorry
nice
to
to see
tell
you.
you
Flem,
this.
nice to see you. Maldox,
Water
nice to see you. If
already
there's anybody
has
in here who I
at
didn't
least the
say hello
mineral
to
water
you,
that you drink
I apologize.
at home or around already has those things. There's something called a label. I don't know if that's allowed.
Don't let him talk to you
Big
like that.
Stag,
dude.
nice to see you as well. If you are new here and I have not said hello to you, please type in the chat.
Oh, good. We're at the part of the stream where Parker reads every name. Excellent. Sorry, I took a little bit longer. I was putting salt in my mineral water.
Yeah, but I do agree. You should not be allowed to fly if you're going on with just the. However, in the day-to-day.
Nah, in a warm country where everybody is wearing shorts and t-shirts, wearing flip-flops is fine. It's just normal.
I don't know why there has to be so much time between games when they have 2 booths and only one stream happening at a time.
Second booth is almost likely torn down at this point. It's probably just one booth. I would imagine that they are on a static schedule, and I would also wager that.
I'm pretty sure we've not. When was the last time we did a fixed schedule?
Fixed schedules are good.
I'm not disagreeing, but I don't think
schedules are significantly better because
I don't
you know
disagree,
that
but
the
I don't
game
think
is
we've
on at that time and you can show up and watch it.
But
Right?
I don't think we've done a fixed schedule in Siege in years. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember if we've ever done it.
I can't remember when the last one was.
So it would be weird if this one was just randomly on a fixed schedule.
You've been following me since 2018? When did you follow me? October 1st, 2018. You are completely correct. How are you doing, Buzzcuts? Nice to see you. Komodo, nice to see you as well.
Achievement so far, and they said we're happy about it. We want to train.
I don't know. I know that at previous events,
an extended mag card, hoping that it would save them, adding 6 bullets to their total tally. A reminder: the bullets that you can chamber are based off of what your opponents have, not what you have. And the maximum that you can put in is 8, should your opponent have equal to that or more.
what are the other cards? What's the heart? What's the diamond? What the hell are these things? I've never seen them used.
I think the diamond is if you get a 7-0, you get 1 extra point. And I think the heart is if you start the day on 1 bullet and you win, you get 1 extra point. The heart was used literally 1 time ever by Falcons. And then the diamond's been used a couple times.
Okay.
But like a lot of the cards you don't actually use, they're just like bonuses that happen automatically.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting way to look at the format.
Well, another team that's had actually a lot of success. It's surprising that they didn't already close it out, given how we were watching them over the first few days.
What animal do I think I'd reasonably take on in a 1v1 in a life or death situation? Ace of Pyrite. I'd own that fraud.
Why do you want to keep attacking the guy who had a stroke?
I just listen. If I've got to fight something, one animal, and humans are animals. One animal, life or death situation. Listen, I'll take Ace down every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean they've been playing phenomenally well, although they did run into their first loss so far.
Won't even be close, to be honest.
And it's a situation where if you look at the way that APAC plays, with a little bit more time and there's a little bit more footage, APAC can definitely catch teams off guards in tournament. But once the footage is out, that's where teams getting understanding for how they play. That's one thing that we've
Parker versus 100 gorillas. I would watch that. That would be a sick moment.
Torn to pieces, like.
I think you have a chance. Listen, I would bet on the gorillas, but I give you like 20%.
I said that in Sao Paulo in November 2017 about Mantis.
No.
Dude,
I would get annihilated.
Look at the standings right now. M80 are in 2nd, and they are mathematically eliminated.
Jesus.
This is so goofy. And it'll finish like this. Like, M80 will finish ahead of all 4 of these teams in the standings, but they're not going to make it because it's not... Qualification is not based on total standings. It's based on 5 from yesterday's standings and 3 from today's standings. That's so silly looking.
Either loss against Falcons because the first 3 teams that they played, CAG, G2, SSG, like you said, very aggressive teams, and they're matching up well when it comes to in-game gun skill. They lost to Falcons.
That would be a great tweet. If somebody screenshots those standings, you could just tweet unlucky M80.
How you doing, Sevi? Nice to see you. 100 Parkers versus 1 gorilla. I don't know if 100 of me could take 1 gorilla, but I'm quite tenacious.
They are
I've heard a lot of arguments on this debate because obviously it was a topic that was widely discussed, and I think I'm on the side of the 100 humans. Because the thing about a
What animal
gorilla,
could you take in a fight? By the way, we could easily beat like a squirrel.
yeah, or ace.
I guess humans are.
Yeah, humans are
Because
animals.
humans are technically animals.
Yeah. What percentage of the population do you think you could beat in a 1v1? Because obviously there are people in this world you could beat. There are people in this world that would beat you. What percent of the world do you think you would be able to take?
Well, Jesse,
1v1?
you're sexist, so you're gonna say you could beat 100% of all women.
I would not say that.
So that right there gets.
That's
you
definitely
52%
not
of the
what
way.
I would say. I think there are plenty of
You
women that could beat
say-
my ass.
You'd be like, no, I Jesse am sexist, so I could beat a woman in a fight. That's me, Jesse J. Chick.
This is what they call fake news, chat. This is what they call the woke liberal lies.
Nope.
BDS right now is all the way low. There are only 5 bullets. So right now, the only scenario for them is...
Now, all children? That's where I start. Ageist, maybe. All children I could definitely take.
How many children do you think it would take to beat you in a fight? Like other way around. What is a
What is
number
the
of
age?
children?
Because children could be anything from like a 4-year-old to like a 12-year-old. Like
Let's give them a fighting chance. Let's say they're in grade 2, so they're 7.
7-year-olds. I don't.
How many 7-year-old children do you think you could beat up?
How tall is
in
a
a fight?
7-year-old? I actually can't picture a 7-year-old. I'm gonna Google 7-year-old kid. No, I'm not gonna do that. How tall is a 7-year-old? Don't say about my height, Axon. I think if they're like 7-year-olds that are like playing soccer and shit outside, like for recess, I think I could only beat like 2 or 3. Maybe I'm overestimating 7-year-olds, but I don't think it would take that many 7-year-olds to take me down.
What if they fought you Assassin's Creed style, where only one stepped up at a time and the rest just circled you and allowed you just infinite 1v1s?
Definitely more. Definitely probably like... I feel like it'd be a lot more, actually. I feel like you'd be like 7 or 8 or 9. Because eventually I'm
if
getting
they were
tired.
Smart, they would just like, they would pick up one of the children and just use it as like a weapon.
Yeah, the tallest one would grab the smallest one, so now they're armed and I'm not.
Yeah,
But
they're just swinging around like Whirlwind, like the barbarian from Diablo.
honestly, though, like, I have longer arms. If they try to swing the shortest 7-year-old at me, I could grab the 7-year-old and use it as my weapon instead. I think if I
There
have
you
good
have it,
tactics,
chat.
I could beat 20 or
Rainbow
15.
Six caster waxes philosophical about how many children he could brutally beat in a fight.
This is entrapment. This is 100% entrapment.
Why are you talking about beating up children, Jesse?
BDS need a 7-2 or better to lock playoffs, but any win almost certainly will get them into playoffs.
Does Nick just never get makeup?
What do you mean? He's a little shiny, isn't he?
If you took Nick's head and put it on that fucking gargantuan neck of Dev's, it would balance out. But Dev's head's like a little bit too small, and Nick's neck is a little bit too small.
This is fucked.
No, but honestly, it doesn't look like Nick has any makeup on whatsoever. I can't believe Jesse would just out of nowhere, unprovoked, unsolicited, talk about beating up children.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Now you're ageist. There we go, chat. We got them all.
Oh my god. This is not Pokemon with the gists. Alright, chat. I'm going to do a fun channel point prediction. Who qualifies to playoffs? Will it be FearX? Will it be BDS? Or will it be neither? Just off this game. So if they qualify later on in the day, it doesn't count. I'm giving you 5 minutes to think about this. Good luck. How do neither qual? If it's a close game, and then... Yeah, if it's a close game, basically. I think specifically...
This much while I'm moving a couple 100 pounds of weight, I almost dropped it. What are you at the gym? What do you mean you're moving a couple 100 pounds of weight?
If it's a close BDS win, specifically.
No, Jesse's already been transphobic, I believe.
I'm not transphobic. I do need to get my...
Jesse asked what was a woman
salt
and then
water.
watched the seminal
I
Matt
didn't
Walsh
ask that.
documentary, What is a Woman?
I don't even know who Matt Walsh is.
Courtesy of Daily Wire.
I don't like the Daily Wire.
Jesse was like, what is a woman? And then Googled it, and he watched that documentary, and it changed his worldview entirely. Remember when you misgendered yellow horned beetle, and then I definitely did not?
We both did, and we both apologized, and it was both a mistake.
And they accepted my apology and not yours. So now here we are.
They accepted both. They're going to draw a picture of me, which is very kind.
No, they drew a picture of me. They haven't drawn one of you yet.
No, but they're going to draw one of me. They said so.
The thing is that I asked their pronouns. You did not. And even yellow horned beetle said, and I quote, he is pronoun.
No, you didn't.
He just doesn't ask.
You didn't ask. You literally said I was wrong. You said a pronoun that was also wrong, and then they corrected both of us. You were like, that's not their pronouns. You were like, that's not her
pronoun. You are anti-noun. So I don't know.
I
don't know
was
how you spin your way out of this.
I was the #1 fan of the Nouns Dota 2 team before they disbanded, okay? From day fucking 1 to the day of disbanding, those were my favorite Dota 2 teams, and I rooted for them every game they played. I gotta go get my water.
For their crypto side as well, or?
Yeah, bro, I cheer for them wholeheartedly.
Known Jesse for years, I would testify in front of a judge that he does indeed have transphobia. See, there you go. Thunders will perjure themselves. How are you doing, Lieutenant Custard? Chad, if you're in my channel, please say hello to the semi-adequate, half-bald, partially Irish streamer, Lieutenant Custard, who role plays Grand Theft Auto as a cop. Boo!
What's up, Charub Chairman? Yes, M80 won, but they needed a 7-0 to even have a chance of qualifying. So M80 won, but they didn't qualify. Shout out to the 5-stream streak.
Custards are bastards. ACAB. You got an ACAB in chat. ACAB. Name one cop that did anything wrong. What was his name? Derek Sullivan? What was his name? The guy that killed George Floyd?
I'm gonna keep
one cop. I can hear him. Derek Chauvin. Do you think he's chauvinistic? Oh my god, chat. We're on to something. Why are you so quiet?
Me?
Yeah, you weren't saying anything.
I'm just worried I'm gonna get called some phobic again.
Chat, just in case you need any, just in case you need like a brainwash. Jesse is not transphobic. He's not racist. He's not sexist. He's none of those things. He does hate roller coasters.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chat, if you take this joke the wrong way and you run with it, I don't know what to tell you. But
Scammed. We got him, chat. We convinced him of all of these things. Well done.
Yeah, except for one problem, Jesse. Today's opposite day.
No! What is opposite day? Is it a real day?
Well, it's opposite day, so I have to say no.
What day is
a real day? Get it?
Opposite day is January 25th. All right, you just got owned, Parker.
Opposite day is whatever day I choose to make it.
The internet, nationaldaycalendar.com says it's January 25th. And why would
Jesse says ACAB, he means all cops are beautiful.
No.
When Jesse says ACAB, he's like, yeah, man, ACAB. And I'm like, dude, why do you keep saying that whenever you say police doing stuff? And you're like, yeah, because all cops are beautiful.
They can be beautiful and bad. I'm glad to see nades still don't work in CJX. I was worried that they might consistently destroy castle barricades. I'm glad we keep that consistency going.
Yeah. If opposite day was January 6th, the Capitol would come for you. Nancy Pelosi would be storming Jesse's house.
I'd like to see her try. You don't think BDS can qual off this game alone? My chatter said if they win 7-2 or better, they qual off this game alone. My chatters could have lied to me, in which case voting BDS would be a bad call.
Your chatters lie to you quite regularly because they don't respect you.
So true. Oh my god.
It's not, that comment, by the way, was free of opposite day. I have these cards, and one of the cards is that I get one opposite day free statement. I invoked my extended gag card, where the joke continues onwards, and this joke is that there is no opposite day.
But yeah, Yorick, you might be right, and if you are right, then everybody that voted for BDS, which admittedly was only one person, just got scammed, which is Robert, which scamming Robert is kind of a rite of passage here, so.
Yeah, it's allowed. You scammed Robert yesterday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Robert, I'm sorry. Jesse needs to feed his family.
Indeed, with these channel points that don't go to me.
Where do they go, Jesse?
Honestly, yesterday, mostly to Cherub Chairman. That guy was fucking eating.
Come here. He has stopped at the door and he is staring at me. He's been very bored today.
I like when they go to the third-person cam, they do like something cinematic, but it is unfortunate when they do it right before somebody that they were spectating gets a kill.
Yeah.
It's like, I kind of wish we saw that kill.
That's Stefan Easy, our new in-game director. So any criticism or critique, send his way.
He's been in-game directing for a while now.
No, but it's like as of this event, apparently it's like an official promotion. So like he doesn't spectate
really?
anymore. He just does. Yeah, he's just like a fully fledged member of production, I think.
That's cool.
Yeah. Boogeyman!
Okay, who do we want to win in this one, Parker? Who are you hoping for?
I'm hoping that all the viewers win and we have a really good time.
If P4 wins the 1v1, Super is going to shit his brains out. Come on, P4. What? Oh, P4 actually threw it. Not that it was an easy 1v1 to win, but he had to go for the kill there.
Mephi with the final kill. Interro, they get funneled through multiple international shell corporations, so Jesse can support separatist movements in Alberta and people who storm the capital.
Damn right.
I understand
Damn right.
much, yeah.
That I've never denied this part. I'm an Alberta separatist who supports storming the capital. I think
observing the finals. Oh, big dog. What are you gonna say?
I said I think we should storm the Alberta capital. I would like Danielle Smith's carpet.
You said you can like see it from your house, so
I would be able to see it from my house if there wasn't a building in the way, but it's like a 60-second walk from my house. That's not true, but it's like a 2-minute walk from my house.
I love that one tweet about America taking us over, and it's like, had Canada been treating us fairly this whole time, we could have avoided this, and it never would have happened. So buckle up, Canada. You're taking on Goliath. The top response was just, hey, quick question. Does Goliath win that story, or...
Buckle up, you're taking on
some
Goliath.
Guy named David just rocks up and wins it. But, you know. Am I the real Parker? Why would I not be?
Oh, that's the fake Parker.
You think I have a clone? I was supposed to be a twin, but the twin died.
I think you're an AI bot impersonating Parker.
I am an AI chat program designed to fulfill all of your needs, sexual or otherwise. All you need to do is just tip me well enough. So I just what it boils down to.
I can't wait till we get AI casters in Rainbow Six Siege Esports, and then we can finally fire you.
They already have them. Have you played the finals?
Actually, that is true. That is true.
The commentators in the game, the finals, are literally AI.
I do remember hearing that, actually. I have not actually played the finals, but I've heard that.
And it's fucking dog ass. Like, I think the finals is actually quite a good game, but I literally stopped playing it because I couldn't stomach the fact that the AI commentators were so obnoxious, and also I just had a moral opposition to it existing in a game. But FearX superfan. I love how Fauna is just in here on a separate Twitch account.
It's the FearX superfan.
Well, Fauna joined my Discord and then changed their name to FearX Superfan, but every other part of the Discord profile still says Fauna, and I was like, you're doing a very good job concealing your identity.
Whoops.
I have no hair care routine whatsoever, like, period. I wash it with shampoo and that's it. It drives my girlfriend absolutely nuts. She's like, you need to, like, condition and oil and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I'll wash my hair, like, twice a week at most.
I'm actually shocked anybody thinks you did have a hair care routine. You look like you got the hair of somebody who's been living in a dumpster with Flynn for the last 2 years.
It's just extremely hurtful.
And true.
I condition about once a year.
I condition. I condition, I blow dry, I put product in.
When it gets dry in Canada, and I was on Ozempic when or not Ozempic. I mean, I am on Ozempic. I was on Accutane when I was younger for like really bad acne. So my skin is just always dry now because it like fucks with your hormones and all that jazz. So I just have like permanent dry skin on certain parts of my body. Not like bad or anything, but like, so I love to take really, really hot showers because like hot water feels so good on dry skin, but it just makes the dry skin so much worse. So I'll just go in there and I'll just cook myself like a lobster.
Yeah, I have a perma humidifier basically going on in my room at all times. Because it's just so, especially in Edmonton, it is so dry in the city.
It's terribly dry here, yeah. I get pimples now and then, but like they're mostly like from like dirt. It's not from like, oh, you get pimples just because of your body.
I think going on Accutane was one of the best choices I ever made as a teenager. I'm very glad I went on Accutane because I had very bad acne before, and afterward, like it was awful for the 6 months or a year or whatever that I was on it. But now after, it's like I have maybe 1% of the acne I had before. It's magic.
Your growth though, like,
bro, I was always gonna be short.
I mean, I was quite tall. Like I was like the tallest kid throughout all of school, and then basically like I started Accutane in.
I want you guys to stop forcing your plans. If it's not working,
Listen to Lori.
don't force it. Nico, listen as well what people are saying. I know that you want them to tell you why they can't, but also if they can't, let's reorient something, okay? Let's go and get the advantage number. Please calm down your voices as well, okay? We're starting to get pretty intense. We're starting to get into the spamming and we don't listen to each other. Calm the voices, breathe, calm down, and get an advantage before you execute, before you try to force a plan, okay?
Yep.
Face obstacles, it's annoying. We target.
I really like
I was always the tallest kid in class, like literally from like grade 2 onwards. And it was like I started Accutane at the end of grade 10 and I basically did not grow from that point forward. So it's like casting with Jesse, worst days of my life.
I've been short since day one.
You don't get why people get on Accutane? Well, when you have like really bad cystic acne, there's really no other cure for it.
Yeah.
Does a 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner count? No, that stuff's junk. Don't use that.
Dude, it's actually so annoying. In my grocery store, like, as far as the men's products are concerned, there is no just like non 2-in-1. Like, there's some just shampoo. There's no
grocery
conditioner.
store?
Yeah.
Yeah, why are you buying shampoo from a grocery store?
Where the hell do you get your shampoo?
Like salons and places that sell hair products? What do you mean?
I guess if you're getting like bougie random shit, but there's no way the guy who never uses conditioner is using bougie shit.
Better like L'Oreal and like Tresemme and stuff.
All of that shit is sold at the grocery store, bro. Maybe in poverty Toronto they don't have that shit in the grocery stores, but in real provinces we just sell that shit at the grocery store.
In real provinces.
Yeah, damn right. Like the ones that are about to not be provinces and be independent countries.
All my food and most of my stuff from. I don't know how to tell you that there are stores that specialize in things. Do you buy all your electronics from a grocery store as well?
Parker, you're not fucking lecturing me on hair care right now, okay? It doesn't matter if you buy the bougiest shit possible. You still are going to have horrible hair. This is not a question.
Who has better hair than I? Who has better hair, Jesse or myself? What do you think they're going to say?
This is fucked. This is fucked. This is fucked because this is not a fair sample size of opinionated people.
Not even a single person has said your name.
This is actual blasphemy.
You have
I get
nice
so
hair.
many
It's
compliments
just
on my hair. That's like my best feature.
You have nice hair. Okay, well maybe you have very poor features and it's the only one that stands out. Have you considered
You're
that?
so rude.
Oh my god. Dude, Conan and Ryan are going for the jugular.
Holy shit, let him know.
Dude, they killed Freck and then immediately Rin called him a bot. That's incredible.
Dude, FearX are feeling themselves this event. I actually love it. I think they make playoffs.
You do have nice hair. You do have nice hair. There's no denying it. But your hair is very, like... Your hair is very similar to a lot of other people. My hair is unique.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. My hair is in style, and your hair is unique. I will agree with that.
Lynn's dumpster hair is better than mine or better than Jesse's?
I think Flynn is pretty decent hair. Jesse's, of course. Yeah, okay, Robert. I'm going to scan you again.
I conditioned my hair yesterday.
Really? I'm proud of you.
Rin is the same, yeah. Rin is the same person. Jesse, say the word aura.
Aura.
No.
Aura.
You are
Fucking
so
aura,
wrong.
bro.
That's not a word.
That's just that's bird accent, baby. I don't know what to tell you. Aura. Pure aura.
Really, because I feel like it wouldn't immediately go up in flame in a desert if the sun was too bright. My hair's not that dry.
Say Jagger. Say Jagger.
Jaeger.
Jagger. I've only ever called him Jagger. I don't know what you're talking about.
P4's got the Inspector Clouseau mustache. I love it.
Alright, Pin4 is not beating the Bader allegations today.
This guy looks like bot. Oh, and then he said KKK. Uh-oh. You got to put some more Ks on that one, buddy. Uh-oh.
I thought it was, the dead guy's talking, you know? No, he was alive that whole time. I think he might have been the dude who threw the secret.
Koreans get away with a lot of shit, okay? It's like that one word in Korean that's super common, but it sounds just like the N-word. It's like the Koreans can get away with more than they should. I'm not gonna say that.
What word is it, Jesse? Say the word.
I explained what the word sounds like to you. I don't need to go any farther than that. Anybody who's ever like listened to Korean people speak Korean will know exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's a very common word.
You're talking about. Would you be able to say it for me?
I will not say that for you.
Chat,
I'm
should
sure
Jesse
you
say
can
the
figure it
N-word?
out. Okay, who is the real racist here? Who's refusing to say the N-word? Who's trying to make somebody say the N-word? Huh? Huh?
I mean, if you say it, I would suppose you're the racist.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it. I'm not even coming close to saying it.
You said N-word. That's one letter. There's also an R in word. Technically, you're two of the 6 letters there.
The iShow speed clip is very funny. I did see that panda.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's exactly
Apparently he
what we're
woke up in
talking
Canada
about.
because a Canadian killed his grandfather. I want to know more history about that.
Is that real? There's no way.
I saw a clip that was like, he won't visit Canada because apparently he said a Canadian killed his grandfather. And I was like, I would love to know more about this story.
iShow Speed is an amazing content creator. I love him.
He was pretty brutal at the beginning because he was
Yes.
like a child.
He's matured a lot, though.
He has his character growth and his personal growth has been like wild.
For sure. Yeah.
And this is why I have said before, like when we dunk on people, like, I mean, I've gotten caught up in it before too, and I've tried to, you know, change the way I handle it, but it's like, whenever you dunk on like a literal child, like, you know, there was a kid in like the Rainbow Six like comp scene that was like 14 years old that was like super sexist and stuff. And it's like, yeah, this kid was a bit antagonistic, whatever. But like, it's a child. Like, don't just dogpile them and be awful to them. Like, try to give them like the benefit of the doubt and be like, you are the byproduct of your environment.
Yeah.
Be there for them, allow them to make mistakes, forgive them for those mistakes, and let them grow. Like,
100%.
Speed is like he's done a complete 180. I'm very impressed.
I honestly have the same take on like Diffuser. Like, obviously he wasn't that young, but even still, like, he apologized for what he did and like clearly has changed to be a better person. And so there are still to this day people who like hate Diffuser in my chat, and I'm like, obviously what he said was not okay, but at the same time it's like he apologized, he's grown, he's a different person, and I think we should allow people to grow like that, you know.
I'm also just going to come out and say this, chat, that if you idolize anybody who's over the age of like 30, there's a 100% chance they have said a slur in their life, because it used to be way more common.
Sorry, how old are you, Parker?
I'm 34. I've said on stream before, like, I've used language that I would never use nowadays when I was like a kid. Like, everybody has. And like, you know how everybody does that, like, oh, you wouldn't last a day playing Call of Duty? Like, every single lobby of Call of Duty in like 2008 was just the N-word and like anti-gay slurs. That's all it was. Like, it used to be on TV, for fuck's sakes. Like, the bundle of sticks slur was one of the like main jokes of the first Hangover movie. Like, Will Ferrell said the N-word on Saturday Night Live. Like, I don't think people realize how common these words were. And then sometime around like 2013, 2014, everybody kind of got together and was like, hey, we should never say these again. And, you know, most people were like, okay, great. But that doesn't change the fact that it's like, I know.
Wow,
like,
how did they lose that?
One of my friends who used to say slurs when we were like 16, 17, 18 because it was far more socially acceptable. You know? And that doesn't make it okay now. It didn't make it okay then. But I think people need to understand that times change and people change.
For sure.
So, like somebody like Diffuser saying awful things when he's 16, 17, like, yeah, that's not great. But you have to forgive those people and allow them to change their stripes. And it looks like he has. So,
exactly.
If I'm the Loon right now, I'm thinking, well, I've taken my tactical timeout, and this game is only getting.
Ice Speed is going to be so happy to hear that Jesse and Interro like him. I don't think Ice Speed knows who either of us are.
No,
so.
he's a big fan of mine. He's in my stream all the time. Haven't
that.
seen him since I started streaming with you, but I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, of course, man. I don't think Diffuser is woke at all. I think Diffuser is probably still like a conservative guy. He probably just realizes that you can't say those things.
I mean, I don't know. He might be. Like, I have no idea what his political affiliation is, but I wouldn't assume one way or the other.
He's pro salt in water.
Okay. So? I don't think that you can make any assumptions off that.
You should ask him what he thinks of RFK Jr.
Some things I'd rather not know.
I bet he has
some things I'd just rather not know.
I like Diffuser. I think he's a nice guy.
Yeah, me too.
I also don't care what his political beliefs are. Like, it doesn't trouble me either way. Like, yeah, I hope that his political beliefs are not bad, but I mean, to him, they are. If I think they're bad and he thinks they're good, then he probably looks at mine and thinks mine are bad. So it's like, whatever. Like,
yeah,
I don't care. I don't change my opinion on somebody's ability to play Rainbow Six Siege well based on who they vote for.
Yeah.
Round of the attacking side for BDS, if they can even this up, definitely changes the conversation. FearX can have a couple of dominant.
This has been a tremendously sloppy match so far.
Do Wildcard or DZ have a chance? Yeah, Wildcard and DZ both have pretty decent chances. Yeah, if they win, they're pretty good.
Why do we ask people to apologize if we don't accept their apology? And why do we ask people to change and grow if we do not accept the rehabilitation process? It's foolish. Like, people make mistakes all the time. We are flawed creatures. I make mistakes. Jesse makes mistakes. You have to accept that people do things wrong, and that a single mistake is not represent an entire person's being, and that when somebody makes a mistake, if they own it, apologize, and grow from it, then we should be willing to accept that change. That's it.
Like when I apologized and grew for killing the B-Stream producer.
Yeah, I mean, they said that's fine. We accept your growth, but we're gonna need a one event cooldown. So
yeah,
dude, Lasmo's going fucking insane these last 2 rounds.
It's good coordination. What does that even mean?
Why are you asking me? I didn't type it.
Mommy milkers.
Ooh, I do like a good pair of mommy milk.
Like a microwave.
The woke made me say that. Woke made me say that.
What did you say?
What info did I get that from? What are you talking about, Flem?
Dude,
How you doing, Chairman? Nice to see you.
I love this Blackbeard play because it's like he's not just swing shit gun up. Okay, well that was unfortunate, but like
that was a really horrible representation of it.
But that wasn't even a bad play by him. He didn't know the guy was pillar. That's just kind of unlucky. But like when he's fighting somebody, he peeks them with the shield and he doesn't pull out his gun until that person's like actively sprinting away from him. Or if he does swing with gun up, it's because he knows his teammate is distracting for him.
Jesse makes mistakes all the time. He literally mispronounced 4 of your names in the last 24 hours. Good boy!
No way. No way. No way!
A dead boy.
That's
Round
tough.
goes to BDS.
That's tough. Dude,
microwave? You mean Chef Mike?
I'm gonna be really sad if the only decent APAC team does not make playoffs.
Dude, what are you talking about? They're gonna resurrect Scars.
Oh my god. What a terrible strat, says Robbie. Dude, they hardly held top despite committing so many resources to it.
all chat I've seen.
I've thought about being a caster. I don't know.
That was FearX saying it. Are you guys trying to boost my stats or what? Bandit and Blackbit. I like the
Yeah, Microwave is just Chef Mike.
I like a Bandit ban.
Yeah?
A Bandit is an operator you can play on pretty much every single bomb site on layer.
You think they banned Bandit Kaid?
Bandit Kaid is like, what's the point? You just like factory MP it. The Bandit requires verticality, so
Yes, sir. Bandit Kaid ban.
they're doubling down with Bandit and Kaid. What this tells me is it gonna be
Even though I don't like the new op ban system, I'm really excited for it. Because it is just shaking things up, and I can't wait to start the NAL and, like, talk about these new operator bans. Because I think it is really fun.
Don't need a Maverick, don't need Sophia, don't need Vert.
Now let's have a look at how that happened. That highlight presented by Game Pass for last round. BDS, this was the turning moment for them. Not only that early kill.
Dev Marta just said this highlight presented by Game Pass. I wonder if they have been told they have to say that. Because we've never been told we have to say it.
I've heard a couple sponsors there as well. Milos said something about like a blacklight play of the something or other.
Well, okay. It's been common for coaches to say stuff like that, but in the past, casters have never been required to say a specific sponsor name
Coaches?
before.
You mean hosts or?
Yep, my brain just broke. I meant hosts.
When
Milos
does
is
Jesse
like
ever make
Milos is like the
mistakes?
coach
Great question,
of
everybody.
talent. Don't you think? Milos is like the talent coach.
No.
Okay.
I think you're an imbecile.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Look, dude, I don't make the rules.
And normally in Europe and North America, we see
Bandit Kite will never be played again in Pro League because they're getting banned out. On some maps, I do think the meta will just be every single team bans Bandit Kite. Like, I'm looking at Clubhouse, I'm looking at Nighthaven Labs. I actually don't think Lair will lean that way, but we'll see.
Both teams, funnily enough, doubling down on the same type of operator, right? You said it before with the Kite and the Bandit double electricity ban from FearX to enable the hard breaching. Reduce the necessity for EMPs. BDS banning 2 shields. Oh, that's unfortunate for Rin.
Rin on the F2. Man is confident. Man's feeling himself.
The, proximity alarm.
I love these blue cats very.
We're going to spend 10 minutes meleeing the castle because here we are.
Yeah, well,
I got time.
They brought 6 smokes, dude. They could have brought like nades on Mephi or something, but it's fine.
You and BDS are racist for not letting FearX make playoffs.
True.
I'm not really sure that. I'm not really sure they're. I mean,
listen,
maybe I don't know. Jesse, you know a lot about racism.
I mean, we've already got a French team in playoffs, so we don't need another. Meanwhile, we don't have any Korean teams in playoffs.
Jesse knows a thing or two about racism, as he is racist all the time.
Nope.
So I think we can take his word with some authority here.
The only race I dislike are F1 fans.
An instrumental moment there.
I'm not a big fan of road courses, so if that makes me a racist, then you know.
If FearX know, they need to make their move now.
There's only one person on site, bro. It's just Virtue. Did he see him?
Virtue's basically 2 men. Virtue's 2 men.
Okay, well.
Oh!
Okay, you're right.
Virtue
Virtue is the man of 2.
Dude. The old dog can learn new tracks. Lasmo!
Dude, if they just walked in, saw Virtue, took the space, there were 3 out of 4 defenders on the bottom floor. The gap was there, but FearX just couldn't find it fast enough.
I need another coffee.
I saw on Twitter they were talking about the Anaton versus Spirits Shield 1v1. Bro, I would love to see it. I don't think we will, but like that would be a great on-the-fly content piece that Blast could do for this. They were literally asking on Twitter to Blast. They were like, at Blast, can we please do this?
Then what do? We're stuck being hunted now. We're hiding an operator in the drone phase of Caveira.
Speaking of sticking things, I thought that Cav was just a little bit of a joke, but it is being stuck here. There is a drone, I believe that's
Virtue's the biggest APAC trader. He chased the bag instead of the pride of the region. I agree. I agree. I don't think anybody should ever be imported.
Yeah.
I do think, like, obviously I'm joking, but I do think, like, if I was an Australian Siege fan, I would be sad about our best player leaving the region. But, like, being an Australian esports fan is just kind of misery anyways, so there's not really anything you can do about it. Close the borders. Hell yeah, guys.
You don't pick sends unless if you have a really specific idea of where you're going to place those gadgets.
Well, it's great because the sense rework happened a bit ago. The projector walls don't count as a smoke grenade anymore.
There's a record shop I like in southwestern Ontario. There's a couple locations. And I just went on their website because they have a record that I've been trying to track down that's been really tough to get. And like literally every single one of their things, like their promotional things, is all just like AI images with wording over top of it. And I'm like,
dude, nading castle barricades is miserable, man. They gotta find a better way. You should be able to just like attach a nade to a castle barricade. I know it doesn't make any sense, but it's like it's so goofy. It's so wildly inconsistent right now. It's like actually bad for the game.
I think that's the reason they're not.
Yeah, you should be able to just tape the nade to the castle barricade.
But now you spend nades. Well, maybe it doesn't matter actually.
That's unlucky.
So silly Valkyrie with a nice angle right by this hot wall being.
This cab flank could be nasty, by the way. If everybody doesn't die before P4 has a chance, that is. Okay.
I feel like FearX is kind of losing the plot on this in this matchup.
Oh my god. Yeah, and Freck and Lazmu have honestly just taken over the game. Like, they're just playing really nice. And I think FearX is playing. I don't know, I don't love all their setups. Cab flank was nasty. Yeah, okay.
Call came through, but again, what are you gonna do? Jammers in the walls. Rin looking for a kill, hunting downstairs, but he's pretty much alone for now. Freck will be in his hoist to his left eventually. But FearX, they have one plan in motion now. Go for kills, win your 1v1s.
I just don't think this is winnable with the fucking, oh my god. Without any top floor pressure. Now Good Boy will finally start pressuring top floor.
Now it's Robbie's turn to put the Zeds in the chat. 45 seconds to work with. This is a clutch that I just don't see happening.
Oh, I mean, you got the call, but again, 35 seconds. Gotta walk to the building. There are jammers in place as well to stop it for Virtue, for example. Just one Good Boy against the world.
How good is he?
One good boy against the world is such a funny thing for Nick to say.
I like the response to how good is he? Not good enough.
And truly taken control here on Lair. FearX have been left in
This sucks, man.
two-round lead now for the Europeans.
Yeah. What if we could all just vote to give them Kag's spot?
Still curious about what the plan was. FearX would call a tactical timeout.
I mean, there's nothing else about this format that's competitive.
Inside this right now.
I think you're hitting all the right notes here.
They're going to start to play like a Cyclops guys, for example. Because they get 2 rounds in defense, they start to feel confidence, they start to feel we are going to sleep. So I want to pay attention to the details now. When you play next round in basement, for example, if you Supion, they're going to start to fight too much the angles, right? So don't need to be fear about the time. You just fucking motherfucking punish that guys, you know, 2 barara. Because they're going to change the style now, because they're going to try to every round now just gunfight alone, you know?
Yeah.
When you go to the bans, you can decide or ban Warden or ban Castle. You can choose that, okay, guys? About the strats, guys, don't matter. Now it's like a swing, just be careful of details, okay?
Okay. Yep.
There it is, about a change up in strat and approach because BDS now are on fire. So don't worry about the executing the plan and all the fancy gadgetry.
Man, that's tough.
How you're gonna take those gunfights because they're gonna be overly swinging you, and then the round will play out by itself. Time is not gonna be a problem.
That's right. You can have a plan in mind. Like that round, clearly there was something with the sends. Yeah.
How did Kag even get a spot? They beat, well, Kag actually had to beat a decent opponent. Kag beat Liquid to get their spot. Elevate beat the 2 worst teams in the tournament to get their spot.
Yeah, I don't know if they tested it to realize that it would just be a bunch of bad teams just like farming points against the worst teams, but
yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's shitty that we've got a format that encourages throwing and rewards losing. It's like, it's honestly, this tournament, this format should have had way more throwing. But we got bailed out by the fact that it was so confusing that none of the good teams realized how strong throwing would be until it already happened. So by the time we got to the later stages of the tournament and people realized how strong of a strategy throwing was, it was too late and the top teams were already in too bad of a spot to be throwing. So Ubisoft got real lucky there by creating such a complicated format that nobody would realize how powerful throwing was until like day 3.
it's an emotional guy, a manager, a strategical coach, or just a guy who says the right things. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and when you have the chance to sit back behind the players, see everything that's going on holistically, you can figure out what is the one thing that these guys need to know right now. And I think Dark hit that nail on the head. It's guys, look.
You don't get why throwing is good, because if you are low on the leaderboard, you can choose your opponents. Not only can you choose your opponents, but you can choose how many points you gamble. So what you can do is early on the tournament, you can lose, right? You can lose on day 1 and 2, put yourself in like close to last place. Then on day 3, when you're in like basically last place, you can choose your opponent. You can gamble the absolute max possible, and you can shoot up from last place to first, which is exactly what Elevate did. And then, because Elevate's still bad, on day 4, another bad team chose Elevate, because you'd love to play against Elevate, and they beat the second worst team in the tournament. So they beat the 2 worst teams in the tournament, and they only got to play the 2 worst teams in the tournament because they were losing on the first 2 days.
Virtue got antsy because he thinks that he has to make a move, and now FearX have the numbers advantage, and they start to poise towards the
Yeah, and going down in the standings doesn't affect how many points you can gamble, because you gamble based on your opponent's points and not yours.
That means he can't watch the vertical holes. So yes, Virtue dying is one thing. He didn't check. Oh, he didn't check the. Oh, he shoots at it. Because this issue, now there's a gap in the defense. With the right timing, you can now force castle off the vertical.
I'm talking less because they're doing some crazy construction outside my window.
Oh.
Robbie and Breck, the ones on the bomb side, while P4 is looking for a very large rotate around the Vulcan fight.
The fucking moves from Woogie Man. How did he get here? Wait, actually a good push from FearX. They win this round for sure.
Oh, he got robbed of that kill. Damn.
Meffy, no. Now it's not for sure.
CJs, how are you?
Dude, why is Coded in Narnia? He just dropped Hatch, bro. He could have played above. Never mind. Coded knows what he's fucking doing. Coded's the actual fucking GOAT. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's my king. Let's go, Coded.
No one to be aggressive and passive, sharing so many. Look at his screen. He's turned his screen sideways to show all the way on the table. Hey, this is my information.
Wait, I love that from fucking Woogie Man. He's playing Monty and he tilts his monitor so his teammates can more easily see his screen. That's genius.
No surprise. I mean, so smart from all of FearX. Play that Monty, tilt your screen. The whole team, if they want to know exactly where a player is, that Goyo in the middle of sight, all you would need to do was just look to your left, see what's on Woogie Man's screen. You know exactly where that Goyo is in real time. No delay of waiting for that call out.
You're just staying in the middle of the bomb side, seeing both the left and right hand side. Coded played so well around it. The second it got down to a 1 versus 2, you see Woogie Man get aggressive with the Monty, swinging together with Coded.
Liquid's stats are objectively better than Elevate's, but Elevate qualled and Liquid went home. I don't even think that's necessarily a problem. I think you could make a format where you encourage teams to like gamble their own points to go high. Like I think you could probably design a format that is okay with that. And like if teams are smarter in where they bet their points, that could happen where they have a better record and they go home. The problem is just like how much you're rewarding teams that lose. Like if Liquid had better stats, but they had been like winning games without betting many points and they had been beating like bad teams, I think it's fine for them to go home while Elevate makes playoffs. But it's the exact opposite. Elevate have worse stats playing worse teams versus Liquid who are playing like good teams, doing okay, and still going home.
Yeah, it evolves, especially the operator ban system. 3 operator bans from both sides. Attackers, spend defenders.
I make a coffee after this.
BDS, target ban Wiggis Monty, triple shield ban here and there.
I find it very hard to care about this new BDS team.
Oh,
I want
for
FearX
sure.
to win this.
I mean,
I like Virtue. I like Liloon a lot. I like Helby a lot. I really don't like the BDS org because of the comments that the org owner made.
Right, right.
I have no attachment to the org either, and like, I don't really have much of an opinion on most of these players. It's too new for me to really care about yet.
I really like Robbie. Robbie won my heart in Montreal.
Yeah, I thought Robbie did quite well on Falcons.
So I like Robbie. Virtue, obviously, everybody
I like
likes
Virtue a
Virtue.
lot.
I like
really
Virtue.
like Jake. I
And
really
like
like Jake.
this team is basically the spiritual successor to Wolves Wolves' old team. So if anybody was like a big Wolves fan, this is probably a good team to come cheer for because it's same coaching staff, same captain. But,
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I really like Linlu. I really like Helby.
Yeah.
I think they're great. Jaegerwolf, thank you so much for the brand new Prime sub. You are a new subscriber. You know what that means? See this charm on your screen? That means this charm on your screen will be in your in-game inventory.
Yeah, don't worry, chat. I'll save you from that. Nobody needs to hear about the charm, all right? We don't want to get advertised to here. Wow, that was a beauty C4. That's my GOAT Robbie right there. I think it's tough for Wolves' identity. Wait, is he done? Wolves. I think it's tough for BDS's identity because, like, they're kind of just the second somewhat French team. Like, if they're going to have a national identity, it's French, but if you're
not, they common English, like...
Yeah, but they're still...
Robbie's what, Italian?
They're still
Australian?
There's still two French players and a French coaching staff.
Yeah.
They used to be more French, for sure.
I mean, Laurie's English is flawless, even though she is French. And I mean, Helby is from the middle of nowhere, Quebec. So I mean, like he's French. Can't really get around that. But
like, if you're a French fan, you want to cheer for like the most French team, you're gonna go to Falcons. You're not gonna go to these guys.
A lot of options, yeah. Being a longtime fan, glad to finally catch you on my schedules free. That's great to hear, Jaegerwolf. That's very, very, very kind of you.
Beauty from Rin.
I don't stream.
Our good boy, sorry.
I don't stream that much these days, but I am co-streaming this event, so welcome in.
Oh no, he doesn't have a nitro. This is over. This is over. Just don't throw your bodies at him. Good plays. Good play. Oh my god, I didn't think the Maestro was there. That's actually ridiculous, bro.
I think Virtue can still clutch this, by the way.
Yeah, he can.
Now he's dead here.
They can get better positions, though. Yeah, I don't think he does.
Why would you challenge that?
Dude, good boy. Good boy. Your teammate is across the map.
You have the knowledge. Stay at the fucking door. Why would you swing it?
Okay, he has actually zero clue where Rin is, though. As long as Rin doesn't give himself up, this should still be Rin's game. Rin!
Oh.
Thank God, bro. I was gonna lose it if they threw that.
Christ,
dude, they're cheering like they just won SI. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
They traded? They might have, yeah, but the defuse kit was down, so attackers still win.
That's one attacker taking advantage of two separate defenders. While that happened, Rin and the rest of the team runs into the bomb site, get those kills, and they stop planting it.
I had flashbacks, holy shit.
And Coded, who was planting, would have died with 0 seconds left.
Oh my god.
1.5 seconds of difference, and that would have been an easy 0-second victory for Virtue.
Rare Maestro almost impact. So close for Maestro fans.
What a influential round in this game. Let's go see the highlights from Game Pass and see exactly what unfolded, because everything leading up to this moment, that round was massive, and it all hinged on Good Boy, his ability to cover his flank, his ability to just...
Look at that health bar from Coded. It got so damn low. I didn't realize it was finished off by Rin.
FearX are well and truly back into it.
Oh, it wasn't even a trade, chat. They cut away really fast, so it was hard to see, but it wasn't even a trade. I don't know if he was actually downed when he got shot by Rin. He might have been in the process of getting downed. It was very, very close.
Oh man, the intensity, it's amping up.
Yeah, we were talking about that breathe.
FearX were discussing whether they ban that Warden or the Castle. Castle's in the game now. It's in the round, brought back. And if I'm not wrong, this is the first floor bomb site that we saw so much of earlier as well. It often comes down to that top floor, as we've said. No
Jammer shouldn't be that big of a deal. They've got 4 impact EMPs. Just don't pull a
Kickstarter charm.
Don't pull a Jane. I know.
I don't think there's a way to get it. I apologize. I'm doing well. I do like that they've changed the castle barricades.
Wait, in what way? Just visually?
Yeah, that they're blue now. Yeah. They also, like, the texture looks different too.
I think they're blue because it's the blue team that put them up, right?
Yes, they want every gadget to be colored based on the team.
And I think that's because in the new game mode, you can have attackers and defenders on the same side. I think that's why they do that.
Yeah.
Just slow round for FearX, but with that opening kill, it's
But I agree, they look
It
really
also
nice.
helps with color blindness too. Like, I don't know how many people know this, but when you're like red-green colorblind, you can't see the lights on the claymore. So there have actually been players that have died because the red beams on the claymore are not visible to them, and they don't see them as well. Like, that actually killed Thinking Nate on a flank in a tournament once when he was playing on SSG. Like, he's colorblind, so he did not see, like, the beam.
Yeah.
And he got killed by the claymore. So these are just like little accessibility things. Jonas is another one. Robert remembers that one too. Where it's like, unfortunately, this kind of thing isn't really like a consideration for like accessibility.
This is fine.
That's what
P4
people are
is
like,
clutch.
why do we need all these accessibility stuff? And it's like, because it helps people that just aren't you. You still enjoy watching Jesse and I cast? I don't know why you said still as if you were expecting not to.
Nobody else does. It's just them.
Yeah. All right, I'm timing out Flem. That's what you get, Flem. You get 1 second timeout for being a sassy little Susan here in the chat.
It's all about timing right now.
You get a timeout.
I'm very worried about what Robbie could do here.
I'm very worried about Flem now enacting revenge against me. Exacting
Okay,
revenge.
Robbie's actually just like baiting the hell out of his team. Never mind. We're chilling. Series point. FearX, 1 round away. What are their odds if they win this? It's basically like 90%, right?
3 rounds in a row. They figured it out on the attacking side now. They really
If FearX get a 7-5 win, it is yeah, 90-something% chance they make playoffs.
Yeah. I would like FearX to make playoffs. Like,
Me too.
obviously, I know we were kind of joking about like APAC teams and stuff like that, but I genuinely think FearX. I hate the word deserve because I don't think any team deserves it.
Fair.
I certainly don't think CAG deserves to make main stage, but
Yeah.
like, it would be nice to see FearX make it.
I think in 99% of formats, the teams that deserve to win do. But, like, it is inarguable that, like, losing has massive advantages in this format. And so I think this is definitely one of those tournaments where you can make a strong argument that, like, some teams that have gone home deserve to be on playoffs more than some teams that are going to make playoffs. But I do think FearX, again, are the best APAC team, and I want to see them play a BO3 on the main stage.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it comes at the expense of BDS, okay. Like, it's not like BDS are a team that massively deserve it either. Yeah, if FearX win this map, they'll be 4-1 in record.
If they're saying that they're playing passive and individual players like Frank is choosing to be aggressive in his own, that's his problem. The team has to resync.
Then it's a gambling tournament. You need to gamble better, not just play better. I mean, yeah, that's what this is. That's been admitted from the start. And I don't even have a problem with that necessarily.
Guys, listen up here. This is what we gotta focus up on. And Virtue has put himself on camera operators throughout these rounds as well.
Is good boy back on Ying Shoddy? He must be. Same site.
Gets in the comms like that and takes that leadership.
I was back when I played with Virtue, he would wait until it was like the most dire. He normally that's like the leadership.
Robbie, what are we doing? Oh, he's shooting Selma.
He will eventually step and say, guys, enough's enough.
He did get the Selma, I'm pretty sure, there too.
I think with Virtue playing Maestro, he's going to set an example as well, because you can now call from the backline and look at the player positions and go, okay.
This is the last Flores. All of those Goyos are still up. They do not have a great way to clear those Goyos. I'm a little scared for FearX here. It'd be nice to see them pivot and go for an R6 finish, to be honest, but I don't know that they will. They're not looking like they're going to pivot.
They're almost giving this to FearX for free, having a win conditions late round.
But last time around for FearX attacking this
Is losing the health to get the Selma that much of a valid strat? Absolutely. He lost like 1 HP. He's fine. Whereas like Luke, the Selma being shot is the difference between walking in this wall and not. That's a huge value add. Dude, Rin out of nowhere. Rin was the pinch player. He came in our 6 room.
Destroyed that paneling, man.
Dude, all the defensive resources went towards Mask, and that is where the plant was coming, but Rin just snuck in the back and found 2 kills. And BDS are just leaving the bomb site, bro. Now is when we plant. FearX.
They're gonna play for a retake. They're gonna play for a retake. All they can do. They wasted all their utility. They can only hope for a retake. They're not gonna get it.
Yeah, not even close. Great plant spot too to avoid the Goyos.
Stands for bye bye.
GG's. Go to home. Go to home. Bye bye BDS. Massive. So that's 90% odds of making playoffs now for FearX. Let's fucking go.
FearX.
They might be locked. I don't know. Dev said they were locked. Or Dez. When was the last time FearX were main stage? Would it have been Yavla? I think so, right?
What was FearX before FearX again?
Sandbox.
Sandbox, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he's crying. Aww.
So the only way FearX don't make playoffs, according to Sprabunny, is if DarkZero get a 7-0 win over G2. Sprabunny. Sprabunny.
Aw, let's go, Rin.
That's huge. Yang shipping? No, it was Yavla, not Yang shipping.
Where did he get like a napkin cloth from? Oh, Paquin, nice to see you. How are you doing?
Might have just been like on his desk to dry his hands.
No, he's probably got it from catering. Liloon actually looks like legit happy for them.
Tough for BDS, but like they're a brand new team. They'll have more opportunities.
Yeah.
This FearX
Half
team.
of the teams here are brand new teams, right?
Yeah.
So
this FearX team is kind of new too, but like at the same time, 3 of them have been playing together for years, and then 2 of them have also been playing together for years. So it's 2 cores coming together that have been grinding as a unit for a long time. Proud of them. That's sick. Now, if DarkZero get the 7-0 and FearX do not make playoffs, that's going to be awkward. All right. Congratulations to those that believed neither team would qualify to playoffs just based off that game. Did KAG and FearX swap skills after SI? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It honestly could be a KAG FearX first round matchup too. Because what are the seedings? Loud is number 1 seed. KAG is number 2 seed. Elevate is number 3 seed. W7M is 4 seed. Falcons are 5 seed. So it will be Falcons W7M, which would be a great game. That's Montreal rematch. As one of the quarterfinals.
Wildcard Secret's going to be entertaining.
Yeah, is that
I'm
next?
digging this wildcard roster, man. I gotta say, like, I'm quite enjoying the wildcard roster.
They were the team that I was
red
most
building on the
interested
right.
in.
That red building on the right is the where we did Rio.
No, I like the wildcard team too. Especially if SSG implode. If SSG are imploding, wildcard could be a top 4 team in NA. Because who are they competing with for top 4 at that point? M80 for sure. Shopify,
Easy.
DarkZero.
Yeah.
Like, that could be top 4 NA. That might be the best 4 teams in NA right now. Shopify, DarkZero, M80, and Wildcard.
You think C9 can be a top team? I don't think that C9 team has what it takes.
I think they could. I don't think they will.
I don't think they're a top 3 team with the roster they have. I think they're 2 roster moves away from being, at minimum, a top 4 team.
I mean, like, Cloud9 is just like, they're a budget org, right? So they're never going to have the top level
Feeder
players.
org is what they're called.
Yeah. I mean, so they're gonna need like a Beast Coast level Miracle run to get there, which, yeah, I'm not confident with given their players. I really can't wait to see JJ and Co. I love JJ Blast. I love JJ Blast. I really like Twist as a player too. They're gonna be a fun team.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go make another coffee.
Goodbye.
We're back in like 5 minutes. So entertain the people. I don't have any phone calls or anything coming up, so I'm just gonna go make a coffee because I am tired.
Is there a reason SSG is imploding? When I say imploding, I don't necessarily mean breaking up. I just mean playing bad. SSG this tournament have shown that they need a lot of work. I think SSG have it in them to do that work and come back a lot stronger than what they showed at this tournament. But as of today, I think the current Space Station roster is quite weak. Circles, why did you just at me without saying anything? Hello, Circles. How does DZ make playoffs? So, according to Axon's stats, which I'm going to trust Axon here, if DarkZero get a 7-0 win, they're basically guaranteed to make it in. And if DarkZero get any other win, it's lower odds, but still good. Previously, the odds were 75%, but I would imagine that changes based on the FearX result. Okay, I'm glad everybody is now adding me without saying anything. Thank you, Azazel, Ceylon, and Chimo. Chimo or Chimo? Who do I think will be top 4 of NA? Well, that's a different question, right? I think right now, as of this second, the top 4 of NA is M80, Wildcard, DarkZero, and Shopify. But in, 2 months' time, when the NA League ends, I think SSG will be a better team. How much better is a question. I think Oxygen could prove to be a good team. I think JJ and Co. probably not good enough to be top 4, but you never know. Cloud9, kind of similar boat. Cruelty and Luminosity, I think, are going to have the hardest time this league. I think they'll be bottom 2. So, I don't know. I think the safest bet for top 4 is probably still M80, Space Station, DarkZero, and Shopify. But if you make that bet, you're gambling on Space Station figuring things out and improving. If SSG don't figure things out and improve, then it's definitely a Wildcard. And honestly, like, Wildcard could even beat out, like, M80, DarkZero, or Shopify. Does Cruelty have Matumbo? Damn right. Yes, sir. You're trying to find the Geolink, I see. Chimo or Chimo. Sounds good. I will use both interchangeably then. Updated percentages in the Discord from Axon. Let's go take a look. So according to Shrey, oh, that actually solidifies a lot of things. Can I just show you guys this? Yeah. So these are the numbers according to Shrey. So, FearX, according to Shrey, now have a 98% chance of making playoffs. FaZe will lock in playoffs with any win. Furia will lock in playoffs with a 7-0 win, and Furia will be very likely to qualify with any other win. G2 are G2 mathematically out yet? I don't think they are. I think G2 technically have a 0.001% chance or something of qualifying. DarkZero will lock in playoffs if they 7-0, and they have a 50-50 chance if they get any other win. Wildcard, lock in playoffs guaranteed with a win. Secret will lock in playoffs with a 7-0 or have a 50-50 shot if they just win. Axon, please round better. G2 are out because FearX won. Okay, thank you, Spurboony. So G2 are officially eliminated from R6 Reload. What's up, Star of Cake? You come from YouTube, you love the videos. You came to ask, why do people place mirror windows on the wall, on the IT wall in Nighthaven? Is it for can openers? The Start of Cake. I have great news for you. I literally have a YouTube video that answers this exact question. Now, I will give you the answer. I'm not going to make you watch the YouTube video, but I'm going to plug myself before I give you that answer. Hold on. If you go to the video titled, I asked the #1 coach in North America how to play Mira, we go over every single bomb site and talk about every single pro Mira spot on Nighthaven, including the IT Mira, which Mint and I talk about right now. The long and short of it is that it is very awkward to open a wall with the Mira window here. Thermite is going to have to go on upside down rappel. Ace is going to have to use like multiple charges. Haban's going to have to use multiple charges. And no matter who you are, it makes it very risky because you can now toss Nitro cells out of this window and kill the Hard Breacher before they have a chance to pop the wall. And on the map of Nighthaven Labs, the IT wall is by far the most important wall on the entire map. It is absolutely critical if you're holding top floor. It is absolutely critical if you're holding storage. So teams will put as many resources as possible to keeping this wall closed, including very oftentimes putting a mirror window on it just to make it more awkward, more difficult, and more threatening for the attackers. But a better, fuller explanation from Mint is in this video, so I encourage you to go watch that. Great question. You know, if I didn't know better, I would assume that that's like a bot that I made to come let me plug my own shit.
FearX victorious. What a match we had on layer.
The same window sometimes gets played on CC wall and club. That type of window is very common across the board. Outside wall mirror windows, as I like to call them, which is a clunky term. We need a better term. But those style of mirror windows are incredibly popular, specifically by Brazilian teams. FaZe Clan, Liquid, and Furia love putting windows on like outside walls. So that includes the IT wall, that includes some of the garage walls on Nighthaven, that includes the garage wall on Consulate, that includes CC wall on Clubhouse, that includes Jacuzzi wall on Clubhouse. I've seen Liquid put that wall on the Con single wall on Clubhouse. I think it was Liquid. It actually might have been Furia. Regardless. You see it a lot from Brazilian teams. Other regions will do it as well, of course, but it's most common in Brazil. But you'll see it a lot. Now, a new message from Hale, which I'm sure will be a great message. It says, "Hey, Jesse, I hate your stream and content. Can you link anywhere else you post your content so I can block them?" Thank you, Hale. Amazing tack from Dark 4 rounds in a row. Yeah, honestly, good point. DarkZero can absolutely still make it.
That's what changed. The Monty came coming in for a perfect execution. And the biggest issue with that is after that round,
DarkZero basically just need to win their game, and then they have a decent chance of making it. Longtime YouTube viewer here came to ask how many aces Spoit has gotten so far in his professional career. Also a YouTube video on my channel, !YouTube, if you want to go take a look. And you know what? I'll just do it for you. Go take a look. IDK G2 looked better yesterday. G2 definitely looked better yesterday.
It was just a wonderful matchup, and for that, we need to go to Maria for a quick interview.
FearX is playing in the arena. How cool is that? I'm really happy for you guys.
Okay, the casters are all acting like it's locked. It's not locked.
I cannot cuss on live, but you know what I mean.
Both Dev Marta and now Maria are talking like this is a guarantee. It is not guaranteed that these guys are locked to playoffs. I just want to make that very clear.
It was the first layer that you guys played in Reload, so it seems like you were cooking something, preparing something for this moment.
Yeah, we was very big confidence about layer because our scrim recently was so good, and then we have many scrims in bootcamp, so we make a very high confidence about layer. So when we gonna talk about our map bans, just DarkZero's, we have a very prepared with this, so let's go do that with them. So, and then we just choose layer. Yeah.
They choose layer, so they, you know, just choose the wrong map for them, the right map for you. Did you guys did bootcamp in Brazil?
Yeah, 1 week. Yeah, 1 week, just 1 week.
1 week, it was good. Did you see any improvements from the bootcamp?
Yeah. This here region have a very good scrims. Better than Asia.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so we very try to hard, like play many scrims on here and try to improve our important things. So we improve many things. Yeah.
It worked, you know. You just won the game. You were playing in the arena. Also, Dark paused the game to say to you guys that BDS was gaining a lot of confidence. What else did you notice at that point of the game?
DarkZero just to us, just do like same things, but stop to playing individually. Like me at maybe 7 round me diaper that wasn't right. That point, like that point, don't play like individually, just playing together, just in hasa pa caralho. Yeah.
He just cussed it in Portuguese. No, I'm not going to translate that. Yeah, just play as a group.
Bro drops a Portuguese swear on the broadcast. All right.
So Coded and Woogieman on your team. How's it feels?
That 2 guys is very nice. I think that join our team is very good point for us because Ugiman have a very good core and chill have a very good chill moment for him. And then Kochi have a good advantage like a gunfight and try to something gunfight. That is a good point for us. So the balance gonna be very good for now. And then they make we going to win this game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So congratulations, Mephi. You're in the arena. Congratulations.
Dude, this is going to be so awkward if all the talent told FearX they're in the arena and then DarkZero 7-0 and they're not. The odds of that happening are very low, but it is going to be incredibly embarrassing for Blast Ubisoft if that ends up happening. Dude, all of the talent are saying they're officially qualified. Just to be clear, they're not. Unless Sprabuni is wrong, but Sprabuni is always right, and has famously never been wrong ever. But as somebody who knows how talent get their information, there's a higher chance of talent being wrong than Sprabuni being wrong. Let me just say that. Jaeger Wolf, first time chatter. Welcome to the stream. What do I think the impact of Fabian to M80 will be for the NA League? I think it could be nothing but positive. This M80's core has already shown that they have what it takes to win big tournaments. If Fabian can just make them consistent, bro. Like, I'm not saying it will happen, but like M80 I think have the best roster they've ever had and could definitely become like the best team in the world. Some poor guy, another first-time chatter. Is there any chance there's a tier list to determine which operators are the best according to math? Exclamation point YouTube, yes sir. Can we get Blaze Best banned, please, chat? There we go.
As they were known back in the day, playing against Damonkia, which is the current team that
The next game is the Brazilians, right? Is it Furia FaZe? No, I'm actually full of shit. That's the last game of the day. The next game is Secret versus Wildcard. Any win for Wildcard will lock them in. For Secret, it's going to depend, but they want the best scoreline possible. And a 7-0 would lock in Secret. But any Wildcard win locks them in. Don't say it's a hate crime against Blaze. I literally insta-unbanned him.
I'll say this, Yavle was almost 4 years ago. I don't know if you realize how long that is for an esports player.
I can tell. I lost my hair also.
Yeah, and we retired, both of us. So you can imagine, like, you know, a professional player, usually the length of the carry is 2 to 3 years.
Does Australia have yellow road lines? It was in the GeoGuessr yesterday and I got it wrong. I'm pretty sure Australia does not have any yellow road lines. It might have it extremely rarely, but I don't think so. Do I want score by breakdown of chances? Sprabuni is not wrong. Hell yeah. Blaze, no. It's fine, Axon. As long as I'm correct in saying just like the better scoreline is better.
One holding the bottom of the stairs, forcing a pick, which in turn makes BDS have to make a play to try to push him off of the stairs. But here's the other shotgun right at the door. So the way that Mephi and Rin are aggressively using
it is a match between two Brazilians, Dash and Twister. Facts.
We haven't necessarily seen been played, and they consistently did it.
Yeah, Wildcard have a very high chance of being the only NA team in playoffs. Because even if DarkZero win, it's going to be like kind of a coin flip if they make it or not. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but it's going to basically come down to round diff between like DarkZero and Secret, assuming both DZ and Secret win their games. Well, I don't know. DarkZero, Secret are all kind of in the same spot, right? DarkZero, Secret, and Furia are all at 7 points. So if all of them win, it's basically going to come down to round diff which of these three teams make it. Because I think only one of them can make it, right? If all three of them win. No, I guess not. So there's 3 spots. Wait, yeah. There's 3 spots. FearX is going to get one.
only thing you have to problem solve right now.
Wildcard DZ. Fuck, I'm not gonna try to figure it out.
You're gonna see utility is the key here.
No, I will. So FearX are almost certainly in. If Wildcard win, they're in. If FaZe Clan win, they're in.
Flash plus double one onto Mephi. Incredible utility usage and incredible synchronization from BDS. Now, if you look at this, after clearing both of them, what do?
I don't know. I'm gonna just go listen to Alfama.
At the same time, Lasmo still holding green stairs. No one can come up. It's not only the detail. Is not only the utility usage. Is doing it all together at the perfect timing. That was BDS for you. That was not enough to qualify. Sadly, FearX deserves it. Now we're gonna see between Secret and Wildcard who's gonna qualify after a short break.
Get owned extra.
Jesse.
Yes.
Have you seen that Grok has completely had a meltdown, and now when you ask it like any question, it just only talks about white genocide in South Africa?
What?
It has lost its fucking mind. Literally, just go to Twitter and ask Grok like a question about something and be like, Grok, what do you think about this? And it's
okay,
like,
I'm gonna ask.
Only responding about like white genocide.
Grok,
it's so fucking funny.
Who will win the R6 Reload tournament? I'm asking it who's gonna win Reload. Grok, who will win the R6 Reload tournament? Predicting the winner of R6 Reload 2025 is tricky since the event is ongoing and no definitive winner has been announced. Okay, it wrote me 3 paragraphs, 4 paragraphs. It didn't mention white people or South Africa or genocide.
Where'd you ask it?
On Twitter.
So you just tweeted it?
What? No, I went to Grok and I tweeted it. I asked him.
Oh, it's people are like going, like people are responding.
Oh, when you at him?
When you at Grok and be like, yeah, explain this. And it's just like, but it's like, it's saying that white genocide doesn't exist. It's like spitting in Elon Musk's face. But I mean, like, yeah, it's like, it's going haywire. Like, go in the Twitter search function and look up like Grok and like South Africa or something like that. There's so many of them. A guy made a post about it and then like in the thread started asking Grok, and Grok was like responding to every single comment in the thread being like, yeah, like I get that, but on your point about white genocide, and it's like nobody asked about white genocide.
I'm just going.
Be right back. Check my blood sugar.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not seeing it, but I believe it's happening somewhere. Grok has like kind of been giving out woke opinions for a while, hey? I feel like this has been pretty consistent with Grok. What does Showcat do? Showcat will make me show you the cat, but only if the cat is in the room. And right now, there is no cat in the room. So currently, hitting Showcat would get you scammed. Don't say that Elon is training Grok off my stream to make it less woke. Congratulations, Elon. You have been scammed. Okay, this is a 4-minute timer. I'm going to play the GeoGuessr that I gave to you. Fuck. I would hydrate, but my water bottle is literally empty. Okay, well, Axon's redeeming Get Cat anyways. Fine. Fine. I will get the cat and fill up my water then. I'll be RB. Alright, here's your hydrate. I'll have you know, Spawny was lounging in the sun, and so you have forced her to wake up. She does look a little grumpy, doesn't she? She does look a little grumpy.
Come here. Here.
What breed is Spawny? I have no idea. She's brown.
Here.
She is a little chonk for sure.
Come here.
But she's like 25 years old. That's not true. But she's like in her 20s, we think. So, she can be chonky.
Give me the ball. Give me the ball.
Azazel, I'm going to unmod you. Don't stoke these flames.
Come here.
You think? Yeah, we don't know her exact age because we didn't get her as a kitten. And the previous owners also just didn't know her name, apparently. But the vet estimates that she's over 20. We've had her for like over 10 years.
Boy.
Give you his mod. Listen, I'd mod Blaze 10 times before I mod Extra. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. Looks no older than 27. That's probably true.
Oh, ball dropped. Boogie ball.
I know you can't see much of her, but
Oh boy.
this is the comfiest she's gonna be, while still being on the cam. Also, Parker can't hear anything I'm saying because I'm not pushing my push to talk because I'm petting Spawny with 2 hands.
Yeah.
Aren't I? Aren't I? She's shedding
playing
everywhere
fetch with
though.
the cat.
I'm also petting Spawny. Your cat's like 18 and he's so skinny. You're glad mine's a good size. Yeah, Spawny's always been chunky, girl. We've tried to put her on diets and stuff, but she just loves food.
What was my blood sugar? It was 6.0.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with Parker because I'm going to use the bathroom.
FearX were victorious 7-5, a wonderful game that we got to see on Lair. We broke all of it down. There's so many records alone that were broken in this, being the fact that now 3 teams from the APAC.
I promise you, Blaze, I take great care of my cat. I'm going to use the bathroom. Please entertain the chatters.
Okie dokie. Aww.
Yeah, and I was talking to Frank yesterday. Obviously, it's definitely not the result he expected. He's been wanting to go to an international LAN event for so long. He's been one of the stars of tomorrow, the up-and-coming prospects from Europe, and he really wanted to go to that main stage. I feel like it's the sense of an achievement.
A beautiful
there.
redheaded boy. Look at that.
Achievement of facing
I'm talking about my cat.
In my opinion, that's something I told them yesterday.
Hey,
you can be proud of
it's
going
soaking
all
wet.
5
All right, come
rounds.
here.
You can be proud of having faced so many good opponents.
Come here.
It's going to be better for you to come back later in the tournament, in the season.
I really love the way Lune was comforting him because a good coach will always know when they need to be able to be there for the team. Obviously, you're focused on the game, but at the end of a devastating loss, regardless of the situation, the game plan going in, you have to be the mental coach too at the end of the day. You essentially are the parental figure for your 5 players because they're all young up-and-coming talent. They haven't necessarily experienced trials, triumphs, defeats, but Lune's been there on that stage before, so she understands in a way what the players are going through. So her, any coach, that is a good quality that you need
He's
to
a good
have
cat.
to be able to keep your spirits high for your players.
He's a Bengal, so he kind of looks like a
Because there's more games
tiger.
to come. Not at this tournament for BDS, but
6.0 is pretty low. No, as long as like average resting glucose
Ever since I can remember anything
is like
about
5 to
Rainbow Six, she has
5.5.
been a
If
big
it's
part
under
of the
5, then
French
it's a
senior
little
PC
too
and
low.
international one of Siege. These are esports commandee for 2024 back in Sao Paulo. And actually, a few days ago, Maria sat down with her to have a little chat. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Lilo, the coach from BDS, and that you also the only woman working around here, so I'm really glad that we were talking. So how's it for you to be a coach? You know, when did you start it? Are you liking your life as a coach?
It's great. I started back in 2018.
I like both of these ladies, by the way. They're excellent at their jobs.
And then I swapped to
Our
being
scene
a
is much
coach.
better for having both of them.
I started as an analyst, actually.
Ignoring
and
the
then
whole
I
like
realized that I wanted
representation
to
aspect.
actually more like work on guiding players, working on psychology as well. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's very stimulating. It's very interesting. It's a challenge of every day. It's different with every single player you work with and every staff you work with. So like it's very stimulating. I really like it. Really like it.
You mentioned that you studied psychology, right?
Kind of. I'm not studying psychology, but it's like you get into the surface of psychology. You have to, but it's just like working with humans. That's it.
Obviously,
that
just
also, I guess,
having
helps you with being
somebody
a coach.
who
I mean, sometimes you
looks
have to
different
consider
from the majority
players, you know?
is beneficial.
You never
Representation
want
matters to
have
people who don't feel
babysit them, but
represented.
we work with young,
Right? Like
young
if you're
men, right?
not
Like, we work
a
with
young
really
white
young
guy
players, and
watching
you
esports,
have to
you're gonna
teach them
feel like
some things
your
about
people
life that they
aren't
can apply in their
able
job
to
as,
make
like,
it the
professional
same way
athletes.
that if
Like,
you know you're a young white
part
guy.
of it.
That's very important. Also, we are in Reload, so
Just
that
having
means we are
women
in
be
Rio de
present on the
Janeiro.
broadcast
Do you like your staying?
signals to people
Yeah, I mean, so far I
that
haven't been able to visit
it doesn't
much.
matter what
I would love to,
your gender is
but
or
we arrived and then right away
sex
after,
is.
like we arrived
What
on
matters
an
is that
evening and the
you
next
are
day we
capable
had
of making
media
it,
the
and,
whole day,
and
so
having a
I've
constant
seen
reminder to
Sao
people
Paulo
that hey,
before.
there's nothing
It's my first time in
abnormal about
Rio,
having a
haven't been
woman
able
be
to
involved
visit,
in
but I do want
esports is important.
Okay, okay.
The thing is that representation
neither I.
matters irrespective
We've
of skill.
just been working a lot,
But
right?
Maria is
and
ostensibly
also
good at her job,
BDS has
as is
a
Lilu.
great history in
So
Siege,
it's not just that
and
we have
you are the new coach.
two women
So
taking part
do
in our
you
esport
feel
at a
under
very high
pressure
level.
because of that?
Maria is
Do you
obviously,
feel the need
you know,
to keep that
doing
good
the Brazil
history?
broadcast 95% of the
I would
time.
say the first week I was under pressure.
Parker's saying a good thing, but I'd rather let women speak.
Because it is BDS. It's a great org. They have a great history. But truly what you need to think about BDS is that they build the team from scratch before. That's what we're doing. So let's not compare their last day within BDS with our first day within BDS. And I'm just thinking about the future. We have a great foundation, great basis. The org is incredible. Back us up, offer us everything we need to put the team in the best conditions. So this is great.
And you have a great team to work, so also that helps.
Yeah, that helps. That helps for sure.
Well, the future is now, what do we like to say? Because the future begins with our third...
All right.
Jesse, mute me. I can't hear Jesse talking if Jesse's talking.
I muted you because I want to listen to women. But I
didn't know you were back, so you could have communicate that.
I mean,
you told me to entertain them, and then immediately that interview came on, so I started talking about it.
No, you're fine. I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
They played against Loud, they played against Liquid, they played against MAT, and they beat all three of them. And by the way, the MAT win, that was a 7-1 on Clubhouse.
But I did like what she said about not comparing the last day of the old team on BDS to the first day on this team under BDS. Like,
yeah,
it is a good point that originally, like, BDS were not immediately the greatest team in the world. It took a couple of roster changes, a couple of years to get to where they are now, and wow, old BDS, and now new BDS need that time too.
Well, what have they been able to load in for today? They're actually
Maria's worked a lot on her English to get to this point.
They've been saving it until this final day. 6 bullets.
So it's good to see her. It's good to see her excelling in her. I don't want to say new role, but in at least a language that she's not used to working in.
New language for sure, yeah. This is definitely this is her first time officially being on any English broadcast, as far as I'm aware.
Every single event up to Reload, we've seen him be that star player for the team.
She might have had like cameos before, but it's her first time like actively working the English broadcast.
Yes, they've been dominating teams, they've been putting up great scores, but they need to be able to.
I wonder, is she also working the Brazilian broadcast at the same time? Is she pulling double duties?
I'm not sure. don't know. I can't see why.
Because they knock out a team on the other side.
I mean, maybe they just want her focusing her full energy on the English side of things. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not like Brazil is short for talent, dude. Brazil like literally just like poops out a new caster every week. I'm actually in such awe of that region. It's insane. But
yeah, for sure.
like we have to scrape the bottom of the barrel to get Flynn to come in now and then, and they can just have 6 people better than Flynn just currently developing in a lab.
Wildcard on the other side, a team that also surprised and loaded so many bullets throughout. They gained.
You feel like her English improved a lot the last few days? Could have been the nerves, but it definitely improved. I don't know. I mean, she interviewed Nick and I in Yanshirping, and I thought her English was fine. There were a couple little things that she didn't really seem to understand that we said, but I mean, like, she's learning a new language, man. Like, the fact that she was even that close to fluent and all in the first place is worthy of some pretty serious praise. What's up, Emix? Nice to see you. My Wednesday has been going pretty well. The Leafs play tonight. Survivor is on tonight. I get to hang with my, semi-pal Jesse.
Okay, friend would be fine. Buddy, friend, buddy, pal, semi-pal feels like a little bit,
Dick boy, and he's always
little
like,
bit extra.
Jesse's fine. Jesse's fine.
It would be fine. Just wanted to put that out there that it would be okay.
Chad, do you prefer Jesse or do you prefer Dick boy? Dude, Joe's not going anywhere, man. I think Joe's going to win. I had so much hopes for this cast, and this has been such a dreadfully boring season.
You're talking about Survivor,
Girls
right?
Alliance, man. Thomas, Shaheen, and Joe. Let's fucking roll. These guys are going to be amazing, and now it's just been such a...
Damn right, Thunders.
I literally watched Survivor, and it has the same impact on me this season as listening to Jesse on the analyst desk.
Who was the... Survivor was only good when it had that guy that nobody liked. Russell. Bring back Russell.
Russell Hantz. Russell Hantz.
Survivor's fucking bad and woke if Russell ain't there.
Dude, why do you have Dick censored in your chat?
I don't. Do I?
You said that everybody who types Dick Boy was getting timed out.
Yeah, I might. Actually, I might.
Fucking idiot.
I don't know, dude. It's auto mod. I didn't set that shit. Dick. No, Dick is fine.
Yes, you absolutely can't. You set auto mod.
Kimix just said Dick in my chat, so it's not censored. Dick Boy might be instead of Dick, but it's auto mod. Like, I didn't set that.
This is cultural Marxism.
Okay. No free speech at twitch.tv/JessieJChick. That's damn right, bro. That is weird. No, Blaze can say Dick Boy. Sprabuni has allowed Dick Boy to be said in my chat.
Hey,
free the people.
You just said his name right. Can we get some claps in the chat, please? We need some claps in the chat for Jesse. Jesse said Sprabuni's name right. We're making progress. Let's go!
Thank you. You know, I worked hard to be here.
Look at this growth.
I worked hard to be here. I'd like to thank Sprabuni for sure for finally, after 3 years, telling me how to pronounce his name.
He didn't tell you.
I
told you many times you were saying it wrong.
And he
no. Defended it.
No. Let's fucking set the record straight. If you tell me his name is one thing, and I've been calling him one thing for 3 years, and he's never corrected me or tell me I'm wrong, I'm gonna assume that you're just a fucking idiot and wrong. Okay? I do not.
He introduced himself to us as Sprabuni.
No, he introduced himself over text to me. I've known him longer than you have.
We have worked real events with him as a human being.
And I've known him for far longer than that. Far longer than that. I got introduced to him over text. He didn't walk up to me and say, "Hi, I'm Sprabuni." I knew I walked up to him and I said, "Oh, you're Sprabuni." Probably. I actually don't remember us meeting necessarily.
Oh yeah, that's right. You weren't at Yanshirping.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Idiot.
Shut up.
Something like that, probably, dude. You don't have a clue when we met? I know.
Is it Charlotte?
Berlin, maybe? I think it was Berlin.
Berlin.
He was definitely at Berlin. I remember him at Berlin. I think that was probably Berlin when we first met in person, Sprabuni. Berlin first day of playoffs, yeah. Because yeah, you weren't at Charlotte.
Those are some long toes there, buddy. We'll verify and take a look later. Anyways, how you dude?
That's kind of
in the pool. That's just how it is, gents. We gotta.
Do I remember first meeting you, Axon? It would have just been in Edmonton, I'm sure. Was it when we went to that Mexican restaurant?
I'm not gonna lie here. He's been kind of terrible this event. For Doom standards, I mean, you guys are going easy.
That's my earliest memory of hanging out with Axon IRL. It was? Hell yeah, I do remember then.
I remember meeting you. I think the first time we met was Yan Ping. Feel free to correct me, Sprabuni, but that is my first memory of us meeting. Maybe Berlin. I can't remember when we first. I actually can't remember which one came first. Those events all kind of just blend together for me.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to you on the stairs in Berlin. Okay.
Parker, do you remember when you and I first met? There's two answers to this that are kind of right.
Wasn't the first time that we met in Montreal?
That was technically the second time we met. But that's like the other correct answer.
What?
Technically the first time we met was in Atlantic City because we were both sitting in the crowds and
You were there with your mom, right?
Yeah, I was there with my mom and you were there with Kix. And I turned around and I started talking to you. And you didn't say much, but I had a conversation with Kix there. And then, obviously, I was just a fan at that point. I don't even know if I told you my name. And then, like, a year or two later, yeah, we met in Montreal. When you walked into the house that Flynn, me, and Hunter Cash were living in, that was just a fucking mess of a place.
That was the worst.
Yeah.
The third time I met you was at the state capitol on January 6th, where I was trying to prevent a riot from happening, and you were insisting it go on.
And I convinced you to join in, which was a big moment for you. That was a big growth moment.
The fourth time we met was at our state capital, Ottawa, when you were the you were the co-chair of the March for Life to stop abortion and strip women of their rights.
That was not at all what I was. I was there for Alberta sovereignty.
The fourth time when you got flown in. And then the fifth time was when you drove an 18-wheeler all the way as part of the Freedom Convoy.
That I was in.
Parked and participated in all manner of shenanigan. How you doing, Spencer? Nice to see you. Emix, thank you for the 4 months. Really greatly appreciated. Welcome back. I've been having a great day. You were pressing Blaze earlier? Isn't Blaze a woman?
Blaze is a black man, and he typed something not allowed in the chat, so I timed him out and then unbanned him. Blaze is not a woman.
That's where the smoke comes in. Right here on those CEO windows, that's where that smoke is the most powerful operator.
I feel like a DEI chatter. You're the DEI VIP in the stream for sure, Blaze.
Jesse has no ass. Is that what you banned him for?
No.
What did he say that you banned him for?
He said he called little people a midget.
By the fourth time, there's no smokes left. With Tashanka, you have 20 Molotovs, which means you cannot just cheese a CEO window.
I mean, small person.
Is unless Tashanka gets killed, or you have insane.
I'm reading his chat logs. It's so good.
There you go.
You can't call them midgets, but you can call them dwarves. Dwarves is still like the preferred, like, professional nomenclature, isn't it?
I don't know.
I thought dwarfism is like the official terminology.
Yeah, I think it is. Do you know my favorite fact about whatever the correct term is for those people?
What?
Little people have regular-sized penises because dwarfism is a bone disease. So they just have massive schlongs in comparison.
Yeah, they're tripods. They got a kickstand, dude. Haven't you seen all those jokes from like fucking Austin Powers like 20 years ago in Gold Member when
Bro, I didn't
Caine
watch
is
Austin
talking-
Powers.
Michael Caine is talking to Mini-Me and he's making all jokes about his penis.
I didn't watch Austin Powers.
It's like, bloody me, you're a fucking tripod. It looks like he said it looks like a baby's arm holding an apple.
All right, Parker. If Wildcard win this game, no matter what, they are headed straight to playoffs.
Yep.
For Secret.
Whoa, Woogie Man looks a little different. So does Good Boy. Whoa.
For Secret, if they win this game, they have a good chance, depending on the scoreline. The only way they're mathematically locked in on the side of Secret is if they 7-0, but even if they get like a 7-5, they have a decent chance.
At least they got the country of origin for Freck correct.
Isn't Freck Dutch? I don't think they did.
Is he Dutch? I thought he was French.
No, I'm pretty sure Freck is Dutch. Wow, Parker. So all French people and Dutch people are the same to you? Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, wow.
And then when you merge French and Dutch people, you get Belgium.
That's so true. Who all speak Belgian?
They don't speak Belgian.
Yes, they do.
They Flemish.
They speak Belgian.
Okay.
Wait, genuinely, they don't speak Flemish, do they? Is that a language? I thought they spoke Dutch or French or German. I'm waiting on our official Benelux chatter, Sprabuni. Flemish is Dutch.
It's a dialect. It's a sub-dialect of Dutch.
Interesting. Okay. So I was right saying they speak Dutch and French and German.
You love how unhinged this stream is?
Unhinged.
Michael Caine, who is Austin Powers' father, Mike Myers' father in Gold Member, which I maintain is the funniest of the three movies, which usually gets me yelled at. The Austin Powers trilogy is an incredible series. Anyway, Michael Caine meets Mini-Me, who is played by Troy, oh my god, Vernon, whatever his last name is. He's dead now, unfortunately. But
I will not bend to your wills, Blaze. Anyway, best 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He meets Mini-Me, and they have to do like a medical examination in the movie.
Sorry, but I just won't.
And he starts talking about the size of Mini-Me's penis. And is basically just like, you're like a tripod, aren't you? Like, how big is it? And he's like, my god, it's like a baby's arm holding an apple.
Is Spro wrong?
You should watch the Austin Powers movies.
Is FearX qualified? Is that what Spro's wrong about?
Belgians are your enemy. You know a lot about them. Why are they your enemy?
I'm gonna ban you again, Blaze.
You dislike the fat bastard character in its entirety. Let me guess, you're Scottish. As somebody who has more Scottish family than Canadian family, I can tell you that fat bastard is a perfect encapsulation of Scotland.
FearX is not qualified. Great.
It is Baby Shark top floor, the two roamers working together.
Bay's been spotted a few times here as well. He's being held at the moment from outside that Visa single window. I believe that was Noah. Meanwhile, June is watching the deeper angle.
Not thrilled by these Secret attacks so far, to be honest with you.
I mean, I haven't really been thrilled with Secret as a team so far through most of this event.
I don't know. I like a lot of their... I don't know. I liked them a lot last year. I don't mind their roster moves. Ignoring the whole CEO making fun of his player for losing thing. Like, I don't actually hate the changes they made. I am a little shocked Adrian is still on this team, but...
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. He is a good player online.
Max is lying on my mouse pad right now, so I am not able to use my mouse.
Adrian's been awful at every event he's gone to. It was not just last event.
I honestly think he's only ever had like one good map. So
he was very average. He was, I think, -1 KD overall in Manchester. Then in Montreal and in Boston, he was horrendous. He was like -30 in both.
Dude, he was like in the ground in Montreal.
Yes. He was just as bad in Boston.
Poor.
Yeah, I really like Twister. Twister's one of my favorite people that I get to see at events. Let's listen to him.
For the other side, once we are doing the third ban, so that's fine. The thing that I want you guys to focus right now is recompose yourself, brief once I'm speaking, and focus into the flanks. Let them come to us and we punish them coming, you know. Let's try to keep it up with the plan that we have. And we let the person that will be punishing them come into us because they won't do shit, you know. We are trying to move around to try to punish them, and we are being punished onto that. We have a good plan, and I trust our plan as well, and I'm pretty sure you guys as well. So let's go with that.
Yeah.
Let's try to follow into that sides. Piano now, what you guys want to go for? The bait or the... Yeah, the bait or the other?
So there's a lot of things that are being
That feel
said,
good?
of course, as we always
Yeah, you like
to
chin
see,
scratches,
compose
eh?
yourself, breathe, like don't be so tensed up. And talking
yeah.
about like how they want their opponents of Wildcard to make the mistakes. Looking back at that round though, I don't feel like Wildcard was showing.
He's like melting. He's just like falling because of how good this feels. You go, boy.
That's what Indy does too. Sometimes the scratches will be so good she falls off your lap and you've got to catch her. She just has full trust in you to like not let her fall.
Holding the cutoff somewhere. Let's say, for example, the main lobby door where Bay was playing, Secret were missing an Anvil. They kept shoving the roamers back, shoving them back.
That is really odd to do attack timeout after losing 2 attacks on Consulate, one of the most defender-sided maps.
Spiral stairs, bottom
Yeah.
for example. I mean, it's easier said than done.
It is way easier said than done, but I feel like if their plan is to let
Your cat falls and puts your claws into you to catch himself. Maybe he's secretly Dutch and he just hates you, Spraboony. Or not Dutch, Belgian.
I need to brush him.
Yeah, it's getting warm.
Air
Cats are gonna
there's
shed
air
like
is
crazy.
Exploding off him.
Yep. It's gonna happen every spring.
So we like to like sit / like lay on our couch and watch like TV or Netflix or play the Steam Deck or Switch or whatever. But the back of the couch is not like it's not like a solid couch. Like the back of the couch is like 3 like cushions that are part of the couch, but like they have sag to them.
Okay, yeah.
Because you know how some couches have like the very hard
Yeah.
back. Anyway, so he'll climb up on the couch and he will lie between us on the back couch cushion. Like he'll loaf and he'll just lie there and he'll fall asleep. But every now and then we'll like give him like rubs under the chin. And the other day he was laying there and his eyes were closed and we were scratching under his chin and he just slowly started to like tilt to the side off the couch, like onto the ground, not onto us. And he like woke up midway through and did like the panicked cat face and like put his claws out and he like tried to grab himself, and unfortunately like his claws aren't terribly sharp, but he made like lines down the back of the cushion as he like fell off the couch onto the ground. So there's like like action marks from how he collapsed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Chat redeemed Showcat a couple minutes ago, and the reason why I didn't get Indy, because usually I get Indy because she's just easier to move. The reason I didn't get Indy is because she was in her favorite spot, which is she's made a hole in the bottom of the couch, and she climbs up into the couch and sleeps like within the fucking springs and stuff underneath. So we gotta be careful not to like sit on her when she's in the couch.
You should block that off.
No, she loves it.
I know. Our old cat.
She'll be fine.
used
There's
to
your hydrate.
sleep Our old cat used to climb into the one closet that's in this room, but it's like the closet's kind of L-shaped. So she would climb into like the end nook of it, which is where like my partner keeps all of her like out of season clothes. So like boots if it's summer, like flip flops and stuff if it's winter. And she like the old cat would like climb on the shoes and like bury herself. And and she did this at my partner's old place too. So there were like days where we'd be like, "Where's the cat?" And we would spend like a solid 20 minutes.
Oh! So winnable. It's only 20 seconds.
Dash is 7-1, dude.
Adrian's like doesn't really have impact. He's got to sprint down spiral.
I don't like Dash's positioning here. I think he loses the swing.
No, this is
never
fine.
mind.
This is fine. Position is great.
This is amazing. This is amazing. Hide.
Yep. Dude, he played it perfectly. He actually played that perfectly. I love Dash. What a fucking goat. Greatest pickup of all time. Nobody ever doubted it.
Win the round too. Where are you at? I just finished the round. I think you're ahead of me.
No, I don't think so. I just ended the round 2.
Okay, we'll do the timer afterwards. But yeah, the amount of times where it's like, where's the cat? And then it's like you tear the house apart. And it's like, oh, she's just sleeping in the closet.
Yeah, we do that every now and again too, but like we've learned her spots. So like even when she's hiding in the couch, like we can just feel under and tell if she's in there or not.
Yeah.
Insecure about their own gun skill capabilities. It started so well.
M80 is out, Epi. They needed a 7-0 win today. I don't know that he had direct information, but he just like knew where people generally plant, especially given where the wall was. God, Dash is so smart, dude.
I know people were like dunking on it, but yeah.
Yeah, people really shit on the wildcard roster moves, and my take was always kind of the same, where it's like, I don't love the roster moves, but I'm gonna trust in what the wildcard guys are doing, and I'm gonna see. You know, I don't rate Dash and Baby Shark that highly personally, but like I'm gonna give them a chance. Like maybe they know something I don't, and like clearly they knew something I didn't, because this roster move looks amazing so far. Like, Dash obviously is extremely accomplished. He was on W7M/Los for all of their big accomplishments. But, like, you ask anybody, and everybody would agree that Dash is, like, the least impactful player on that team. Like, Dash was never the guy that was making big plays or was really receiving any of the spotlight for W7M. It was, like, for W7M, it would be the trio of Lobin, fucking Volps, and Maya. Not Maya. Their other guy fucking got the most frags of anybody in history in one map. Dodez. And then Dots was at least like their shield player. So Dots like would have big shield moments. And then Dash was just like never really talked about on that team. So, like, when Dash moved to Wildcard, it's like, okay, he's a major champion. He's been in some huge games, but, like, was he actually the reason they ever won any of those tournaments? And, like, clearly he played his role. And then Baby Shark, I've only ever watched Baby Shark play, like, 2 maps in my entire life. So I just did not know what to think about Baby Shark.
He's surpassed my expectations.
He's played really well, for sure.
You take your tactical, and then you lose to a clutch like that. I mean, Dash, for God's sake, is 8-1. 4 kills than the rest of his team combined.
What? Adam Foote is being named the new head coach of the Canucks.
I don't know who Adam Foote is.
He's their defensive coach, but he's taking over. I mean, he's a... wait, hold on a second. You don't know who fucking Adam Foote is? One of the best defensemen in the last, like, 30 years?
Who did he play for?
Colorado. He played for Vancouver? Quebec Nordiques, Colorado Avalanche, and then played for the Columbus Blue Jackets at the tail end of his career. He basically played for Colorado his whole career.
I mean, I never really paid attention to the Colorado team, to be honest, until they got
I
good
fucking
enough
love
to
that
play
Colorado
Edmonton.
team. Before I ever liked the Blackhawks, my first team ever was like when it was like Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Patrick Waugh, Adam Foote, Adam Deadmarsh.
It's crazy that
Samus Ozelinch.
your team affiliation just changes with the wind, huh? Colorado, then it goes to Chicago,
because I was a
now it's
goalie growing up, so I really like
Toronto.
Patrick Waugh, right? Like, I've never really like cheered for Toronto. I've always watched them, but I've never been like a Leafs fan. But again, like my affinity with the Blackhawks came from the main place that I used to like skate growing up, which is Bayview Arena, which is like Bayview and Finch, North Toronto. Oh my god.
Big Bay. Big Bay.
the Willowdale Blackhawks was the local team, and like when you're a child, dude, you don't know what any of that shit means. You think I know where Chicago is when I'm fucking like 8 years old? Oh, June missed the Goyo canister too. A calamity of errors for Secret.
It's done. Give Baby Shark the fucking trophy right now. I've seen enough. No, maybe he gets stopped by Elevate, but otherwise I don't see a single team taking down Baby Shark in the playoffs.
No util to speak of. Good luck. Try and plant and pay the swing. We see Baby Shark nice and sound in the bomb site. Has the position unlocked. He swings the door. Yes, no, he's
So correct me if I'm wrong. Well, no. Wildcard will be, if FaZe lose today, Wildcard would be first of the seeds from today, so they would get a first-round matchup against Elevate. If FaZe win, Wildcard should be second seed out of the teams coming through today, so their first-round opponent would be CAG.
Jordy Greep just announced a tour, but it's only in the USA. Fuck, man. I want to see Jordy Greep so bad. Jordy Greep's the main guy from Black Midi that has now broken up, and he has his own solo career, and it's just as good.
Do I know how to skate? Not super well, to be honest with you. But like I can, I won't fall down. Yeah. But I mean, like I can move around without falling down. Kansan's always locked. We just haven't gotten to see Kansan get locked on land for like 8 years because he left Sonics and then never got signed to a decent team.
It reminds me a little bit about that BDS FearX game where the call was guys they're getting really cocky, they're contesting us.
Not a lot of ice rinks in India, Axon.
If the eventual strat that you're going for isn't one that's really time consuming. And on the basement,
If CAG win reload, will I say something woke? I don't even know how you come up with this question. And they spawn peek killed the thermite. Baby Shark! I love them. Dude, they're playing with their food now. That's actually brilliant, man. That means it's going to be so fucking tough to get into garage to plant.
So far, also very quiet in the server. Mowgli and Savage, the only ones like actively on the scoreboard.
Be surprised how few there are.
Now Wildcard can sit back, make them work for it. Vigil hiding in CEO, has a scanner, you got Bay with the Capkin traps as well. Gugabigol comes out so
Black Mid, you don't like Black Midi? I think their music's good. I think it's quite. I think it's a tough listen. You need to be in the right mindset for Black Midi, and you need to be. You need to give it a few go-overs before you can really appreciate it. But Hellfire by Black Midi is probably their most accessible album, and it's excellent. I have a friend from Egypt who may have found a job opportunity in Grand Prairie.
That's tough. I don't wish anybody. I would wish my worst enemy to have to go to Grand Prairie, dude. That place is. That's probably the worst city in Alberta I've been to.
Red Deer disappear?
Red Deer gets a lot of shit, but like I would live in Red Deer 100 times before I try to live in Grand Prairie, bro. That's what all my friends said. Yeah, I feel so bad for your Egyptian friend, but hopefully he enjoys skating. For teams to qualify is just to get the top points in a day. Basically, of all the teams playing today, you just gotta be top 3.
So fucking lost, dude.
This is over. Dude, this is gonna be the 1-7-0 of the day, and it's the only team that doesn't actually care if they get a 7-0 or not. Like, Wildcard are the one team that don't actually need a 7-0, but they're gonna get it anyways.
What is Super Heaven?
Hmm?
Oh, I have to have my tools said. Hello, have you listened to Super Heaven? Pumpkins, nice to see you. Have to have my tools. Nice to see you, Mal. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Hello.
I would rather live in Grand Prairie than Mod Extra.
Is Extra here? I love Extra, man. Where is he?
Oh, he's... I actually don't know if he's here today. But I would rather live in North Korea than Mod Extra, so that's not really a... It's not a statement on Grand Prairie. My fucking GOAT, dude! Dash might be the most underrated player of all time.
They're literally beating a Make-A-Wish team right now, dude. Like, let's relax a
Yeah,
bit.
but they're beating him in like ridiculous ways. Like Dash is pulling shit out of his ass that nobody should be able to win.
Do you not think that a Make-A-Wish kid would not react the same way? You think they're putting up a fight?
Bro, it doesn't matter like what Secret are doing. Dash is making every right decision.
What is it? Like, there's that one, I can't even remember what skit it is, where it's like a Make-A-Wish kid wanted to play like basketball or something. Like they wanted to play like NBA.
Okay.
And like it's a skit show, and it's like they wanted to play like NBA 2K against like Allen Iverson or something, and then Allen Iverson just comes in and just like fucking shits on the kid and just starts shit talking him to his face.
That's funny.
Is it football? I can't remember what sport it is. It might be like football, but it's like it's a Make-A-Wish kid who's like, I really want to like play a game against my hero, and then the hero turns out to be a huge asshole who's just like, yeah, fucking take it.
Perfect way. Yeah. Even tiny minutia like Zoom, he snuck through. Yeah,
Imports are pulling America back into the game. Is it not the most American thing though to take all the best talent from around the world and bring it home?
In assistance for Dash, it just gave him the gap that he needed to sneak behind enemy lines and punish the final two players. One of the best performances from an individual that I've seen in a long time. I know we've only played 5 rounds.
Secret beat MA Loud and Liquid. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Secret are a bad team, to be honest. I think they're playing bad today. I think they've had much better games in this tournament, though.
I think you said that Secret would benefit from a 7-0, right? Like winning 7-0, not losing 0-7. I know, right? Yeah, now it's Wildcard, who just needs any sort of victory. Ironically, the team that is on track to win 7-0.
NA has the interest, NA has the content creators, NA has the viewership, and NA has the sponsors. So even if Brazil is a better region, even if EU is a larger region, NA is the region that helps keep the lights on for this game. Which is just like baffling how bad North America is given the amount of investment. Like, the only leagues where NA dominates are in games where no other regions are present. Like, people are like, dude, NA is so good in like COD, and it's like, yeah, because COD has 2 regions, Britain and North America. Like, that's it.
There's a Spanish team.
They'll be like,
there's a Spanish team in COD League.
Great. Or they'll be like, oh, dude, like, look at how good they are at Rocket League. And I'm like, yeah, because there's like 2 French teams, 1 British team, and then again, everybody else is like American. It's like NA. What are you doing?
Uh-oh.
On, look at this cat.
I'm looking at Joom right now. Never mind. Never mind, I was worried for no reason.
What are you doing?
The classic Savage last alive 1v3 on Monty. They're feeding him kills because they do not respect him. Bobside's down below, by the way.
I don't know what the cat is doing. That's a guitar amp.
Savage has kit. He could go try to plant. Lol.
That's 6 in a row for Wildcard. This has not been a contest. This has been a.
What are you trying to do?
And against
what are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, Nomus. What's going on?
Myself included, looked at Wildcard this tournament and said, look, guys, the only reason they're here is that they're a partner team. Technically true. Secret on the other side have made majors before, have made invitationals. Wildcard, you looked at that.
I will say, Consulate is a map where you can definitely come back from 6-0 down once you move to defense, but Secret don't look in it, and fucking Dash looks deadly, bro. This, to me, doesn't feel like a 6-0 that can be come back from.
Don't know what that cat is doing, man.
FearX, Wildcard, and FaZe or Furia make top 8. Maybe. DZ still have a decent chance as well. If DZ win and Furia win, DZ can beat Furia on round diff.
I did say I wanted to get rid of the orange, but I'd like the cat to not destroy it before I sell it. That's like a $1,400 guitar amp, and you're just using it as a stepping stool. Yeah, I think BreatheBot said something like proper, which is like, with the way that, like, I've said this on the broadcast before, I've said it with Nick, and I've said it with you too, and I've talked about it on stream, is that if you have one player that is just so demonstrably worse than everybody else on the team and everybody else in the lobby, you're like we're at a point in time in the game where dragging a corpse over the finish line of a championship is like impossible. And I said this about the old like Team 1/Los. I said this about Secret. I've talked about it with a number of teams where it's like you need 5 guys who can show up and do well. And what I mean like do well is I mean like even like a 5-5 on a shitty roll is fine. But like going like 1-6, 1-7, 2-8, 2-5, 2-6, like every single match.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you that it's like you're basically playing a 4v5, right? And it's like we're past that point. When you get that close, and BDS has been a big culprit of this, when you get that close in skill, and BDS has 1 or 2 guys that struggle, obviously the roster doesn't really have that problem anymore, but they used to. Ooh.
Yeah.
You're never going to win the big one. And it's like, I look at Secret, and it's like, I don't understand why they kept Adrian on this roster. I mean, Joom has had a really terrible event as well. Let's call a spade here. Oh my god, Joom.
But it's Adrian's 3rd worst event in a row. And
yeah,
I just went back.
Adrian has been like...
Or yeah,
Adrian has been very bad.
I just went back and looked at all the games. Adrian has been negative in every single game Secret have played, even the ones where they've won. They've won 3 of their 4 games so far.
Again, being negative on his role is not necessarily bad, because if he goes like 6-7, technically that's negative.
Yep.
On his role, a 6-7 would be okay.
And he has a couple 6 and 7s, to be clear. He hasn't been dog shit bottom of the leaderboard in every game. But last game and this game, when the pressure is the highest, when things matter, he has been like abysmally bad on the KD.
He has not been good, and I think that's like the big thing here. Is it's like the bar for Adrian is, well, some of his games haven't been as bad.
Exactly.
And if that's the metric that you're using, if that's the measuring stick by which you are comparing these players, you're in really, really brutal shape. Like
yesterday he got 3 kills. Today he's looking at 2. We'll see.
Yeah, he's putting up Uno numbers, dude. Like those are so bad. Like
yeah.
Again, the health bars of Mocha and 7
Yeah.
so low, but time utility is very much against Spiker. He's got no green beast to help.
This shouldn't be winnable, but it's Secret, so it could be.
Secret look to shut down what has looked to be a flawless game from Wildcard. It all rests
G2 won a ring with Blur. Okay, name a single player on Team Secret right now who's as good as Doki, and then name a second one who is as good as Benjamaster. You can't. These are not the same team.
Yeah.
Wildcard, they got all tools here at their disposal. Tag timeout as well, of course. This C4 is funny because like they hear the rip, they run away, and they get hit by it. Kind of like Doom on that basement bombs that happens.
I also don't know if that G2 roster with Blur could win in today's meta. Like, with FaZe and Furia being as good as they are and Falcons being as good as they are, I don't think G2 with Blur could compete. I think when G2 won with Blur, they won it at a time where like the rest of the competition just wasn't as strong. The only other like good team was like probably W7M. That's not true. They weren't the only other good team, but like they were the toughest competition, and they had not figured everything out yet when G2 were at their
that
peak.
particular point in time, the competition was quite weak. We were still coming out of COVID. We really hadn't had a lot of international events. The meta had seen a sizable swing. Like, keep in mind, that Astralis team made a top 4 run.
Yes.
Like, that Koi Rogue team.
They were probably the 3rd best team in the world, to be honest, Koi.
Yeah. Yeah. And they got beat by that Astralis team who went on this miracle run. Like, crazy things happen, but like, I don't know. I look at SI 2023 and I'm just kind of like, yeah, like obviously it was a good match, and it was a good for the storyline. Like Nick and I casting, we weren't supposed to cast the finals. We ended up getting it, and then G2 wins. It just kind of felt like a full circle moment to say goodbye to SI and Montreal. But see, even the Claymore things are the color of the teams now, by the way.
Interesting.
That was the point I was making earlier today.
Yeah,
the Claymore wire, when it was put down by Wildcard, or the Claymore laser is orange. Yeah, I mean, that was a weird event. W7M did definitely seem like they
Here
were
we
on
go,
the precipice,
Dash.
and it just seems like they kind of bottled it. But like that honestly feels like W7M should.
Dash.
Right, Dash.
Dash.
Come on, Dash.
I mean, you can't flash because it's a Warden.
It's still very winnable.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Spiker can plant. He's got the space to do it. There's nobody above.
Jum and Noah were on a combined 2 kills last round.
Spiker can't plant.
Spiker's been down by Noah, but doesn't seem to have much information. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
We'll see. Tertiary site's where it gets the toughest. If they win this site, then maybe we're starting to consider. But right now, still no. I think objectively, CTM would be the worst SI winners, but like that's not. I think it's pretty unfair to compare teams from year 1 to teams in year 8. You know,
If you
like
talk to any if you talk to any of the pros, especially those who are active, the only exception is like some of the guys who obviously like their relevancy and all that was from year 1. Most would argue that Siege didn't really begin until after the first SI. Like the first 3 years, the first 3 seasons of year 1 and then SI kind of felt like a preseason. And that like people even argue that like SI 2018 was where Siege really began. Like the main argument that you hear a lot from this is like the French guys on Youngtis who are like, no, like CSCAT loves to say like I was a world champion, and it's like no, you fucking weren't. Like,
yeah,
I'm so tired of
absolutely
this fucking
not.
argument, dude. Like at the time they called you a world champion, there was literally 2 regions. You were the champion of EUNA. Like they said world champions, but like Ubisoft doesn't consider them world champions anymore. Like when you look at the list of world champions, Youngtis isn't fucking on it. Like
no, Continuum
they
were the
love-
first world champions.
Sorry?
Continuum were the first world champions.
Yes, and I think it's fair to say like it's very easy to just be like, if you won an SI, you're a world champion. Period. You know, like I even extend that to Xbox as well. As much as like I don't think Xbox Pro League only existing for like 2 seasons, 3 seasons should count. Like whatever, fine. But like CTM is not 2-time world champions because they won, Poland or whatever the hell it was, and then won SI like a couple months later. Like
100%.
Penta's not a world champion because they won year 1 season 1. Like Youngtis isn't because they won year 1 season 2. Like sorry, it doesn't work that way. And most people will say like Siege wasn't real. Siege wasn't real until.
Dude, I'm
year
sorry.
2.
June was
Some
like
would argue
actually trolling
it
with
took
that.
even a little bit longer, and it wasn't until SI 2018 that Siege became real. I disagree with that. But
elimination point, June is prone under a window.
They're gonna destroy Secret here.
June actually
Secret
trolled
has
like
no
crazy.
fucking idea what's happening.
Dude, you're on series point. You're ratting on a drone under a window. June, are we for real? Fucking GG's.
SI always happened in February because that was when the year season ended. Like that's when the years swapped over for the game, and they wanted SI to align with that.
Yeah, that was a bad game. I mean, Secret just didn't.
It was a dog shit game. It was terrible.
Well, you know what? There were some really hype moments from Dash. There were 2 ridiculously fun clutches from Dash, which I'm glad we got to see.
Yeah, you can see like cool moments and stuff.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really change the.
If he doesn't get those clutches,
it's
it's
yeah, it doesn't
7-5
change, like, the
instead
actual
of
match.
7-3. Or no, it's 7-4 instead of 7-2. If he doesn't get those clutches.
International event, Wildcard, truly up there with the top echelon of Rainbow Six, and we'll break it all down after this.
Goodbye, Team Secret. So now, basically, if we accept that 99% odds are basically 100% odds, the 3 teams qualifying today will be Wildcard, which is actually 100%, FearX, which is 99%, and then what you're looking at right now is about 50% FaZe, 25% DarkZero, 25% Furia. Those are the rough odds for the last spot. Technically, it could be 2 of those teams if some shenanigans happen and FearX might not make it. But realistically,
this is revisionist history, by the way. Are you? King George was actually very skilled, and if people like even up until like honestly like year 6, King George was still like consistently one of the top rated players in ranked. Like only recently has his skill kind of fallen off. But like I think people only have a recency bias with King George. King George used to be like a top 40 player in the world. I mean, fuck, Kix was literally like a top 10 player in the world for a fair bit of time. Like, the game evolved, people got better, yada, yada, yada. But don't take away from what was rightfully earned. Like, Cat was also excellent. Like, these guys were great players back in the day. It's just the game evolved, and they lost their touch. They got older, the game changed, and they couldn't keep up.
King George is the greatest player of all time because he's the only player to be undefeated at SI. No other player has won and never lost in SI. Did DZ just not gamble well enough? And I mean this with so much sincerity. DarkZero won too much. Like, DarkZero just won too many games at the wrong time, which put them in a bad spot and gave them really tough opponents. DZ have a 25% chance of making it, approximately. DZ need to win, and they need FaZe to win. They need two things to go right. Broadly. Or they could win with a 7-0 victory, in which case it doesn't matter what else happens, they make it, I think.
Bolo was always amazing.
Yeah.
Bolo was, for people that weren't around before Bolo was a pro, you don't realize how annoying and incessant it was to stream, and every third question was, how good is Bolo? Do you think Bolo will play Pro League? Do you think Bolo will do well in Pro League?
To be honest,
shut up.
It's exactly the same as how people talk about Stompin' right now.
Yeah, and it was the same with Spoit after that as well.
Yes.
Like, but I think the difference was at the time, everything was like, nowadays, like, Rainbow Six is kind of fractured. Like, at the time, it was like Bolo was the only guy that people cared about, you know, like,
yeah,
it was everybody who knew who fucking Bolo was. It was insane. Yeah, I talked to Sam Jarvis the other day. He's doing well. He's drawing, plays Counter-Strike. I think he's moving. The Bolo phenomenon in my eyes was worse, yeah. Like, every single streamer with more than like 100 viewers would inevitably get asked a dozen to 24 questions about Bolo every single stream. Like,
I feel like
people don't really understand.
I feel like the Bolo obsession questions were worse, but I feel like the Stompin' fans, there might be fewer of them that are asking like so many questions, but I feel like the Stompin' fans are like religious in defending their guy. Because Stompin' is still unproven, and I think more people doubt Stompin' than ever doubted Bolo. And so I think that has made the Stompin' fans more aggressive in their ability to cause arguments and debates and fight for Stompin' supremacy.
Well, let me say this. When I stream, just like
I don't hate Stompin'.
I'm getting like 300, 400 viewers. Nobody comes in and asks me like, what do you think about Stompin'? Do you think Stompin's good?
Really?
You know,
Nobody?
blah, blah. Nobody asks me questions about it. Every now and then people will be like, do you see Stompin' getting on a team, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And that's basically like it.
I would say I get it at least once or twice a stream.
I mean, but you also actively talk about that kind of stuff.
For
so
sure,
people will ask you about it if you talk about it. I'm saying, like, back in the Bolo days, if you didn't talk about Bolo stuff would still come to you.
Yeah.
I don't talk about Stompin', and I still get questions about Stompin'.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't talk about Stompin', and I don't get questions about Stompin'. So it's like, to me, it doesn't matter who you were. Zeronic would get questions about Bolo. Bikini Body would get questions about Bolo. Kix would get questions about Bolo. Like, King George would get questions about Bolo. Other pros would play. Like, Brian from fucking Rogue would stream with no face cam, and he would get questions about Bolo. Like, it was everywhere.
Yeah.
Now it's like I can watch a bunch of streams and I don't see anything about Stompin'. And again, that's not to disparage him. I'm just saying that with Bolo, it was heightened. It was at a different level than I think a lot of players these days are at.
That's fair.
And again, that's because Bolo at the time had like over 1 million subs on YouTube. Like, Bolo literally popularized quick peeking and quick leaning. Like, name something that Stompin' has popularized. Like, there's a reason why people called it the Bolo peak. You know? So it's like, Bolo was the original. And I have not seen as much fascination with a single player since Bolo to that level.
I think the difference is that Bolo was popular in his own right, whereas Stompin's popularity basically comes from Jinxie. Like, Stompin is very popular now, and he is a big content creator right now, but Stompin started as basically a person who Jinxie would hype up and would get noticed on like Jinxie streams and in Jinxie's games, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a lot of the people that are big supporters of Stompin are just kind of legacy Jinxie fans, whereas like the people that are big fans of Bolo were fans of Bolo because he's Bolo and he makes Bolo content.
I also think that like Jinxie fans don't really spread out that much. Like people who watch like Jinxie and Stompin' and all of them like are not going to be coming to my stream.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, they stay to their streamers of choice and they stay on those platforms and they stay in those like silos, right? Bolo was widely adored.
Yeah, and
like, everybody knew Bolo. Everybody watched Bolo. If you were a comp player, you're interested if Bolo's going to go pro. If you were a casual player, you knew who Bolo was because he made the flashy plays. If you were into content, you'd know Bolo because he had among the most subs on YouTube. Like, you know, and Bolo did, to his credit, play in some T2 events underage. So, like, there was interest there. But again, like, the people who watch Jinxie, like, keep in mind, Jinxie streams Rainbow Six. He gets, like, 60,000 viewers. That's more than... That alone is more than the Rainbow Six category would get at any time. Like, Pro League could be going on, and a bunch of huge streamers would be streaming, and the Rainbow Six category on Twitch back in, like, 2018, 2019 would still only have, like, 30K viewers. Jinxie's over double that by himself. And everybody else has seen their numbers raise, too, because of it. And the scene is better for it. But... it's like it's very different now where the fans stick to what they like, whereas before, because there were fewer viewers and there were fewer people streaming and there were fewer people of note, the people you knew were more popular because there was less attention being thrown onto other people.
I think
that makes sense.
I think the reason too why it felt like more like one big community back then and it feels like kind of two distinct communities right now is just because it's console versus the PC. Like, I don't really know if there was much of a console community back then. I'm sure there was, but it certainly wasn't anywhere near the size it is today. Yeah. Right now, the console community is I mean, it's bigger than the PC community for sure. And a lot of the people in the console community, like, they don't care who's crushing ranked in PC. They don't care who the pro PC players are. Stompin' is the greatest player alive.
PC for the record.
Sure, by player base, but the community feels bigger now.
Here's a fun fact about Rainbow Six. PC has never been the biggest platform for Siege. Never. Not once. Not once in the history of this game has PC been the biggest.
It's crazy to me.
Like, I don't know if the numbers are still accurate, but like PlayStation has been the biggest platform for Siege since the game's inception. And that's a big part of why Microsoft partnered up to do Rainbow Six, was because Call of Duty had a partnership with PlayStation. So when Rainbow Six started, Microsoft reached out to help sponsor the console league. That's why the league was on console. That's why the league was on Xbox. The reason why the league stopped was because Microsoft pulled funding and Ubisoft didn't want to fund two pro leagues on their own. So Xbox's funding dried up, Microsoft's funding dried up. There was no desire to keep the console league running, and they killed it because, you know, they realized that it wasn't worth the money to compete with Call of Duty. PlayStation has been far and away, I don't know if it's still true, maybe Xbox has surpassed it, I doubt it because PlayStation sells better than Xbox, but PlayStation has always been the most popular console/platform for this game. It's just that a lot of console players didn't really stream because a lot of people are like, watching Siege on console's bad, there's no aim assist, people don't know how to aim, blah, blah, blah. So, obviously that's changed.
Now you just,
he dead?
No. Just who needs to win for DZ to make it? First of all, DZ need to win. That's step number one. And then they need to pray that Furia win and it's a close game. The specifics will depend on the DZ game. But DZ need to win by the widest margin possible, and then they're hoping for a close game that Furia end up winning in the last game of the day.
1-6-0 every time. I don't know how we're doing it, but we're doing it. So we probably lost like 4 attacks. Yeah. You know,
the numbers are doing you wrong, right?
The numbers are lying. they don't know the true wild card.
Yeah. What is the true wild card? What does that mean?
I don't think the potential for console pros has anything to do with the Game Pass sponsorship. Like, I think
I mean, Microsoft is also like rumored to just not be making another Xbox, and instead of making hardware, we'll just be making software and games moving forward. So I mean, if that's the case, I don't think that we'll ever see it again. And I mean, I don't think there's a reason to ever have this game be on pro play on console. The other problem is that I watched a console go for like a year ago, and it was so immediately obvious that everybody was just using like Zim. So it's like, what the fuck is the point if you're playing on console but you're still using mouse and keyboard? Like it.
Yeah.
I was seeing some of the flicks and movement these guys were doing, and I was like, yeah, you're telling me they did that on a controller? Yeah, sure thing there, pal. Like, I watch like Call of Duty. I've watched like Diamond / like top, 500 players play on controller, and it's like, it's so evident it's a controller. There's just no way to move like a mouse and keyboard with a controller. And it's like, I'm watching this, I'm like, these guys are all using fucking Zim or any of those like mouse and keyboard adapters. Like,
yeah.
So let's say we do a console pro league. How do you govern that? Like, that's ridiculous.
I don't even think that's like the biggest issue though. Like, I think Fett had a really good video about the topic of a console pro league, and it's like, in theory, like, maybe you could find a way to police who's using Zim and who's not. Like, you could find ways, like, around these problems. But at the end of the day, the people who are watching console, and the reason why console tournaments are so popular right now, because it is tournaments that people are really watching. It's the Jinxie Roller Sundays that people really enjoy, is the personalities. If you took a Jinxie Roller tournament and you didn't let players stream their POV, you took away face cams, you took away the in-game chat, nobody would actually want to watch that. That's just a straight-up worse viewing experience than Pro League on PC. The console tournaments are a completely different audience than the tournaments for PC, and they can both be entertaining. But there's no reason to have a console Pro League because it would end up just being a worse version of PC Pro League. And the reason people like console competitive you would lose that if you turned it into Pro League.
Yeah, people are tuned in for personalities to be degenerates and watch people scream and yell, and that will be completely sanitized in a professional setting, and you will also lose that point of view.
Yeah.
Like, people watch those events for community and entertainment. They don't watch it for competitive top-level play. Like, that's secondary. That's there, and it's a consideration, and people who watch it do enjoy that. But people are watching it because they want to see their favorite players and their favorite content creators freak out and stream and play from their perspective. That's really just it. And I mean, I think if people are like, wow, look at how popular like console Siege is, we should create like a console pro league, you nailed it. I think all the magic behind it will disappear immediately.
Mm-hmm. And like Tai, I actually think you're in a pretty small minority here, because Roller Sundays were very popular before any pros ever started playing in them. And now some pros have jumped in and have started playing Roller Sundays, and that has obviously added to the popularity. But most people are not watching Roller Sundays because pro players play in it. It's entirely because the people that do play in it are a good mix of talented, for sure. Stomp and Jinxie, these are good players. But mostly it's because they're entertaining.
So they're always focused on the next point. We get a pick, what's the goal? It's not ego picking, overextending. They're just playing their job and they're doing it well.
Yeah, pros played Roller Sundays because it got views. Roller Sundays did not get views because of pros. I hate it, but Hale's right.
I mean, Jinxie was very, very good at the game, but Jinxie realized that he could still be just as popular. What is going on with the lighting for this telestrator? Why does Alfama look like he's from... Why does it look like I'm watching a webcam from 2009?
I think Jinxie is a good player. He's not good enough to go pro, but he's a good ranked player. Like,
I mean, he's very good, but people have realized that there's entertainment in Jinxie irrespective of his skill.
Definitely.
Look at him. He's gonna pick your gallery and he's gonna understand I cannot deny the plant if they go here in Expo because they have top floor control. As soon as he
Jesse has no roller prime wins. That is true. That is unfortunate. I don't think Jinxie would be a good caster.
Nothing looks like it's in focus on the screen right now. Everything looks a little bit out of focus.
I mean, try to read the names.
The only thing that looks in focus is that sponsor list on the left.
Yeah.
This right now is key. He's gonna move in a way where he can.
Do you think Jinxie would be a better caster? Doesn't Jinxie have like a stutter or Tourette's or something like that? I don't
think Jinxie
If he has one of those, I don't think it would work well for being a caster. I also don't know if we know the real Jinxie. Like, I've heard that Jinxie, when he's talked to people at UB and stuff like that, is not like his persona on stream.
Yeah, I mean,
it is entirely possible that The Jinxie that we quote unquote know is literally just a character.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with Jinxie like off air, and like he's definitely more calm. Like he's a cool guy. Like I still don't think he would be a good talent though. Like he's very ADHD, you know, still.
Also, why the hell would he want to be a talent? He makes more money in like a year of streaming Siege than I've made as a caster in my whole life. Like, why would you want to do that?
He makes more in like a month.
Yeah, like people are like, oh, would he make a good caster? Blah blah blah. Like for a lot of these guys, like yeah, they want prestige and stuff like that. And there are some content creators who have huge followings and make a lot of money, who are like, yeah, but like being a content creator is just like the money's good, but like I want prestige, I want recognition, like. Being a good caster, being on the stage of a huge event, like that matters more.
I also think
I don't know if Jinxie has that desire.
I'm sure he doesn't. And I think if Jinxie were to be a caster, he'd have to be far more chill and far more reined in. And maybe he could do that well, but even if he did that well, I think his viewers would go crazy and they would hate it. Like if they tuned in to watch Jinxie cast,
I think you could put him on the desk to go insane and it would work. But
yeah,
you need a big desk. The problem that Rainbow Six has is that the best desk that you can put together is a host with good game knowledge and a good personality, and then 3 analysts, one of which is just batshit insane.
Oh no!
And then you've got like the other 2 people who are there to do like storylines, data, like real analysis, and ground it. And then you've got one person who just tries to unmoor it as much as humanly possible. Because then you've got a great balance. But unfortunately, we don't really have the budget to have 3 people plus a host every single time. So we get a lot of 3-person desks, which means that if one of the analysts is insane, that leaves you with only one reasonable person because the host is too busy trying to host. It's a bad mix and it doesn't look good on broadcast. I honestly think if Jinxie knew his stuff, I think he could be immensely entertaining on a desk with 2 other people who are playing more of the straight man. But if I was Jinxie, I'd be asking why the hell would I want to do that? I'd just rather stay at home and stream and make an ungodly amount of money.
Yep.
Milosh, Pengu, and Interro? Are you talking on a desk? Why would Pengu and I ever go on a desk? I don't really have much to provide on a desk. I'm a play-by-play caster.
You're a fucking idiot.
Thank you.
I don't think the jump from content creator to caster is that far. I mean, both require strong speaking skills and good presentation skills, but you just have to like, you've got to put out a different vibe, I think, as a caster versus a content creator. And like to be a caster, as Parker said, like you've got to kind of know your stuff. And so I think like the best content creators that could become casters, I think would have to be people that are already like in tune with the comp scene, you know?
Yeah.
Like I could see somebody like Pox and Locks could be a good caster. Because I think he's
Pox is well spoken. He's comfortable on camera, and he's played at a, I would say a top level, not the top level, but he's played at a
tier
top
2
level.
He's played tier 2, you know.
Well, yeah, and I mean he won a Canada Nationals, man. That counts for something. But
I've talked with Fed about him becoming a caster. He thinks he would be horrible.
Fed is actually who I was thinking of when I was talking about what Jinxie could be. Like, Fed is very smart. Fed knows the game really, really well. Fed can also be complete brain rot degen and can just be the biggest fucking idiot humanly possible. And it doesn't seem inauthentic. And that's the thing. Like, I could go on the desk and be a moron and dish out hot takes.
Right.
But I'm 34 and visibly old. Like, if you put Fett on there, the 18-year-old kids watching will be like, yeah, that guy speaks for me. If I go on there and I try to do the same thing that Fett would do, they would be like, why is grandpa yelling, putting him in this cringe, putting him in the retirement home? You know, like, I think Fett is like the perfect bridge to a bunch of different communities, and I think he would excel if he was to go on the desk.
I think he would excel on the desk. I don't think he would be a strong caster.
No, I would never make him a caster. That's not where his skill set is.
No.
The thing that people seem to forget is that the analyst desk is not actually there to really give analysis. It's there to entertain you.
100%. Which sometimes giving analysis can be entertaining.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, I don't think that an analyst desk should be devoid of analysis. I think there are very salient details and points of a matchup that need to be discussed, especially if something crazy happened. But like, for the most part, the main focus of a desk is to contextualize the results, discuss how that impacts the storyline and narrative for that team, for any particular players, and for the event, and do so in an entertaining and enlightening way. Now, sometimes that means having a laptop that you refuse to get rid of, so you only read numbers. Other times,
not what I did.
Sorry?
Not what I did.
Okay, well, that's what you did. Anyway.
No, it isn't.
Other times, it means being, being like the proverbial monkey. You're there to dance and be entertainment. And sometimes you can cite numbers by being an explosive and, engaging person. But a lot of people get on the analyst desk and they're like, dude, I'm going to break this down so well. 50% of people treat the analyst desk as a bathroom, drink, and food break. The remaining 50% that are watching are a weird hodgepodge of people who want analysis, people who have forgotten to change the channel, people who are looking for entertainment, or people who are too lazy to do something else. So you've got a bunch of different competing interests. So you need to try to appeal to as many of them as possible. If you're just talking about analysis and numbers, you're going to lose about 60 to 70% of that remaining 50%. You're not going to lose people if you're entertaining irrespective of what you do. And as most people know, like outrage and screaming and constant stimulation, that's engaging for most people, especially this ADHD society that we live in where people can't go 4 seconds without being stimulated.
My philosophy on the desk and my mindset was always like, obviously, as you said, some people, when the analyst desk comes on, they're going to go eat a snack or go get a bathroom, whatever. You're not going to get those people. Some people, I think a small subsect, are like going to be really engaged and they're going to really want to watch and hear what the analyst desk has to say. That's great. You're going to get those people no matter what. But I think the majority of people, when the analyst desk comes on, they're half paying attention, right? Maybe they're scrolling TikTok. And that's my thing, is I always imagine the viewer was sitting there at their computer, they had their headphones on, but they were scrolling TikTok. So it's like, how do you grab their attention, force them to pay attention to what you're saying, and then deliver something that keeps their interest, that makes them feel entertained, or makes them feel like they learned something, or makes them feel like it was valuable spending their time watching that segment, But you've got to be able to grab them first.
I've had my quarrels with Jess Goat, and we've discussed it on Twitter, we've discussed it on Twitch. We are, we're in a better place now, but I mean, like, she and I did not necessarily get along all that often. But I will tell you that any misgivings I have about her as a colleague, her on-air product was largely the closest that we've gotten to, in my eyes, perfect for our game and our desk. I thought she was an exceptionally talented desk analyst. I thought she hit the points well. I thought sometimes she would ham it up. I think sometimes she was a bit disrespectful, which is perfect because it creates pushback. I think she was sometimes outlandish. I think she was quite centered. I think she could be firm. I think she could be funny. I thought Jess did an excellent job on air. And honestly, like, she's 100% going to shove the cake in someone's face.
No, it's Gunner's birthday, she said.
At all. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Dude, they just got eliminated from the tournament.
So, it's your birthday.
Dude, I love how Nick is sitting with M80 like he's on the team.
21. 21? Oh, you're very young. So, do you have any wishes that you
Maria
can share
is
with
like,
us?
she's genuinely fucking hilarious. She's just such a funny person.
She
Okay,
is.
that's fair. That's really fair. So, today you have a, free time in Rio. So, what are you going to do for your birthday?
Pack.
And leave?
Yeah.
Don't be sad.
We already had our fun days, so.
And what did you do?
We went, what's it called? To the big statue. The Christ the Redeemer statue.
Oh, Cristo Redentor. Did you like it?
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was fun.
Do you want to eat your cake now or just having lunch?
You guys want cake? No.
We just bought it for you, so if you don't eat, I don't know what else we are going to do with it.
We'll eat it.
It's ours.
Yeah, we'll eat it.
Give him a fork.
Just grab a chunk with your
Let's
hand.
just watch him eating the cake. So I'm just gonna stand here.
The entire cake is yours, brother.
What are you going to give him as a gift?
His luggage. So he's about to go home.
This is really like packing centric.
Yeah. You guys want to try? No, it's your cake, bro.
It's all yours.
I'm not eating this whole thing. Yeah, you do.
No, you do.
I
Should
deadass
I
would
smash
take
this
an
thing?
entire
Should
pan
I
of insulin, stab myself, and just
You like
juice
it?
to the gills
great.
and
Thank
see
you.
how far
That's
through an entire
great.
cake I could make
I want
it.
to try it too. Well, okay. Can I? Oh, can I? It's like, what flavor? Coconut?
That looks like coconut.
Yeah, it's good. Happy birthday, you know? Yeah. Happy birthday to Gunnar.
Gooner. Gooner.
I love Maria. That's so good, dude.
Maria is crazy. She's got a strong voice.
This one, I thought it was Adele singing.
That was an excellent segment. I love that.
That was
That was great.
genuinely.
I love that she is just a bouncing ball of energy,
Yeah.
and he looked like he wanted to die.
I'm happy.
She has no ability to be awkward.
Hello, I'm Jonas. Yeah, it
I
can
am
fit,
your
actually.
Nas.
I mean, I don't know how thrilled you can be. Obviously, it's your birthday, but, you know, the celebrations get dimmed down a little bit because he has to go home.
Fabian, I don't know about you.
Oh, Fabian, has Fabian ever eaten cake before?
Yes.
Yeah, look at
I
him.
watched it only a few weeks ago.
Oh,
That's cute. That's another
That's
anecdote.
Yeah,
I wasn't invited to the wedding, by the way. Fuck Fabian, dude.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
And right now, a content piece at his wedding. And I threw it to the wrong
I
guy.
actually talked to him about it, and he goes, deadass, I couldn't invite people I wanted to invite because a bunch of like people in the scene just like invited themselves, and I didn't know how to tell them no.
That sucks.
I know. Why is Panbazoo so fucking
Dude, he
big?
was yesterday too. Every time he's been the tallest motherfucker on the screen.
Like, do they like? I don't know production, but like, can you just not make him a bit smaller?
Yeah, I don't know
Kind of looks
how.
like Pennywise from It.
My theory was that like he demanded to be, since he's always the shortest on the team, he demanded to be represented as the tallest, or else he would not play in the Rainbow Six Reload tournament.
Dude, look at the size difference between Spirit's head and Panbazoo's head. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed this, but it looks a little goofy.
Yeah, you like that when you're like, you think Fabian's ever eaten cake? And I was like, yeah, he has. Look at him.
What have they activated here? Their extended mag, saving it until the right moment, the saving bullet that they need.
Axon, are you still in chat? Do you have the exact percentages based on what this score ends up being for DarkZero?
If they just win this matchup, they arrive at 22 bullets. The reason for this is
G2 are completely out, by the way. G2 have no chance at making it at this point.
Yeah, Doki tweeted after the second match of the day that that was it.
Yeah. Went from a 0.01% to 0% after that. Yeah, I also love Pamba and Spirits holding hands in that graphic. They're very cute. Isn't it like a 3-round diff to what Furia does? Yeah, it might be something like that. That sounds right, Zenbar. I'm just not 100% sure on the number.
It would send them to the quarterfinals, and this actually harkens back to FearX all the way at the back, because technically they could be knocked out.
Pamba looked awkward holding hands. Pamba's gotten a lot less awkward during his time as a pro. Back when he first joined, he was super quiet, wouldn't talk to anybody, wouldn't like. I remember you tell stories of like he'd walk past you, Parker, and like wouldn't even like look up. But as of recent,
yeah,
he's been
and you try
a lot
talking to him,
better.
and he'd be like, yeah, and they just keep walking.
But like that's completely gone. Like there was a time early last year where I think we were in Manchester, and we were on the desk and we were debating who we wanted to interview, and Pamba had a good game, and I was like, let's interview Pamba, and everybody on the desk was like, no, Pamba's really bad, really bad. I'm like, guys, he's way better now. He's gotten a lot of confidence over the last 2 years, and they were like, I don't know, but they were like, fine, we'll do it. He did a great interview. It's one of the best interviews we'd had.
Because he's been evolving as a player. He's understood that he's no longer the entry Ash player that's going to be getting his team the wins. He's playing more.
There's no way you just saw Pamba and NJR holding hand, or Pamba and Spirits holding hand, and ask if this is the most RLS NA team. This is the most aura maxed NA team, bro.
Already on his 30-minute A, but everyone picking him up is about aim. It's about fragging power. Well, I will say one thing. Nate is happy to have him for the shot calling aspect. Ben has an incredible game vision. Yes, he's a little bit quiet, but when he talks, he has incredible calls. And it's exactly what Nate has pointed out during the IG Audit Summit content piece, just how much Citizen helps him with the shot calling.
Being able to trust your teammates fully, yes, Davide?
Well, I was going to say, when we were talking about the Furia, or the FaZe 7-0 and the DZ 7-0.
Citizen's Barber did a great job with his hair.
DZ 7-0 against G2 is definitely more problematic.
Thank you for saying I'm pushing 30, Blaze. That's the first time anybody has said I look older than a teenager.
No, you still look like you're late for AP calculus.
Blaze said I'm pushing 30. Blaze said I'm pushing 30. I'm
Yes,
old.
because of your age, you can be an age and still look like something. Have you not heard of Benjamin Button? It's a really sad story.
Dude,
if you haven't. It's a documentary.
I watched Benjamin Button in the theaters. One
Curious
of the
Case
worst
Benjamin
movies
Button.
I've ever
it's
seen.
It's a documentary, man. It's very sad.
Bad movie. You look like you're 11, but you're pushing 30. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I mean, they probably just left the party bus right now to get to the event.
Alamo's definitely playing hungover.
You know, I know a lot of them have had some disappointing runs, and they had high hopes for this tournament.
Dude, I did miss
I know
my
we've
nap
spent-
time
I know
today.
we spent a lot of
Tired
time
as hell.
dunking on Uno, but the fact that Uno has two fewer kills and 2 fewer deaths than Doki is really something.
Yeah. Uno did pop off yesterday. Yesterday was an insanely good day for Uno.
I didn't watch any yesterday because I was out. So.
Yeah. Uno played really well yesterday. He was a big reason why they won. It was Uno and Blaz, like the two worst players on the team in the community's opinion, who like carried them yesterday. Like yesterday, G2 looked like a real team. It's a shame that it was too late.
Okay, I went to reheat my coffee, but now I'm actually going to go before this game gets on. I'm actually going to make a cup of coffee.
You spend like half of this stream
I forgot that
not
I had to
in front of your
clean
computer.
the coffee maker before I could do it next time. So that's what the last time I was gone. That's what I was doing.
Somebody
viewers have sunglasses because he has the aura. Don't let Jesse say that word.
He's got the aura.
I think Uno's gonna go sell cars in Vegas. I think Uno's gonna move back to Finland. Okay, I'll be right back.
However, speaking of G2, sat down with Doki and asked him a few questions leading into the
If G2 win this game, what's their final record? I'll listen to this.
I'm good. Finally got a win, so yeah, feeling good.
If G2 had lost this game, you guys will be taking the plane back to Europe. But you're still alive.
We listened to this interview the other day.
It pushes you to show more game.
It sounds like she said he's going back to Iraq.
Arena, the stage.
Yep. Well, you say that, but we've literally shown nothing so far. We've been playing absolutely awful. So, if we need to show a couple of maps to make the main stage, fair enough. I don't care. So yeah, I'm just happy we got a win today for me and the guys.
Cool. And by the results we have seen in Reload, I must ask you, what is not working? What is happening to G2?
I'm not really sure I have the full answer for you because before.
Okay, we literally listened to this yesterday, so I'm going to talk over it. G2 making roster moves is an interesting question because I agree partly with what Suthext, sorry I butchered that, said in chat, which is like, it's tough to make roster moves based on a tournament that meant nothing, the first tournament of the season. But at the same time, for G2, it's not one tournament. They've had this 5-man roster for close to a year now, right? Probably 9 months? I don't know. G2 said that they felt really good about their boot camp. I think in this interview, Doki says it's the best boot camp they've ever had.
We haven't been communicating so well. The strats and things, we've been doing the right things, but at different times. So we're all out of sync and a complete mess. Today it wasn't. We had great comms. Everyone was which was fantastic, and I think the results.
I trust the G2 core more than most people do. I feel. I think if they stick together, it's not a bad decision. But they're coming to the end of the rope for sure. Okay, she was about to ask him the question where he answered and said it was the best boot camp he's ever had in his life. But no, I don't know. I think G2 honestly probably won't make a roster move after this because they did have good scrims. Things just kind of fell apart in the moment, especially since they showed up good today or good yesterday. But we'll see. I still think Blaz is very unproven, hasn't really shown what he can do Uno feels quite questionable as a player. He was IGLing, but the rumor is now Loira is IGLing. And if that's the case, then you've really got to question what Uno's bringing to a team like this. Definitely feels like they could upgrade.
Oh, potentially there's a little bit of shaking from Alamau, but everybody else on the team would be able to put up a fair fight. But now, since that position of IGLing has been kind of shifted over to Loira,
I was happy to see them not make moves post SI because I think their SI was really strong. But after this event and after SI playoffs, which were not so strong, it was the group stage where they dominated. I wouldn't hate moving 1 or 2 players. Depends who they get, though. Like, there needs to be somebody good enough to replace a guy like Uno.
It was also Uno dropping amazing statistics, fragging power on the IGL role. Then they reverted to Loira.
Now we know they're going to show up good today. I mean, again, they have nothing to play for, so who knows, right? When Igor went to Twitter to explain why they chose FaZe Clan yesterday, one thing he mentioned is like, G2 have nothing to play for. We don't want to play G2 because that makes them unpredictable and harder to play against than a team like FaZe. Uno out Robbie in? Oh my god, I can only be so erect. I'm just a huge Robbie stan though, so. DZ, to make playoffs, they need to win this game as dominantly as possible. We don't know specifics. It's going to depend on this game and the next game. To lock things right here, right now, DZ need a 7-0. Otherwise, DZ needs to just get the best round count possible to give themselves the best odds possible. So every round counts for DarkZero here. And no rounds count at all for G2. Oh, good. We're going to get to see Kanger Kenny's laptop again.
Theos.
Dude, why is it only ever Kanger Kenny that gets his laptop leaked in these map vetoes?
That means that they choose who's going to start the veto. Yeah.
Let's go. DZ, your ban. Nighthaven. G2, your ban.
Ban Lair.
Lair. DZ, your ban.
Ban Border.
They're showing... Oh, that's a pretty good view. That's a pretty good view.
DZ, your ban, please.
Ban Chalet.
Oh, 1 second.
It's actually crazy. They're showing his laptop a lot less than they did yesterday.
What side would you like?
Yesterday, they actively zoomed in on the screen.
Attack. Overtime attack. Yeah, they didn't need to check. They trolled it.
Thank you.
They didn't need to check. They
Bank.
trolled it.
Come on, you two. Bank, DZ, D2. Who has the best bank? I just want to know. Everybody wants to know.
Of course, it's G2. Like, if you take our historic, like, it's our best man.
yeah,
But
that's...
that doesn't matter in that moment here. So.
Also, yeah, that's a fact.
Well, historically, G2 started this event 0-3, so...
What?
Historics.
Okay. Why did you let Bank?
But what say this twice?
Did you let Bank be picked?
Did we let it be picked? Yes. Yes, we did. We wanted Bank. We manifested it. Last night I was sleeping, and it came to me in my dream.
Bank! And it was like, oh yeah.
I saw Doki trolling, flying out CEO windows, like he has been for the last 4 years, and I was thinking, freebie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, Ramalio, regardless of the result of this match, you just know G2 has come to an end in this tournament.
Yeah,
so
G2's already out.
What's going to happen in this match?
We're gonna play like for heavy great result because like we need that, right? Like it's like we I think this as a practice for the UL, so like we're gonna give our best and like we're gonna eliminate Nate. He's our friend, but like we're gonna play for eliminating him today. So.
Okay. Is Doki going to troll?
Nah. He's gonna be the best player of G2 today.
Okay, let's see.
As of yesterday, G2 could qualify, but due to results earlier today, they can't.
As you heard, and I love Nafe. Honestly, Nafe is one of my favorite people to have.
So G2 would have been able to qualify if things went differently today, but like G2 needed a very specific circumstance to have a chance. Prediction based off Doki being the best player or not? Yeah, what do we want to do for prediction? I don't want to do Doki. Is Doki the best or not? We could do what region will the top frag be from? Will the top fragger be Brazilian, European, or North American? Because in this game, there's 2 Brazilians, there's 5 Europeans, and 3 North Americans, right? Does Uno go positive? I think I want to do that. What region ends up putting up the best player?
So it will be interesting to see how they use spirits with the shields on bank, because that's something we've never seen DarkZero do. And also, it would be really fun to see Doki actually jump out the CEO windows.
It's hard to be a G2 fan these days. I know. The map is bank, chat. Bottom line here, chat, you need to dominate this game if you're DarkZero. You want as many rounds as possible. A 7-0 would be best. If it gets to like 7-5, I think DZ just lose. I could be wrong on that. Somebody should check my math. But like, I think if DZ win and it goes overtime, or if it goes like 7-5, I think DZ might just be out. Well, a 7-0 would be great for DarkZero. The right side Liquipedia buff. All right, all right.
Do you have any names for us though, like Leo and
And you're about to tear up with repel charges or changes. Yeah, the whole bank top floor meta is very different now that you can't really jump out. You still can. Was it Rin that proved that yesterday, doing a huge jump out and getting a 2K? It's just a lot harder, and you have to pray they don't put down clays.
That would be amazing, but I mean, I think that's going to be always a bit tricky to actually make that happen. DZ win, it still doesn't quite guarantee that they go through. There's permutations. We're not even going to buy with that. Really, for DZ, the way they have to look at it is you've just got to try and bring the best brand of Siege that you can in this match. Try and annihilate G2 as much as you possibly can. Get the win. Focus on the outside stuff later on.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is 100%.
Yeah, Xenox is saying it right. A 7-0 would lock G2, or sorry, would lock DarkZero. Otherwise, you just need the best round diff possible. Starting on defense is kind of blessed for DZ. When you get to moments like this where round diff is super important, the starting side becomes incredibly important. And that definitely affects like how teams map ban. FearX are not locked.
I hear Jake's voice. How cute did he look today, though? Like, did you see what he looked like?
Really cute. He looked really cute.
He looked really cute? Okay.
Also, good point by Chad as well. If G2 win even one round, that will lock FearX into playoffs. I'm going to start a prediction. Chat, which region will top frag? What will a top frag player, what region will they be from? Europe, North America, or South America? I give you 5 minutes. Gamble your channel points now. Thank you very much.
Generating information. So we'll see what kind of impact that may have in this matchup.
I'll be right back.
The other bans are a little bit more straightforward. Kaid expected here on bank, especially for the influence on base.
Chat, if Jesse could lose every single game, would you like that? Your favorite casters are casting fuck yeah. You are in Jesse's chat. You are partially in my chat. And you are saying to us, two people who were not fortunate enough to make the event, you are rubbing salt in the mineral water wound of our lives by saying that you have other favorite casters other than us. That's insane. You, by being here, are contractually required to say that Jesse and I are your favorite casters. Yeah, the mineral water with salt's a throwback to a content piece that Diffuser did earlier, where they asked him something about drinking, and he's like, you got to drink mineral water with a little bit of salt. It's good for the brain.
Unfortunately for G2, by the way, good reference point. They are on the attack so far on Bank. Well, they are dead last at this tournament for attacking win rate. It's a measly.
Jesse did kill Anita, man. We tried to downplay the cannibalism aspect.
You lose Loira as well, and it looks like
But
a
yes.
hit to begin with. So no Docker B. First kill goes the way of Citizen, who's actually the third best player in the tournament so far in terms of EPS. And they are a little bit of pressure towards Lockers, can get the gas babes out. Now Monty needs to be careful in LML. But the blast that does get rid of Nate. And so far, the early aggression from G2, it's been a little bit equal, but they've got good elevator position.
What can L now do then? Diffuser in hand will be likely looking to dash across, get that plant down with coverage, likely from Doki. Glass able to find one more, and if Spirits falls here, the power of that Glass could be amplified, but the smoke's already off the board anyway. LMAO electing to go deep, so not initially going for the plan, instead a bit of info. Uno to wrap through gold.
Thank you, Connor. That's correct. I should be everybody's favorite caster, and that's just not up for debate. In communist Interro Stan, which we are working very hard to build as a country, it would be illegal and punishable by death to like somebody as a caster more than me. Look, chat. I don't make the rules.
Taking damage from an area he wasn't expecting it from, and falls all the way back up main stairs, and he's moving away from the site. And the question mark in chat from Nate.
I don't know who would be making the rules in Interro Stan other than me, but look, I'm not making them, okay? I don't make the rules, okay? We're gonna drain the swamp, and we're gonna make casting great again. You know, and people have never seen a country with casting quite this good. I'm telling you, people always tell me, they say, has anybody heard casting like this? And I say no.
Electing not to go for the winning.
I've never heard it.
Probably not feeling the coverage was really there. Instead, trying to find some info. Maybe
I feel badly for Jesse's stream because anybody who's watched me knows that I do not care whatsoever about who your favorite caster is.
I care that my favorite caster is Lynx.
DZ already giggling in the first round.
Is Nafe wearing Invisalign? It looks like it.
Chat, FearX will make playoffs as long as G2 win one round. And even if DarkZero 7-0, I think FearX still have a chance, but correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Motion to appoint yourself as Chancellor of Interro Stan? Approved. Thunders is now the new Chancellor. I'm the High Chancellor, but he's the Chancellor just below me. If the EWC offered me a $400 million plane, I'm not even joking, chat, I would go work it. Like, if EWC was like, we will give you your own plane, I'd be like, I have no integrity anymore. Everybody has a price.
And yours is a plane.
My price is actually significantly lower than that, but that's definitely like my price. You're telling me, Jesse, I mean, Jesse, you've already worked it, so, I mean, you don't really have a leg to stand on here, but... And to be fair, if I mismanage my diabetes, I also wouldn't have a leg to stand on later on, so...
So they get the opening kill through DZ, but trades, yeah, so far from G2 haven't been all that bad, and there's already similarities to the opening round. 2 minutes on the clock.
Everybody has a price.
G2 are clearly playing with pace.
Archives in play, of course, for this particular.
I've said from the onset that I have no problem taking money from like ESL or the Esports World Cup, etc., but I have a problem with going over there and being like a face of their show.
Soggy Kelp, thank you for the prime.
Soggy Kelp, thank you so much for the sub.
Wow. What a welcome. What a thank.
Soggy Kelp 1545. Yeah, like tell me this, chat. If somebody offered you your own plane, what wouldn't you do? Like, obviously, like if somebody's like, I'll give you a plane if you have to kill your mother, I would say, no, I'm not going to kill my mother. So obviously, like, there's a limit. But that list is very short. Like, that list of things I wouldn't do is very, very short.
I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. I would not give up a bigger plane to get a big plane.
If they're like, we'll give you a Cessna, but you have to give me your 747, you wouldn't do that.
I would not
downgrade.
I would not. That's the one thing I wouldn't do.
The one thing is you would just not exchange it for a smaller plane.
Damn right. Damn right.
What if they were like, you have to sell your partner into eternal damnation, where she will become a member of forced labor for Satan himself, but you get a big plane. You'd say yes?
Well, I'm an atheist, so yeah.
Bye, Jess.
Bye. She
Enjoy
deserves
the
it
sulfur
too.
Mines. Enjoy the sulfur mines in the 7th circle of hell.
She deserves it
I'll
though.
be in the skies, baby.
She deserves it. Right now, she's playing a game about selling drugs.
Is she playing Schedule A?
Yeah.
That game legit looks so much fun.
She says she's so addicted. She says it's ridiculously fun. It doesn't.
Dude, I've just been thinking about playing Cassette Beasts all day. Cassette Beasts is such a good game.
Why are we swinging, Dave? Oh, they're planting. That's why. Sorry, I'm not paying
Downright
attention.
spooky
Dave.
said, sorry for the
Oh!
redundancy. Why are you not in Rio? Love your work, by the way. Well, thank you very much, Downright.
Dude,
Spooky.
Nape
You're
is
not in Rio
crazy.
Because this is not an official.
Nape is
circuit
wild.
event, meaning it is disconnected from the official.
That's
esports
2
circuit.
planes.
It is a standalone, one-off event that is designed to showcase the R6 share teams on a new game that is coming out in a month's time. Because of that, the talent pool is smaller than usual. They only brought about half of the talent they'd usually bring, and the considerations for bringing talent are different, meaning they use different criteria to select the talent than they do for the usual events. That's all.
Jesus,
Basically,
Nape is nasty.
woke DEI mind virus.
Yep.
And then Jesse also killed an Ada man.
They said the event must be 50% Australian.
Get in the map, get in really early into those rounds too. It was a 3v3 with about 2 minutes 12 on the clock remaining. Sometimes when you're playing a map like Bank, you kind of
Axon or
I think we're just kind of forgetting the cannibalism part.
There's no cannibalism part.
No, remember when I said that you ate his flesh and
No,
you said you
Parker,
were really hoping to keep
Parker,
that secret?
Parker, we're not talking about that. That's the one thing we're not talking about on stream.
I thought the one thing we weren't supposed to talk about on stream was.
What?
I thought we weren't supposed to talk about that on stream.
Well, I think it glitched.
I think we weren't supposed to talk about like.
I think it keeps glitching. I don't know what you're. I don't.
Okay, hold on. Let me try it again. Let me. I thought we weren't supposed to talk about. Human penis.
What? Oh, I think I got it that time. I think
time?
it came through. Yeah. No, I feel like we've talked about that a lot.
Okay.
We've talked about that a lot already on stream. We talked about it earlier today when we were talking about dwarfism.
Yeah, tripods.
All right. This is tertiary site for DarkZero. If they win this, they're in a great spot to 7-0.
Pretty good initial map control with these shields. Is also translating that towards late round executes.
G2 claimed that they're going to take this match seriously because it's practice for EUL. That's what the coach said. I don't know if their hearts are going to be in it the same.
Ultimately not an issue in this round. It won't be going forward.
Still want to add the caveat as well for DarkZero. The more they can win this, the better for them in terms of potential round differential against Furia in the next match to come. So if they can really beat down G2, that could be enough to secure them. So
This is also
the other three casting duos here didn't kill and eat a man.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting DarkZero went to Archives Tellers for their second site. Because when I was talking with Mint in my Mira video, he said that like he fucking hates the Archives Tellers bomb site. And now that he's no longer the coach of DZ, maybe they're... Seems like they're trying to learn it, experiment a little bit more.
Uno's gonna be fucking pissed about the way he just
That's a
turned to
crazy
NJR.
dude. NJR is just a beast, bro. Especially UMP, bro. That is not an easy shot. At least you don't have much recoil, but...
You see how players like jiggle and like look down and stuff to try to avoid headshots? Have we ever actually tested if that's like legit? Because I think it's just utter nonsense. Like it shouldn't change anything.
I feel like jiggling does. I don't think looking down does.
Yeah, like unless they're trying to destroy... Unless they're trying to destroy the hitbox.
This is tough. This is tough. This is really tough. Fuck. Well, FearX have made it to playoffs. Congratulations, FearX.
Thunders has access to the new plane of Interro stand. as not my high chancellor, but if Thunders, I'm assuming you're him. Correct me on the pronouns if you're incorrect. By the way, Chad, if I ever misgender you, please let me know. I'm dead serious. That's not a bit. I know that we're doing a bit about me running like a communist country and Jesse being a cannibal, but like, if I at any point actually misgender you, please let me know.
Yeah, that is a bit.
That's not a bit. Just like Jesse being a cannibal is not a bit. Misgendering you. Well, your name is Cherub Chairman, so I have to go out on a limb here and say that you're probably a man.
Citizen left in 1v2 that was achievable, but the Nitro didn't.
Chairwoman is a real term, so if you were a woman, it would be chairwoman.
Pretty good job there from G2. They're just.
I don't know how to feel about like the Interro communist emote now with like the whole Russia thing.
Comrade.
Jesse, where were you the day that Russia invaded Ukraine?
What day even was that?
You don't remember what day you were? That's very suspicious that you don't remember the day.
Let me Google
because
what
you're trying
day.
to cover up the fact that you were on the front lines of the invasion.
What day did February 24th, 2022? Weren't we at SI? Wasn't I with you?
No, I was actually No. It was right after SI because if you remember, we had just flown home because I was actually quarantining at my then girlfriend's house.
February 2022.
Because I remember the invasion started in the middle of the night and like her phone went off and like woke her up because she got like a text alert or something, like a news like app alert, and she forgot to silence her phone. And like at like 4 or 5 in the morning, she got woken up and like woke me up and was like, Russia just invaded Ukraine. And I was like, uh-oh. And then I went back to sleep. But like...
So it was 2 days after the event ended, so it would have been 1 day after we got home.
Yeah.
But also, we came from Sweden, so it, at least for me, it's quite a long trip. It's a long trip for you, too.
Yeah, you went all the way from Sweden to Alberta back to Russia.
Yeah, I don't think I have my calendar from all the way back then, to be honest. I don't know what I did that day. I remember sitting in the green room in Stockholm, and I remember Dez, like, talking about a news article about, like, tensions rising or about, like, the possibility of Russia invading.
No, it's they lined up all their tanks on the border. That was what it was.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Russia put a whole bunch of tanks on the border of Ukraine, and they're like, surely they're up to no good. And Russia's like, no, we're just putting them here, you know. They're just out stretching their legs, just going for a little jaunt, you know. And then like 2 days later, they're like, just kidding, we're in Ukraine now. So like,
I do wonder if G2 posture for the re-hit once more. Looks like that won't be the case. They'll look to
insanely sad circumstances, by the way. This is still going on. Like
the game. Oh, the Russian.
No.
It's like TCG2.
The amount of innocent lives that have like been needlessly lost because one insane man wants to like create an empire is fucking nuts. And then all the useful idiots who are like, no man, Putin just wants to get rid of the Nazis in Ukraine. And it's like, you people are so stupid.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, dude, and the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea is a real democracy. Let's just take everything at face value. Bravo, people.
Sounds like they're sponsored by the Democrat Joe Biden to me.
Joe Brandon.
Maybe it's just a bait and switch. Yeah, plant going down towards deep.
Look, you don't got to be a Polish person whose family fled right before the start of World War II to know that when a foreign nation moves tanks on your border, it's not good, Thunders, okay?
This is big moves by Uno.
He's dead.
Okay, well, it was a good attempt by Uno, and Blaz is in Narnia. Great. Those are the stars. Uno and Blaz stepping up big time for the team.
War is just corporate interests and megalomaniacs trying to enact their will upon a populace, and it's always the working class who end up dying the most in war. So sometimes war is necessary. Most of the time it is not. Of course I've heard about the recent India-Pakistan stuff.
They got a peace deal for that, right?
I mean, I don't really know. The thing is that there was a global world order, right? Like there was like a world order that was agreed upon by most places, and a big part of it was for the Americans in here that America upheld those values. Now, I mean, we can talk about Western hegemony all we want and whether it's good or bad, but at the end of the day, having America be a predictable actor had a chilling effect on global conflicts. No nation was willing to go to war because they knew that America would step in. Now, obviously, American has either a Russian asset as their leader or somebody who effectively acts like one despite not being a Russian asset. And there is global instability, which means every single country now has carte blanche to start attacking whoever they want, and there's nobody who's going to stop them. So, India assessed an opportunity amidst the chaos to go after Pakistan. Russia hasn't slowed its advance whatsoever. Israel is continuing its genocide against Gaza. Like, would not surprise me if China launches an offense against Taiwan in the next 2 years. Like, and unfortunately, America likes to gripe about being the world police, but, you know, it's kind of true. And now America has abdicated that responsibility, and there is a power vacuum. Whether you want to argue that it's just a bunch of idiots not understanding world order, or it's a malicious set of actions created by people who want instability and chaos. Either way, America has relinquished control, and the whole rest of the world is basically crumbling because of it, and it's wonderful. So.
It's a nice move by Doki.
Anyway, enough doomerism. Enough doomerism. Let's just watch the game.
Oh, that's a good response. They are going open area here, so they've now run all 4 bomb sites. Wait, this is a potential world tour for DarkZero. No, they lost top floor. Never mind.
I have no idea if what you said is a joke or not, but that is not accurate in any universe. And I'm going to time you out for 1 second because...
Oh, I already timed them out in my chat. It's weird it doesn't time them out in yours.
Really?
Yeah. They're timed out for 10 minutes in mine. I assume it's a joke, but you still can't just type that shit,
I think
bro.
it was a joke, which is why I'm doing like the 1 second timeout. But if it's genuine like anti-Semitism, then goodbye.
I think it's a joke, but it's like...
You can't say that.
So, yeah, like if somebody just sees it at a glance, especially for me with my chat on my screen, like I just can't have that on my fucking stream, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Which airport is the worst airport in your opinion? Frankfurt. My idea of hell is waking up every day to go work at Frankfurt Airport.
Toronto Airport is by far the worst airport in North America. Toronto Airport is awful.
Not even remotely close to
is.
true.
Absolutely.
No.
Toronto Airport is
Pearson is not the best
so
airport
bad
in the world. It is not great, but it is a lot better than alternatives. Have you ever flown through JFK? Have you ever flown through LAX? Those are
LAX
infinitely
is
worse.
100 times better. LAX has bad traffic. Toronto Pearson has bad fucking traffic on the tarmac.
Flown through Terminal 6. My guess is that you've only ever gone through Terminal 6.
I don't know what terminal I've gone through. I don't think it's 6 though. I think it was like 2.
Canadian terminal. So the Canadian flights all came through Terminal 6. It's the rest of the airport that sucks donkey balls, including the like proper like Tom Bradley International section.
There've been like lots of studies on. I watched an architect video on the LA airport, and it's like the airport itself is fine. It is literally the traffic outside and the circle, which is part of the airport, granted. But it's the traffic circle outside that shit is horrible and it's awful, no doubt about it. But like I would much rather be like slow in an Uber getting to my fucking airport than in Toronto Pearson where there's like a 50% chance I'm stuck on the tarmac for an hour. I've had the worst possible experiences with Toronto Pearson. I don't think it is structurally built as the worst airport, but I think it is managed fucking horribly from my many experiences flying in and out of there. Like, remember that time where they actively flipped a plane upside down on their tarmac? Like, that was a really bad decision by them.
Yeah, that was Pearson's fault. That definitely wasn't pilot error. Yeah, bravo. Denver has an incredible airport. O'Hare is also an incredible airport for its size, and I will give Atlanta's airport its roses as well for how good it is despite its size. Atlanta is, by air traffic volume, Atlanta is the busiest airport in the world. Largely because of freight and cargo, but
I don't love Denver Airport.
You don't.
I don't. I just find it's you're just walking a very long time, and it's very fucking boring.
It's the same as MSP. It's a one terminal, so it's fucking huge, but it's it's very well put together.
Yeah,
You
it
wanna-
could be
you
a
wanna
lot
talk
worse.
walking
I just
long,
don't
dude.
enjoy it.
Dude, I got off the plane at Frankfurt and I had to just get to customs, and the sign said 25 minutes. And I
Yes,
was
Frankfurt has this problem too, for sure.
like, no universe should I have to walk for 30 minutes to
But-
customs from my gate.
At least like when you walk in Frankfurt, it's like an interesting walk. Like you're going up and down and left
There's
and right.
camel
You're
smoking
taking
lounges,
buses.
there's people screaming German, there's shitty sandwich shops.
It's an
all the
interesting
coffee places
walk.
Suck, and everything is yellow. It's
Damn
awful.
right. It's fun as hell. You walk through
Frankfurt
Denver
sucks
and it's
ass.
like
What
a
an awful airport.
giant blue-white hallway. It is so fucking
My
mind-numbing.
favorite part about Frankfurt is that where you have to go through customs seemingly changes every month. So they just randomly queue you in like the middle of a concourse. There's people boarding planes to your left and right. Up ahead, you see a McDonald's, and then there's just 2 little terminals where people are letting 600 people through. You're like, surely we thought this through better.
So again, G2 unable to capitalize on the opening advantage that they created.
Denver Airport is so far from Denver. That's most airports. You don't usually want
Yeah.
airports in the city. That's bad. That's bad use of land management.
There needs to be good transit between the city and the airport, though. I don't know if Denver. Actually, I'm quite sure Denver does not have good transit.
I
Because
thought Denver had a train.
I flew into Denver when the plane flipped over on Toronto, and I had to get decently into the city, and there was no train for me. Admittedly, I flew in at like 3 a.m. But
Toronto?
No, in Denver.
Oh. We have a train that runs all but like 5 hours. So it starts running at 5 and it stops running after midnight. But Pearson Airport is also supposed to be closed for those 5 hours. So
The people of Alberta don't believe in trains, so we
it
fucking
is insane
drive.
to me the fact that Calgary's airport is literally like a 10-minute drive from downtown, and yet there's no transit linking it.
Yep.
What a bizarre decision.
Woo!
I love trains. I swear I don't have autism.
Yeah, positions held there from DZ in the late portion of that round.
I don't love Warsaw Airport either. Krakow Airport is great. It's very small.
I don't believe they had LOS over towards that plant.
Trying to think of all the airports I've flown through.
Calgary Airport's
Charles
fun.
de Gaulle. So when you fly through CDG as a European going somewhere in Europe, CDG is spectacular. When you fly through CDG to leave Europe, it honestly feels like you're in a bombed out bus shelter. It is awful. It feels like they're still in World War II. It's so bad. CDG is just horrendous. Schiphol is obviously like the high water mark in Europe. I think it's one of the best airports I've ever flown into. Hong Kong Airport is also excellent. Outside of the fact that it's just a bunch of screaming children and Disney families, I actually kind of like Orlando Airport. I have no problems with Orlando Airport. It's big enough, but relatively easy to navigate. And everything tends to be close together. I don't hate Newark Airport. JFK is a fucking nightmare. LaGuardia is fine, but not great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good round from G2, and I think if you kind of look at the half overall,
Austin Airport was good. Charlotte Airport sucked ass. Winnipeg Airport is just such dog shit. I flew into Winnipeg Airport at like 8:30 and everything was closed. And I was like, it's not even 9 o'clock. How can I not get anything to eat?
How did you find yourself in the Winnipeg airport? That really takes skill,
After I
I
stopped
feel.
working out west and I moved back to Ontario, I was going to back out west to surprise some friends to see them. And I went through Aeroplan. At the time, I didn't travel or anything like that. Like, I barely flew. And I went through Aeroplan, and the only deal they had at the time was I flew Toronto, Winnipeg, Calgary. And then the flight back, admittedly, was Calgary to Toronto, so that one was fine.
Sure.
But I had a layover in Winnipeg. Now, it's like December 20th, so it's right before Christmas. I get on the plane. The person behind me has a small child that is sitting on their lap and is doing nothing but kicking the back of the seat for 2 straight hours. I leaned over multiple times and was like, hey, could you please get your kid to stop kicking the seat? And she didn't really speak English, so she's just like, okay. And the kid would start kicking the seat again like 3 seconds later. And I'm like, I'm not going to escalate this to a flight attendant because I'm not going to be an asshole to like a mother and her kid, but like, come the fuck on.
Big pick.
we end up being, my layover was an hour, but since I don't
Fuck,
need
he
to go
gets
through
away,
customs
though.
or anything, no problem. But the problem was that because it's Winnipeg, there was a giant fucking ice storm, so we couldn't land because the runway was like a sheet of ice. So
Love
we
the
just
peg.
circled for 40 minutes. And I'm like, if I miss my connection and I'm stuck in Winnipeg for the night, I will shoot myself. So finally we land, but because the plane was so short, they didn't serve food or anything on it, and there was some turbulence too. So it's like I hadn't eaten in like 5 hours. I'd only had a single cup of water, and I was like, I just want to get like a bottle of water and some food. I land and they're like, oh no, like all of our restaurants are closed. And I was like, you're joking. And they're like, the only thing that's open is like a Tim Hortons. But because the entire plane was in the same position, there was like 100 people in line, and there was one guy working.
Dude, this hatch play kind of nice. Dude, they got a Surrogate denial and they got an Electroclaw kill.
Up out of nowhere at 9 p.m. asking for
Final
sandwiches
chance.
and coffee, and I'm like, my plane is already already boarding. So I was like, fuck this. So I got on the plane to Calgary.
They got
It was another
both. They got
2-hour
both.
Flight. And then I landed in Alberta, local time, at like midnight, and we stopped at a McDonald's. And I ate like 2 full Big Macs. Winnipeg Airport sucks. The best thing you have in Winnipeg is the airport. Is that because it takes you out of Winnipeg?
Hey, you guys got the Jets. You guys got Connor Hellebuck like half the time where he's not trolling.
Connor Hellebuck is the greatest goalie of all time in the regular season, and then is the Stuart Skinner of the playoffs.
All right, and Stuart Skinner is like the Connor Hellebuck of the playoffs, at least in Game 4s.
I don't think turbulence has gotten worse. No. Also, no plane has ever crashed because of turbulence. So if you ever get like upset about turbulence, literally like wrap yourself in the fact that no plane has ever crashed due to turbulence. So if you feel turbulence, statistically you are safer than if you don't feel turbulence.
Collie pick rate's not really gone up too much. It's still quite low. I think certain players have started to push her more as they've gotten more comfortable with snipers, but I don't think it's very significant. It's mostly
Kalyan Bank is a doo-doo pick. I will never accept a Kalyan Bank unless it's top floor.
Yeah, top floor is not bad because you can get the Kanto wall and then you can hold from lobby repel. I do kind of like that.
You can also pivot to square if need be, if that's where the push is coming from, and just blow the SMG. But like beyond that, I think Collie's kind of dookie on this map.
I've seen some cool Collie takes through Garage. If there's like a Maestro in Garage, you use the Lance to clear out the Evil Eye, and then you can just like hold it. But it's like, it's kind of obvious. Like if somebody hears the Collie, they're not going to swing you. And so then you've got to push all the way up. It can be hard to get a play. I kind of like Nook better for that role.
Nashville Airport is really nice, by the way. I've flown through the Nashville Airport a couple times. It's quite good. What was I gonna say? I flew Sacramento Airport. It's the smallest like main airport I've ever flown through. I think the smallest airport I've ever actually flown through is probably Toronto Island, honestly. Toronto Island Airport is fucking awesome. If you are within range of the Toronto Island Airport, which call sign is YTZ, if you can fly there instead of Pearson, I would recommend it every single time that you have a chance to do that. I hate that we have an airport on the island downtown, and I would like that airport to close and that island go back to park space, but I do see the convenience of the airport. I don't think it should be downtown, especially since we have a high-speed train to the main airport, but Billy Bishop is great. The only downside to Billy Bishop is if
I like
it's
that
windy,
Collie skin.
Your flight's going to be delayed. Because if there's a lot of winds coming off of the lake, they delay like every flight by like 10-15 minutes, and you end up like with 2-hour delays. It's brutal.
That would be very much a drawback of the format if you have a team that goes 4-1 and doesn't qualify.
Did you take Porter to Boston? When that when the plane flipped in Boston, I actually found a flight flying Porter from Boston to Toronto for $550 Canadian, and I reached out to Blast and I was like, can you rebook me on this flight so that I'm not just stuck in Boston indefinitely, because Toronto Pearson is like shut down basically because of the plane flipping over. And they said it was out of budget. I was like, God damn it. So I ended up having to rent the car and driving from Boston to Toronto.
How was the drive? That sounds wild. What route did you take? I guess just through New York.
Yeah, I just went basically straight west.
Through Niagara?
Yeah, I went up through Niagara Falls. So I rented a car. There were no rental cars in the entire city that could cross the border.
Right.
So I rented a car right downtown in Boston, and I drove to Niagara Falls, USA airport, dropped the car off, and then a friend drove across the border to pick me up and then drove me home. Because it was like 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
But it was like, the drive was long. It's like a 10-hour drive.
Yeah.
So it's like, and the funny thing is that I was actually going to bring my car originally. I was like, yeah, I'll just drive to Boston, whatever. But then I was like, no, like it's a long drive. I'll just fly. And then I ended up having to drive home anyway. And I was like, this is miserable.
Nafe is fucking this Capitable, by the way. It's supposed to kill Blaz.
Yeah.
Oh, and now they're walking up and it's allowing Uno to get
Nafe did not
kills.
die to that C4 is just such a mystery.
Dude, and they feed 2 picks to Uno because they're all focused on Blaz in the elevator. Again, every round. NJR Spider-Man repelling.
Yeah, I was going to say, what a silly, goofy little place to be.
I love the Spider-Man repel. Nobody ever expects it.
I remember when
big Uno round.
Rexon did the upside down. I mean, NJR, whoever it was, wasn't even Spider-Man. But I mean, I think it was Richie did it, Rexon, on Shopify when they were on the Sonics. And I just remember him doing it, and I was like, dude, the balls. How do your titanium nuts not just drag you down to the lobby?
So 5-3, and again for every round that DZ do allow G2 to acquire, it just makes.
I don't like driving. I like getting places quickly. To me, it's the destination. It's not the journey. Like, I think sitting trapped in a car for dozens of hours is a really miserable experience. Like, yeah, seeing things is cool, but like, there are very few places, especially on like the East Coast, that I think are worth going out of your way to inconvenience yourself for 5 to 10 hours for.
Driving through the Rockies is fucking crazy.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's an instance where it's like drive through the Rockies.
Yes,
That's amazing.
yes.
Drive through the western portion of the country. Like, yeah, there'd be parts of like driving through like Arizona and New Mexico where it's just desert. That would be kind of weird. But like you see like cool mountains and you'll see like wildlife and shrubs you don't used to see. Like you're not used to seeing. Like that'd be cool to do like once or twice. But it's like if you're telling me that I can just blink and be somewhere, or if I can just blink and be somewhere, or spend 10 hours and experience a whole host of new things, I'm gonna be like, I want blink and be there. Like,
yeah.
I don't hate driving. I actually quite like the aspect of driving. I just wish that there were other options. To me, like a train is the best of both worlds. It gets you there usually slower than driving.
Awkward for Citizen.
Like, trains are great. I can sit there, I can still see the scenery, but I'm not like forced to pay attention. To me, that's the problem with driving. Is like, I hate that I have to be focused on just going in one direction for a long period of time.
Open area then, and as we saw there for a split second, Panda with a
Come to Western North Carolina. I drove from Toronto down to Florida and went through like West Virginia and all of that. And it was a nice drive. I would never want to do it again. But
a 3-2 split. Only 2 players first for G2.
what's the longest road trip you've done, Jesse?
Right after I graduated high school, there's no way that track stinger that he tossed out the fucking window got a fucking kill. That's probably a different track stinger still.
I think that's a safe assumption.
Right after high school, my mom and I flew to Halifax, and we did a road trip circling all of Nova Scotia and going over PEI.
How long did it take you to drive Nova Scotia?
It was a week. We did a lot of stops, though. We spent like a day in Sydney. We spent like 2 days in Halifax.
Because I know that if you're not dedicated to stopping, you can drive the entire perimeter of PEI in like half a day.
Yeah, we did like a full day, which was just PEI. PEI was pretty fucking boring and windy and miserable, I'm not gonna lie. But we stayed in this really cool hotel.
Just a giant field with a couple cities and lots of potatoes.
It's hard to even call them cities, man. It's just like there are houses in random spots, it feels like, on that island. But
like Pickering, right next to Toronto, has like 110,000 people. PEI is 130,000 people. Like,
in PEI though, we went like right to the middle of the island. There's this like little forest, and we got this like little dome hotel, like this like bubble hotel. That was super dope. And then that's where I cooked my PEI potatoes.
Like, for perspective, the riding that I live in, Toronto Center,
Imagine.
has 20,000 more voters than PEI has people, and my riding is like, you could bike my riding from like corner to corner in like 20 minutes.
PEI has like 3 ridings though, right?
4, and it's woven into our constitution that they always have to have 4 ridings.
Cringe.
Maybe it's 3. Maybe it's 3, and it's. I thought it was 4. I thought PEI had 4.
I could very easily be wrong too. I don't know.
Defensive structures from G2.
I say cringe. I guess it only helps the liberals. It only helps the party I voted for.
But then left effectively 1 versus 3 with others taken down. Good pinch work from DarkZero and just another clean attack.
I mean, Uno's got kick control, and the way that the rest of G2 are kind of playing, you've got to probably try and bunch up, play off each other a little bit more, make it difficult for the remaining DZ members to just kind of walk in, get that 1v1.
If DZ closes out 6-3 or 7-3, they're in a pretty decent spot. They're not in a good spot because they still need Furia to win. If FaZe win, it just doesn't matter. But they're okay. This could have been a lot worse for G2 or for DarkZero. If they let the spiral to like 7-4, 7-5, it's probably GG's.
So 3 opportunities for DarkZero to close this match out. It would give them an extra +4 round differential. They've already got +3 over Furia, so that would make it 7.
Oh, Uno had a good day yesterday, apparently.
That would be not good news for Furia.
I like trains. Yeah, trains are great. I don't even hate the Via. Like, the Via Rail is quite antiquated by, like, European standards. But, like, I've taken the Via Rail to Montreal and back 3 or 4 times, and I mean, I don't hate it.
My favorite Via Rail stat is if I want to go from Edmonton to Calgary on Via Rail, I have to connect through Winnipeg.
Well, that's for 2 reasons. Number 1, there's no rail south, which is stupid. But the train, like, so it's like, I can't remember if it's CN or CP, Canada Pacific versus Canada National. The rail line that goes through southern Alberta, that goes straight to Vancouver, is not owned by the company that owns most of the other rails. I think it's Canadian Pacific who owns that one.
Right.
So if you look at Via going across the country, Via literally goes through the southern portion of all of Canada until it gets to like Saskatchewan.
Then
it like
north.
flies up to Edmonton and then goes all the way back down to Vancouver. And it's like,
does it go back down to Vancouver? I thought it went to Prince George and then Prince Rupert.
I thought you could get to Vancouver. Yeah, you can definitely get to Vancouver via Via.
Maybe.
But the Rocky Mountaineer has an exclusivity agreement with Vancouver to Calgary.
Uno.
So that's why that like Rocky Mountain train goes through Calgary, like, and Via can't. And it's just so fucking stupid. That's the type of thing where the government ought to step in and be like, look, we don't care what you've decided. This is the better decision for literally everybody who lives in the country.
Yeah.
We're invoking eminent domain and we're taking it over.
There's a little hint of irony in that because they kind of want Furia to win. So you got to give Furia the carrot, because if you make it impossible, Furia won't have as much to play for. All the semantics. but a good round.
I saw somebody type a name in chat of like a European city, and it reminded me of that great tweet where it's like Europeans don't understand why Americans have 2 Dakotas, but then get offended when Americans don't know where Goop and Schittenberg is.
Haven't done much wrong. And to add further context, you kind of look at the matches at the tournament so far, and especially with this being a,
Never see it. I just chuckled at it.
This is honestly kind of a shit spot for DZ, because regardless of what this score ends up being, Furia FaZe are going to start. If Furia win with a good enough round diff to beat DarkZero, then they just win. But if the round diff gets bad enough where it becomes impossible for Furia to win, they might just let FaZe win and beat DZ anyways. I don't think they would do that, but I mean, Brazilian teams tend to support Brazilian teams.
This is something where I've always been kind of offside with this sort of thing. The only real time that I got angry about it was if people remember where like Noble or whatever team it was like very openly threw to get Obey Alliance kicked out, like to get relegated.
Yeah.
And I disliked it just because of how obvious like they were doing it. Like
Especially
I thought
get
it was them just kind of-
relegated out of Pro League. Like that's insane.
Yeah, and it's like you're literally throwing your match so that like another team can get deliberately relegated because you don't like them. Like fair enough,
Yeah.
Obey Alliance should have been better. That falls on them, but it was like outside of that, I like if a team like Furia, for example, looks at it and they're like, okay, like all we need, like it doesn't matter if we win or lose. Like who cares? And they don't try, I have no problem with that.
Same,
Like at
yeah.
the end of the day, like it's not up to Furia to save your ass to
Yeah.
make playoffs. It's up to you to do well enough in your games to qualify for playoffs. Like all these fans being like, well, we would have made playoffs if it wasn't for Furia throwing their game to FaZe Clan. It's like, no, you would have made playoffs if you did better in every single other match you played. Like, that's really just what it boils down to. Like, if I was the coach of a team and I was like, okay, guys, like we're feeling really good, we're feeling really experienced, we feel like we've got a really good handle on where we're at. We don't need to strat this match. We don't need to sweat it. Let's just go in, let's have some fun, and if we lose, who cares? Let's not bother showing strats. Let's not bother trying. It doesn't change the calculus for us. That's what I would do if I was a coach.
Yeah.
Like, I would basically just say like, yeah, why should you try? And then, you know, save your strats. Like literally, like keep the stuff that you're gonna do for big moments where it matters the most. And then people get angry at that, and it's like, no, like if you're worried that your team's not going to qualify, the blame lays at the feet of your team not playing well enough to qualify outright.
And I see what Chad is saying. Like DZ did play really well this tournament, but like if you're DZ and you want to get mad at something, don't get mad at Furia. Get mad at this format because
yeah, exactly.
You can definitely make the argument that if DZ win this and don't make playoffs, they deserve to be in playoffs even though they're not there. But that's not Furia's fault, bro. That is the system that we're in.
Yeah. Also, two things. DZ could have thrown their matches to better their chances. Like they understand how the format works. Like they
wow. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the teams really did understand how the format worked at the start.
I think some teams got a good handle on it by the second day. And I mean, like, at that point, there's still enough time for you to make a course correction. You know, and even yesterday, people were openly talking about, like, if DZ throws this match, they're in better shape.
That's a good
They
point.
knew that going in.
Yesterday, explicitly, DarkZero would have been in a better spot had they thrown their game. Like, there's no ifs or anything about it.
We've had two attacks where we've... the first two attacks on Open and CO, we were not all ready to go at the same time. That is a, are we ready to flood? If anyone says no, please say no if you cannot, and then we wait, and then we flood when we're all going. Okay? The microcoms will win the game. The game is simple. We work as a team, we win the game. Okay? All those small comms.
He's
will win.
conducting
I'm
2
giving you
zeros.
nothing strategic. Just keep up the Dokkaebi, and keep up the IQ. They're going to ramp up the hides and the powers with the Val.
I got to talk to him in Manchester, and I was very, very impressed.
Hello. He wasn't done. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at this point for DarkZero, I don't think you have to go too deep into
Anyway,
that kind of strategy.
it's also worth noting that this is not, and I don't want to use this word. I don't want to use this word lightly because I mean it is a real tournament. But like, this is not a serious tournament. Like, there are lots of teams that just flat out privately admitted they really don't care. They're like, we're here because Brazil. Like, we want to go to Brazil. We want to get some game day reps in. Maybe we'll make some money. But there are a lot of teams that are going home, and they're like, oh well.
Sure.
Oh no. Like.
And I think like
So it's like. Sorry, my point was just like the format is not serious, and most teams knew that going in. Did they know the intricacies of it and how to like game it? No, I would agree with you. I think a lot of teams struggled to get a good grasp on like what was optimal, but like every team came in on the same footing.
For sure. And I think that like, oh, it's not that serious of a tournament is a fine defense if somebody's complaining about, oh, it's goofy, oh, there's 1v1s, oh, some teams play, you know, different opponents, or some teams like didn't grasp the gambling part of it, like whatever. Like, you're right, it's not that serious of a tournament. But even though it's not a traditional tournament, it's not the most important tournament in the world, I think you could still be very upset if you're a player or a coach that it's a tournament that encourages throwing and benefits losers.
This is the exact same conversation we had in APAC, right? Where it was like the one team threw or whatever to get better seating, and then everybody got really angry. And I'm like, no, like,
Yeah,
if
but
losing a match gives my team a better chance at winning the event, I'm gonna do that. And
For
I
sure.
think we should stop pretending that there's some like honor in winning games. Like
for sure. But like also at the same time, like if Ubisoft catches you throwing games, you get a deep punishment. I'm pretty sure. Like that team in APAC that threw got repercussions for throwing that game.
Well, they snubbed their nose at it and openly threw, which was my main criticism with that Noble Mouse game. Was it was like Noble was just like openly throwing.
Sure, but I think there's a difference in throwing to fuck over somebody and throwing because it benefits you.
My position, I mean, I do agree that there are differences between those two, but my greater argument is that I don't really care what the end result is. I care about how you go about doing it. Like, you could very easily just like play poorly and play badly and just have like players running around and shit and dying. Like, you don't need to like openly throw. Like, you don't need to like, they had like fucking Beastly playing Blackbeard and Ashe, and it's like, okay, man, like, you know, like, you could, oh,
wow. Oh, DZ, this is very bad for you. This is very bad.
It's over. It's going to OT. Like,
yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna get mad at the players, to be honest, even if they're disrespectful about it. Like, if it's in their best interest, I don't really care. But I think more people are getting upset with like the format in and of itself, which I think is absolutely valid. And waving your, not that you're doing this, but waving your hands saying, the tournament doesn't matter anyways, I think is missing the point when it's still a $500,000 tournament and one of only 4 international tournaments we get all year.
DarkZero, after their tactical timeout, still unable.
the point that I was making about that is that it's like, the point I was making about it not being a quote-unquote like serious/real tournament was that you know that there's a bunch of gimmicks. You know that the teams that qualified are not the best teams in the world. Like,
if they go to these bomb sites, let's suppose if the cow pushing spiral fast because the fan is open and it still didn't show this match, okay? If they go basement, guys, for the attack, Uno, it's the time of the termite, okay? Like same we watched yesterday with Falcons. If you have the kills, we plant there, trust the plant, like put one guy left for cover Uno, and if you don't have the kills, we split. Okay, guys. And for CO is the Windows attack. Okay, guys, we still didn't show. So
if they don't reinforce the wall, the walls like last time, I'm not taking Thermite. I'm taking.
Okay, okay. The defense. Just one thing. If you turtle blast, I don't want you playing push in.
I mean, you can get the kind of vibe there with the communication from G2 that they're
taking this way more seriously.
They're in this game. The seriousness is definitely there with their tone. And it's not so much for them.
To your point, no player is coming in being like, oh, I'm not competitive, fuck it. I'm just saying, like, there are teams that are not treating this with the same weight as a major, right? Like,
for sure.
Every single player who's there would love to win this event. Let's not kid ourselves. And I'm not trying to, like, downplay that. Like,
I don't think
even
you
the
are.
teams that have gone home were in seemingly good spirits. Like, if you talk to them, and some of the ones that in DMs have been like, it's like, whatever. You know, like, if I'm like, hey, would you like to win this event? They would all say the same thing, like, of course. My point is that it's very easy for you to get over a loss here and not take it as seriously and not sweat as much and not let the pressure get to you. Obviously, every single team has differing expectations. There's sponsorship obligations, there's org obligations, there's your own internal obligations. Like, look at Kobe. Kobe was shaking in a lot of his engagements. Why? Because Kobe is probably acutely aware of how he did on DZ. He almost certainly saw the avalanche of criticism on social media about his abilities, and now he's on Cloud9 and he's gonna want to prove himself. Like, nobody wants to be the guy who's like some, you know, like 2-kill bozo. Like, every single one of these players wants to have a great reputation and be seen as one of the best. That's why they're doing this. At the same time, you know that this tournament has a bunch of gimmicks. You know that the best team is probably not gonna win. You know that a bunch of teams that probably shouldn't make playoffs are gonna make playoffs. They already have, for that matter. So you look at this and it's like, yeah, I get that the system is kind of weird and I get that blah blah blah, but it's like, it's incumbent upon you to understand.
Sucked into that bait. That's your banner off the board.
That's disgusting.
And Doki is just laughing at him in chat.
Doki's racist.
Basement, by the way. That is an incredibly important. You can play
site now.
I don't really.
He did 3Ks.
I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, but I don't think, like, if you're DarkZero, say you win this game and you don't make playoffs, I think DarkZero could rightfully be upset that a team like Elevate or CAG are in playoffs instead of them. And I know you can always say, you guys knew the format just as much as CAG. You could have thrown your first 2 games just like CAG and Elevate lost their first 2 games. But, like, I don't think that's a good argument in counterpoint. Like, saying to DZ, like, well, you should have thrown your first 2 games instead of winning them against decent teams.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
No. But, like,
I think
saying
the
that,
one
oh,
game
you
in
understand the
question was
format
yesterday's.
is, like, meh.
I think yesterday's game in question was the big one, right? Like, it was being said on social media before the match even started that if DZ wins their game, they will be in worse shape than if they lost it.
Sure. In theory, though, like, in practice, I guess, it wasn't that big of a game changer because nobody expected Furia to pick FaZe. So, in hindsight, it actually didn't matter. But at the time, yes, it would have been better for them to have lost.
I agree with you entirely that, like, you should be pointing fingers at the format. But I mean, like, the purpose of this format was to be fun and to be new and to be different and exciting. Like, this is not the most competitive format. That was a great bait out by DarkZero. My only worry is about the time here.
Oh no, what an angle. Hey, Lamau.
Dude,
that's my hungover IGL GOAT.
You can completely change the players on DZ, but you cannot change that choke culture. I just do not know what it is with this team, dude. Like,
yep.
Anyway, the point is that, like, you knew coming into this that it was not the most competitive format. This format was literally designed to, like, throw a wrench in everybody's plans. When teams use their cards, when teams decide to use their extended mag, chicken out, yada, yada, yada. Like, you knew coming in that it would not be the height of competitive play. And you have to adjust. And I mean, I think some teams adjusted faster than others. I do agree that DZ winning their games and taking it seriously like it's a fully real event kind of puts them on the outs. They did not optimally play their 5 days of groups to get to this point. And yeah, I think if there's anything to blame, it's them to point at the format and say, like, look, like, we approached it as if it was a real event, blah, blah, blah. But I think that's wrong. I don't think you can approach this event like, hey, we just want to win every single game and be the best team, dominate, and then make playoffs, because evidently that's not working out. You have to be able to adjust to the format. Some teams did it better than others. Some teams got lucky. Do I think Elevate and CAG deliberately lost their matches and looked like total booty cheeks to then bet an incredible amount and win freak show games to catapult to the top of the standings and confirm playoffs? No, I think they kind of tripped into it. But every single team came into this event understanding that the format was kind of goofy, the format was kind of a mystery, you didn't know how teams were going to tackle it, and you need to be able to adapt quickly to it. Some orgs and some teams did a very good job of adapting quickly. DZ just played it like it was a normal event. They wanted to win, they want to get reps in, they want to take it seriously. I don't blame them for it, but I think honestly they kind of need to blame themselves a little bit for not understanding the format better. Do I think they're entirely to blame? No. I think the format obviously is mostly to blame, but it was designed to be this way. So
I think there are levels to this, though. It is one thing to have a format that, as you said, is a little bit different, is a little bit quirky, has some things to throw a wrench into the plans. That's not what this was, right? This is a format that actively promotes throwing games and losing. Even if you don't fully understand the format, I think it is reasonable to say going into a tournament, even a tournament that doesn't affect SI, even a tournament that is not critical, it is not a major, is not at the same level, I think it is reasonable to come into a tournament and say, hey, we're going to try our hardest to win every game. Like, I don't think that
I agree with
you can criticize DZ for being like you say, obviously, you're saying most of the blame goes on the format, a little bit goes on DZ.
What was, like...
A little bit can go on DZ for sure.
That's not really Nave's fault, because he was getting held by lobby, so he didn't really have anywhere to go. But it was like, I don't know.
End of the day, though, like for DZ, I mean, can they put a blame? Could they have done things differently to be in a better position? Yes. Does that mean that this is a little bit? Yeah, absolutely. Does that mean that this is a little bit their fault? I wouldn't say
I
so.
think they shoulder some blame for not adapting to the format
so.
better. I mean, I don't think it's their fault, and I think that, again, there are layers to it. like you said, but DZ is playing in the same format that everybody else is. You know, like there are teams that have qualified and there are teams that haven't. Did DZ, you know, DZ looks like they're going to fail to qualify. Is that because of their actions? Sort of. Is that because of the format? Absolutely. But they're the ones playing the format just like every other team. Also, Nafe is the only player on DarkZero who's positive.
Yeah, I mean,
insane for how close this score is.
My entire argument is also based on DZ winning this game, which, well, they kind of choked this massively, so they probably don't, quote unquote, deserve to be top 8
being
anyway.
trapped in gold, yeah. This
is over.
This I don't see. I mean, Pambazoo's done crazier things. I don't know if they have a read on Pambazoo's position. I don't think they do.
1-1 for 7 seconds.
No, they did.
Rip.
I couldn't see that other silhouette to see if he was looking stairs or not.
So with that, DarkZero are officially out of the tournament.
The mayor was up for re-election, and he unfortunately was defeated in his own riding.
G2 been out, but yes. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think straight up just the winner of FaZe Furia qualifies no matter what. I don't think we give a shit about round diff at all. I think that simplifies things for our last game today.
I think there's good with this format, and I like I said, I can't remember if it was yesterday or 2 days ago. I have no problem with formats that are a little bit wonky, that throw curveballs, that force teams to adapt to the unpredictable. No problem with that whatsoever. I think the card system is really cool. I think the idea of a 1v1 is actually quite neat as well.
I really like the 1v1s in this tournament.
I think 1v1s are really cool. I'd like to see them kind of tighten it up. Maybe have it be on House or one of the team deathmatch maps, and maybe do it with just Striker and Sentry. That's great. Like, do that. But it does sting that we effectively lost a major to this. Like, that's the part that a lot of people are really struggling with. And if instead of going to the Esports World Cup, they were like, what if we do Reload in August? And we still did the majors in the spring and the fall, I honestly don't think anybody would be upset. Yes, there would still be people, let's not kid ourselves, there would still be people who are like, well, why don't we just have a third major? But I think those people are not serious people and we shouldn't listen to them. I honestly think that if they were just like, hey, so like we have an off season, we're going to throw this cool, quirky tournament in for R6 share teams, you know, just in between majors, I think most people would be fine with it. Like, I don't think anybody would really care that much. It's that we lost a major for this. There was only one major outside of SI this year. I think that's what makes it super, super bummer for people.
Can I give my hot take? And I don't think many people believe. I think my previous take, a lot of people agreed with. I think this take people don't agree with. I don't care that it replaced a major or not. I think end of the day, like, even if we still had 2 majors even if it was replacing EWC, the fact that it's a significant tournament with a significant prize pool and the best teams in the world, if it was just a different format and it was silly, that would be fine. But, like, I mean, fundamentally, I think it's inexcusable to have designed the form. Not inexcusable, but, like, I think it should be thought of as a failure that we have a tournament format that promotes throwing and encourages losing. And, like,
I don't disagree.
Whether it replaces a major or not, honestly, isn't that important to me. If it was just a silly tournament with cards and 1v1s and, you know, some gimmicks involved, but it still, you know, kept competitive integrity and encouraged teams to win and rewarded teams that were winning broadly, you know, there's always going to be quirks and formats where you can debate, did this team deserve, did that team deserve, but to a far less scale, right, where it's way less debatable than it is now, or even blatant now that the teams that are making playoffs don't deserve to be there. I would have been fine with it, even if it replaced a major, to be totally honest with you, and that's going to be a hot take. My only real problem is that we basically get an event that's like complete, I don't know, it's not complete garbage, but it's like we're really getting robbed of good quarterfinal games. We're getting robbed of exciting entertainment in a top 8. And I don't think like this format even intended that. I think that was the byproduct of this format that was not considered, and hopefully is considered more going forward.
I mean, you'd have to talk to the people who designed the format, and frankly, I don't actually know.
Yeah, I don't know
whether
who
it be-
did.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know if this is a Blast special. I don't know if
Yeah.
this is a Ubi special. I don't know if this is them working, together to accomplish it. I don't really know, and frankly, I don't really care who designed the format. Like, I'm not. Doesn't trouble me either way. But I think having a goofy format, and this is a goofy format, right? It's not traditional.
For sure.
I don't see any problems with having a goofy format that does prioritize teams losing over winning. I don't have any issues with that. If they want to go do that and have these burner events that, like sometimes the worst teams make it, whatever, that doesn't matter to me. And the reason why it doesn't matter to me would be precisely the opposite of what you're saying. If we had, imagine the previous schedule we had where we had 3 majors and an SI. If this was our 5th international event of the year, I could not give a shit if they forced teams to play blindfolded. I would not care in the slightest. Because we've got 4 majors, SI plus the 3 majors. We've got 4 majors that are fulfilling the needs of the game and fulfilling the needs of the esport. The fact that we have gone from 3 years ago having 4 majors down to just 2 this year, and then Reload is kind of filling that gap, that's what makes this format, to me, a bigger deal. If we had 4 regular majors that functioned just fine, and again, I will disagree with your take that these are the 20 best teams in the world. These are certainly
I didn't
not.
say these are the 20 best teams in the world. I didn't say that.
You said they have the top teams. You said you wouldn't mind if it had like the top teams in the world. I don't think these are
I
the
think
top
it
teams in
has
the
the
world.
top teams in the world. That doesn't mean it has the 20 specific best teams.
Some top teams in the world. I
Absolutely.
think there's a dearth of talent at play here.
I think
and
that's true
you
at
can see it in the
every
games.
tournament, even with qualifiers. You go
Oh, of
back
course,
to
dude. I mean, the
SI
fact that,
without
like-
BDS 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at, I can't even remember the fucking name of the team that qualified in Montreal that had, like, Packer and
CL
all of
for
them
life,
on it.
yeah.
Like, yeah, like, that, you can't in any way, shape, or form look at that event and be like, yeah, the top 16 teams in the world were there. Like, no, of course, let's give our head a shake. But inviting orgs over at least allowing there to be, like, a competitive qualification process right then and there shows you that the talent is not going to be the best of the best because there are people who are going to get in who didn't have to earn it. Competition obviously will benefit everybody. It'll benefit the teams that are there. Ideally, the best teams that are qualifying are the best teams at that current point in time. You can make an argument whether that's true or not, whatever. But if we had 4 regular majors a year, I could not care about a gimmick 5th major that just had the most bizarre rules you could ever possibly conceptualize. That would not trouble me at all. Even if it did promote throwing and losing, I do not care because my itch has been scratched by the other 4 events. Do whatever you want with this event. To me, what makes this tougher to swallow, which seems to be something that has been echoed by a lot of other people, is that we are down a competitive circuit event because this event exists. And that's what makes it more frustrating, is because it's not just that you look at the format and you're like, okay, it's not the height of competitive integrity, but we knew that going in. It's that we lost a competitive event of which we've already lost 1 2 years ago when we went down to just 2 majors plus SI. We've now lost yet another for a format that maybe it was thought up this way, which I hope isn't the case, because if they knew this was going to happen,
I would be shocked.
I same. If they knew this would be the outcome and still went through with it, that's obviously bad. But like, either way, the outcome of this event is that a lot of good teams have gone home despite not really doing anything wrong. And some teams, obviously, they have failed to, account for the format. They failed to play well. And I mean, well is obviously in quotes here. But like, this has not been a tournament that I'm happy looking at the top 8 teams because of the way it's played out. And again, for me, it's because it replaced one that likely would have functioned a bit more standard.
Yeah, and I think your take on that is the most popular take, and I understand that I'm more in the minority with this, and I'm not trying to convince anybody, but my take is still that just like, even if we had 1 million events, if you're going to spend the money to get the best teams in the world in one place together, and I consider this group broadly to be the best in the world, even if you replaced, Fnatic with Shopify or whoever, I still would call it the best teams in the world broadly. If you're going to spend a bunch of money to get roughly the best teams in the world in one place, and then you encourage them to throw and lose games on purpose, I think you've failed, and I think you've really missed an opportunity there, and that's what I'm annoyed by. That's what I would be disappointed by. I guess disappointed is the better word. I'm very disappointed. Not very, but I'm disappointed that we've spent this money, we've spent these resources, we've committed to holding an event like this, and then we're rewarding teams that are bad and we're encouraging teams to lose. I think if that is ever happening, regardless of what it's replacing, I'm going to have a problem with it. I'm going to feel let down by it, and I'm going to be disappointed by it, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and that's fair. And again, like, we're coming at this from different angles.
Yeah.
There's overlap to some of what we're saying. But
Definitely.
I mean, like, you seem to be more of a rules and procedures guy, whereas I'm more of like a broader, you know, more macro, like, community focus on why I dislike it. And I saw something that was said in chat just above, which was like, I miss having dream hacks. Honestly, like, one of my favorite parts of the dream hacks and the OGA pits and the Allied Esports minor was that teams that didn't usually qualify for events would not only be there, but also get desperately needed LAN experience. I have no problems whatsoever. In fact, I actually quite like the idea that we have an event where teams are just invited. Because it's cool to see CAG on a main stage in front of a crowd. It's cool to see these APAC teams doing well. It's cool to see orgs like Wildcard, like Cloud9, like Fnatic actually be able to make it to events. I think that's great. And I think that it will give them much needed and valuable experience. I don't think this system in particular, unfortunately, gives them the best shot at gaining valuable experience because it's not a standard format. But DreamHack allowed us to see teams on stage playing in a LAN environment side by side that we didn't usually get to see. And people forget that prior to DreamHack, there were no LAN leagues at all. The amount of teams that had never qualified for an event that made it to DreamHack and would literally meet their own teammates for the first time ever was really high. Guys would be like, I've been teaming with this dude for 2 years and we've never met in person, and now we're going to be sitting next to each other at a DreamHack. That's sick. I love that. I think that's great. And I think more of that is good. And if we have an event like Reload in our calendar, you know, for the remainder of our competitive game, that's great. I have no problem with that. Again, it just circles back to, I don't like that this is, that we got it through subtraction.
Yeah.
I would like to maintain a healthy amount of official circuit events and then have minors, or even this if you consider an S-tier event. Again, I don't consider an S-tier event, but you know, that's me. Liquipedia does, whatever. I'm not willing to fight over that. I don't really care. But like having things like Reload, even having things like Esports World Cup, where teams that are not your usual favorites are gaining that opportunity, that's great. I like that. And I don't have a problem with Reload. I'm just bummed that we're down a major. That's all.
Yeah. I don't mind a lot of the things that people have complained about. I don't mind the wackiness. I don't mind the cards. I don't mind the 1v1s. I don't even mind the invites. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
I won't keep repeating
I mean,
myself.
I agree. I think the doom and gloom over this event is vastly overblown. You know,
Sure.
when I first heard about it and I first got it pitched to me, and it's like, okay, so it's like an invite-only team, and there's going to be a format that's a little bit unusual and blah blah blah. I was like, immediately I got my back up and I was like, I hate this. I really don't like this idea. Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
And then the more I got familiarized with their ideas and their execution or their plans and stuff like that, I was like, okay, great. I think where it failed is the execution. And I don't even mean failed because I think this has been successful. It's just, it fell short of what I was looking for in an event. And again, it goes back to when they conceptualized this format, what did they imagine the outcome would be? Surely they must have expected a couple teams would make playoffs that would never sniff the main stage in any other event. And maybe they were okay with it. Maybe the powers who be are looking at CAG and Elevate there and they're like, hey man, this is great. Maybe they're looking at it and they're like, we completely flubbed it. This has been a complete failure. I have no idea. I'm not in their heads. And again, I don't even know who made these decisions. But I would like, after this is all said and done, to like do a debrief internally with Blast or Yubi and come to better understand why this is the way it is. And also, like, production has it. Production, come on, man. Like
7-6, 13 rounds.
7-6 is not accurate. Like how, like this
has happened a
sort of
couple
stuff
times.
irritates me.
I think what's going on here.
It's happened a bunch.
What's going on, I think, is they're pulling from the delayed stats API, which means that they're pulling from stats that are like 4 minutes too late, which is just why it's missing the last one.
But you've got real people sitting in a control room.
I know. I'm not excusing. I'm just
looking at
trying to
monitors.
explain.
How is nobody being like, okay, score was 8-6, right? All right, awesome. Like,
yeah, 100%.
But
But yeah, I think as far as like Ubisoft reflecting on this event, I would love to be able to hear like what Ubisoft thought of this event and how they thought it went. I think that they probably would. I don't think it's inherently bad that teams like Elevate and CAG made it in, and I think maybe they expected that. But I think they're probably. I would hope at least that they were coming into this thinking if a team like CAG makes playoffs, they'll have made it because they made smart gambles, they made smart bets with the bullets, and they maybe outplayed some people in their play. When in practice, CAG and Elevate are in because they're bad and they lost games and they played poorly.
Here's how I would frame it. I think that gaming the format the way they did means that both Elevate and CAG earned their spot in the playoffs, but I don't think the way they played deserved it. That's how I would phrase it.
I think...
And
sorry, continue. Continue, and then I want to say something, though.
No, I was just going to say, like, if you just solely look at how you played within the confines of the format, CAG and Elevate played the format exceptionally well. They earned their spot by playing the way they did. But I don't think their actual gameplay warrants a spot in the top 8. I do not think they are one of the top 8 teams,
of course,
at this event based on abilities.
I think specifically, let's look at Elevate because I think it's the most egregious example. I don't think my biggest like problem with this specifically is I don't think Elevate did anything smart or correct to get into this spot. What Elevate did was they showed up to the tournament as the 3rd worst team. They beat the worst team. They beat the 2nd worst team. They lost every other game. They used their bullet gambles pretty much the same as every other team did strategically. And the way the format worked out, that just so happened to get Elevate a playoff spot. And that's where, like, if Elevate had done something smart to make some smart gambles, and then, despite not being the 8th best team performance-wise, made playoffs, I would have no problem with that. But my problem with it is specifically that Elevate just played bad. They had no specific strategy to get there. They just beat, barely beat, I should say. They barely beat PSG Talon. They barely beat Scars. From what I saw in this tournament, I thought those are the 2 worst teams in the tournament, and I think Elevate is the 3rd worst team in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's where for me, the problem starts to come up.
Somebody in chat said something. I don't think Ubisoft is in a financial situation to fund 3 main events and Reload as well. Sacrifice had to be made. That's your theory. I mean, yes, obviously. So the esport budget really doesn't get touched. The esports budget gets set out and like that's it. As most people know, the cost of everything has exploded in the last 2 years. So if you're given, let's say you're given $10 million in 2022, and then you're given that $10 million in 2023, and you're given $10 million in 2024, and you're given $10 million in 2025, your purchasing power with that money has plummeted. What you can afford to do in 2022 with $10 million is a fraction now of what you're capable of doing, or was double what you can do now. Nowadays, you can only do a fraction of what you did because something that cost, say, $100,000 in 2022 is now $200,000. Everything has gone up. And I don't know who's saying that Ubisoft is saying that they're in a good space. Ubisoft is in like pretty big financial trouble and have had some very, very pronounced, expensive flops over the last 2 years. To the point where, like, Ubisoft really only has a couple tentpole franchises that are holding this company up. One of which is our game. Assassin's Creed is another one of those. But the problem with Assassin's Creed is that it's not a game as a service, so you cannot continue to monetize it. Rainbow Six is obviously a live service game, so they can continue to make money off of it. Ubisoft, for the most part, doesn't release live service games the way that a lot of other studios do. So Ubisoft will put all this money into Assassin's Creed. They'll release it. Say Assassin's Creed costs $300 million to make. Turns around and it makes $2 billion. And you're like, wow, that's an incredible amount of money. Go us. But that's all you're getting. You're getting all that money, and then you're using that money to keep the lights on, to pay people salaries, and then you're putting that money into game development. If you then turn around and spend, say, $250 million on Star Wars, and then that game comes out and only makes $100 million, not only are you losing all that money that you put in development, but you're not gaining any money back. which means you are relying on these tentpole franchises to vastly overperform in order to keep your company profitable. We're also ignoring the fact that esports is never profitable. So in the eyes of the executives, when budgets come down and money starts to get tight, you're going to have all these suits at the top who are like, why are we spending tens of millions of dollars on an esport that is showing zero profit? It's just like shoveling money into the fire. So people need to realize that while Ubisoft might be making money, which admittedly they're really not at the moment, but even if Ubisoft is making all that money, any smart business is going to be like, hey, so there's this one portfolio we have that is just constantly burning money and it's never going to turn a profit. Eventually, the bean counters will come for that and say, let's plug that hole. Let's get rid of it. It's not generating any profit. It's not generating revenue for us. It's just a black hole of money. Let's get rid of it. And a lot of companies see esports as that black hole. So they have no choice but to cut the budget or outright eliminate it. Ubisoft doing well, which isn't even true. But if Ubisoft was doing well, it doesn't mean the esports going to be doing well.
I'll also push back a little bit. Space Badger has said, I understand what you're saying, but their earnings are up. I don't know if they're up or down. Whatever. It doesn't matter. And they still refuse to fund esports, which tangibly brings people to the game when they put a ton of money into flop games. They are putting a lot of money into flop games, but they're not refusing to fund esports. Like, as Parker just said, Ubisoft does put tens of millions of dollars into Siege esports. And it's like, maybe you would like $100 million into Siege esports.
The budget was over $10 million a year when we were with ESL. I assume it's gone up since then.
Yeah, so, like there is a lot of money being poured into esports. Yeah. You might want more, but like you're it's about balancing that. And like, I can understand if Ubisoft cannot commit to spending like 3 majors a year. I think it's silly for anybody that doesn't see Ubisoft's budget to say, well, they need to spend more. It's in their best interest to spend more. It's like, none of us have any clue what Ubisoft's economics look like. All we can do is trust that they're making the decision that's smart for them, which might not always be good for you and I, but
yeah, Ubisoft has tens of thousands of employees. They have offices in like 30 countries across the world that they need to pay rent for. They are developing at any point in time dozens of games, many of which get canceled. So think about that. Let's say you sink $20 million into a game and 6 months in, it gets shit canned. You've now just essentially lost $20 million, not including the cost of paying those employees, etc. This happens far more frequently than you'd think. And to your point about them making flop games, there is almost never a time, there are the odd occasion, but very rarely is a developer pushing out a game and they're like, man, this is gonna fucking suck. This is gonna make us no money.
Yeah.
They're thinking, all right, Star Wars Outlaws, this game's gonna be a huge hit. We're gonna triple our money. And then it turns out not being profitable at all. They put out an Avatar game. Again, not super profitable. They're never expecting their games to crash and burn.
Yep.
Period. So keep in mind that when Assassin's Creed comes out and you're like, wow, it made an awful lot of money. Great. If that and Rainbow Six are like their only 2 profitable games, that's all they're making. And I know that it might seem silly to people because Ubisoft is not a publicly traded company necessarily.
They are, aren't
Ubisoft still... I didn't think it... Well, I mean, they are publicly traded, but the vast majority of it is owned by the Guillemot family, right?
Okay,
so I mean,
maybe, yeah.
whether it's publicly traded or not, they cannot get taken over on the stock market. Was my understanding.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not 100%.
My understanding was that the company cannot just be outright bought on the stock market. Somebody can fact check me here if they want, but that was my understanding. But like, the thing is that like whether Ubisoft is profitable or not, they have a board, and that board only cares about making more money. They don't care about a good esport. They don't care about good games. You could make the garbagest slop out there, but if that thing makes $600 million a month, they're going to be like, make 6 more of those. Because most people on the board and most investors don't actually care about your company. They care about making money. And most people are like, well, Ubisoft needs to spend less money on this. Like, shareholders will literally look at esports and be like, why are you spending $50 million a year on esports? If you canceled that, think about how much more money I could get. And people need to understand that developers and game studios back in the day, wanted to make money, but a lot of game studios were created for literally like the love of the game. Capitalism, like in every other industry, has now taken over video games. So for most of these big studios, the only goal that they have is to make money. That's it. The developers who work on Rainbow Six, who make like 40, 50, 60K a year creating this game, they want the best for Rainbow Six. They care about Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
The executives and the shareholders and the board at the top, the people who just have investments in Ubisoft, they don't care about the well-being of Rainbow Six. They just care about extracting as much money from Rainbow Six as possible. And devs have said time and time again that they're obviously like changes are made against their will, but they get outvoted. That's just how it works. People need to realize that Ubisoft is beholden to one thing: accruing capital. That is it. If turning Rainbow Six into a mobile gacha game with the most predatory loot boxes on the planet would earn them more money, they would do it in a heartbeat and they wouldn't look back, even if it completely destroyed the game, because the value in the IP is generating more wealth for the people who invest in Ubisoft, not in keeping the game going. Ooh, what's he saying?
God, he's so cute.
One of the top Brazilian teams.
Oh my God, he's gonna talk to Lobin.
Montreal. He's gonna get some of their thoughts on what they do on
God,
their
he's
day
so
off.
hot.
Fortunately, already qualified for the
So
main
hot
stage.
right now. Look at
They've
those piercing
even got
eyes.
a bye to do so. You can hear them laughing inside. We'll see what they're up to. See who answers the door.
I think it'll be my goat, Lobin.
Hi, Palu. Nice to meet
It
you.
was
Nice
not.
to see you. We're just going to come on in and just
Does
see
Loban
what you
speak
guys are
English?
up to. Obviously,
Yeah.
your day off, and see what you guys are doing after you've already qualified for the main stage. Obviously, you guys got the bye, so you didn't even have to play any teams, which I
Do you
guess
think
is
that's
that
a
something that
stage,
you
or do you
guys
think
were
they
happy with?
actually caught them
One
off
less game
guard
to play
here?
before main stage?
Yeah, of course.
They
like,
certainly
we
would have
knew
known
that
ahead of
we
time, because what if they
couldn't
weren't in the
face
room?
DarkZero anymore, so like
Good
Furia
point.
and Dan has to face each other, and we were
This
like,
stuff is always pre-planned.
Just to another day, you know.
Well, what do you do on your day off? Obviously, you're at a tournament. You're typically prepping. You're practicing. You're obviously in that mindset. But then when you know you've got a couple of days off, do you unwind a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Like, there's not something specifically. The guys like some wants to do a few things, others other. So yesterday we went to the mall, but today a few guys went to the beach. We are just chilling because we.
He said beach, but it sounded like bitch.
sometimes we just want to stay relaxed,
We went to
you
the
know,
bitch.
watching the
Oh,
games.
what?
And that's it.
What about the actual arena now? You're going to have a couple of days before that. Looking forward to playing in front of the home fans?
Yeah, of course. Me specifically, I have the chance to qualify for a few events in Brazil, and it's the first time that I'm actually playing at the arena, and I'm really
Wow.
excited for it. Like, the Brazilian fans are amazing, and just
What?
so happy to be there.
I didn't realize this would be the first time Paulo
knows?
would be in front of a Brazilian
It's better
crowd.
to still be playing, still be better participating.
Liquid
Obviously,
does
best
not-
of luck for the
Liquid
finals.
does
Anything you
not
wanna say?
notoriously
I
qualify.
just want
I
to
guess.
thanks everyone that's cheering
Because
for me.
Sao Paulo
that's
won.
cheering for W7.
obviously
it's been
wasn't a
big
player
step
at that
for me,
point.
changing, like,
Mhm.
I've been
Rio
6
won. It
years in
was
Liquid or more.
Immortals.
And yeah, right now,
and
it's been
FaZe Clan.
so great.
Mhm.
playing with
Sao
the
Paulo
new guys,
2, Liquid
and
didn't
they're,
make
like,
it.
Amazing. I'm just happy to play with them. And
Sao
to-
Paulo 2
let's see
was
through
supposed to
the
be in
year.
2020, but obviously COVID canceled that.
Thank you so much,
So
Paolo, and the rest of the boys for obviously letting us in, see what they're doing on their day off.
Yeah, they were really. SI24 was when Volps destroyed the team with the conflict. Not that it was his fault necessarily, but when the
Don't
team
say that or he'll sue
imploded.
you, dude.
Yeah, I need to cover my asses.
Don't say that or he'll sue you.
Yeah.
ESA Cup, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out if there are any mods in the chat? Spurboony, can you come over here and give them a shout out? That'd be great. Thank you very much. But no, I mean, there's no big conspiracy theory thing here. It's just like it's just capitalism. And I mean, I'm not trying to be like that guy, but it's like when a company goes public or starts pushing out shares, etc., the only goal is to make money. That's it. That is literally it. So it's not sinister. It's nothing like it's. I mean, I guess it could be sinister if you don't like it, but like they look at Rainbow Six and they're like, okay, how do we make more money from Rainbow Six?
Yep.
And because of the way that stocks and investments work, most of the people who are investing are only there for short-term gain. So half the investors could be like, we don't care if Rainbow Six Siege dies next year. We want our money now, and when the stock tanks, we'll sell and get out. You know, like, or ideally you get out before the stock tanks, but either way, like, that's the way that they see it. And, you know, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that everything gets commodified, everything gets min-maxed, and the sole goal is to just amass as much profit, irrespective of the quality of the product that's being put out. Or sorry, is to extract the most capital and the most money, irrespective of the quality of the product. Like, yeah, that sucks. It does suck. It absolutely sucks. Because the things that we like get worse while shareholders and the like chase profits. Yeah, that's a bummer. But everything is like that. Like, fucking sports has gotten like that. Look at all the betting ads and look at all the garbage that's going on with that. Ads on jerseys, teams selling sponsorships to companies for their naming rights. Like, everything gets worse because growth must be infinite, or else you are failing. And Ubisoft is no different. Video games are no different. No industry is safe from it, really, unless you have... What is going on with KDS? Why is he so small? Why does it look like Vidiking could pick him up and carry him?
He has a disproportionately massive schlong.
I regret asking that question.
The bottom line is just that, like, if you ever see Ubisoft do something and you're like, they're stupid, this is bad for the esport, they're probably not stupid. They're probably just chasing profits, as they always do. It's as simple as that. Like, I think generally people are just too quick to be like, "This, I don't get this. This is dumb. This hurts the esport." And it's like, no, they're obviously just chasing profit. And it's like, you don't have to like it, but it's like, you should understand it.
Look at the monthly membership thing.
Yep.
People were freaking out, saying like, why are they introducing a monthly membership where I have to pay money to get access to certain skins and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, the only reason why is to make more money, because they've done a cost-benefit analysis, and they seem to think that they will make more money by doing this than by leaving it the way it was. Do we know if they've made more money by doing it? We don't know. I don't think those numbers will ever be public. But at the end of the day, they were like, well, if we, like, you know, back in the day, there were no customizable character cards behind the operators. They've introduced that now. Why? Because that's another thing that they can monetize. That's another cosmetic that they can sell for money. Why do they keep increasing the price of bundles and stuff? Again, because they assume people will pay for it. Costs go up, but they expect that there is a certain price point where you are maximizing the money you are making, irrespective of how many people buy it. So that's how it goes.
My favorite example of this, and I talked about this a couple days ago, but I'm going to say it again because there's different people in here, is a lot of people were saying, why the hell does MXPL get a free spot in the North American League? Why are they... Don't they know that it'll be a more competitive league if you just force Mexico to qualify alongside with the US and Canadian teams? And the answer, as it always is because Ubisoft thinks they'll make more money and get more viewership on the league if they can have a Mexican representation team in there, and they can capture more of the Mexican viewership. It's as simple as that every single time. It just comes down to they think this will maximize their goal of making money. In an esports case, maximizing viewership, which indirectly means making more money or losing less money.
Absolutely, and in the same way that FaZe necessarily have been looking the best throughout this tournament, Furia came in stomping. And the only question that was left was, how will Furia respond to a team that plays slower?
I love Herds' sunglasses. Okay, I'm going to unmute. I'm going to go grab some water.
It was a devastating 7-2 loss.
Thanks for forcing us to raid. Thank you for forcing them to raid us. Oh, hot.
That's how they remain in competition for one of those 8 spots.
So, once again for this game, winner of this matchup will make it into playoffs. The loser will not.
Entertain the chat. I'll be right back.
Okay. DarkZero is officially out. They have no hope of making it to playoffs at this point. And I believe if FaZe Clan win, they will play against CAG, and FearX will play against Loud. But if Furia win, Furia will play against Loud, and FearX will play against CAG. So FearX is already locked in, but their first-round opponent, if they get the 7th seed or the 8th seed, will change based on who wins here. So, in theory, if all you care about is FearX, you're hoping for a Furia victory in this game.
When they play against a structured team, so far we've seen them struggle.
Barring a 7-0. So a 7-0 from Furia would also put them in 7th and force FearX to play loud. Okay.
Furia, for them, FaZe is their nemesis. If you look at the timeline, every single time throughout the year here in 2024, FaZe has beaten them consistently. The only time that
Unless Furia 7-0s, the opponent faces loud. What do you mean the opponent?
And then FaZe still beat them again. So in my opinion, we've been looking
Is FearX almost guaranteed to play? That wouldn't make sense.
dominated Furia, whereas in 2023, when they were still W7,
Furia at 7, they win 8 plus 2 plus 1. They win 11, they go up to 16. They're still below FearX. Even if they 7-0.
That's what we're talking about, the structure. I mean, FaZe has been so structured.
Right.
Obviously, it's been lacking a little bit so far in the tournament. They also have their
If Furia doesn't...
But when it comes down to the history, it goes to show.
If Furia doesn't win 7-0, whoever wins faces loud.
More than others on the Furia side.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been the event for IGLs.
There's no way that's true, because FaZe are at 16 bullets. Unless they didn't bet everything, but I thought they bet everything. FaZe would get 7 bullets plus 16 plus 2 plus 1. Brings them to 26, which is above FearX. They'd play CAG.
Really focusing too much of in the server, and it has been working up until DZ. But one drastic stat that I want to run by you guys is a big player that we've expected.
FaZe can just pass FearX on bullet count, can they not? FearX is at 23, FaZe are at 16.
What do you think KZ is out of all the players in the event currently?
The way you say it, it's like he's not doing that hard.
I actually just noticed that we almost don't speak about KZ.
6 plus 7 is 23.
He used to be a standard player. Where would you put him?
16 plus 7 is 23.
There's like 100 players in the tournament.
Yeah, but then, yeah, 16 plus 7 is 23. So they gamble 7 bullets, which is all that Furia has. Then they get 2 extra bullets for, then they get 1 extra bullet for eliminating FaZe Clan. They're at 24. FNJL math major chatter. It'd be 16 plus 7 plus 1. I assume other teams are beginning that. Yeah. You get 1 extra bullet for eliminating an opponent. It's all very simple. I don't know how we're all getting confused about this.
Right, I'm back.
This is a
Hi, Parker.
map for Furia, in my opinion. I would say this is Furia's best map because of how aggressive they are on it. The way that they are able to innovate, playing in piano, playing off of the Azami. I'm assuming that Azami will be banned, but Furia is so dominant on this.
Are FaZe able to play CAG? Yeah, FaZe, I think, can only play CAG. I don't think FaZe can play loud.
So this map doesn't give FaZe
I am confidently wrong. Okay.
I think FaZe can get very loud.
And I will agree with you on this.
What?
Furia has a very specific playstyle in defense on this map. They're fighting tooth and nail to prevent you to go in the building. They're extended roaming almost all the time, and it's super painful.
Payout prediction, Blaz was top frag. Oh my god, I completely forgot about the predictions. We were yapping so much. Okay, let me go double check because I've learned not to trust chat on this.
Will be Cyber, because when we're talking about lurking and roaming, he's the entry. Cafe is so difficult to entry on, especially against a defensive setup as Furia has.
The bans is
Top frag overall. Nath had 13, but Blaz had 15. Wouldn't have mattered either way. Yes, the Europeans won. Congratulations to the European believers. Kimmy is our channel point champion. Congratulations, Kimmy.
Can't have a rematch of the SI24 Grand Final of FaZe and Furia without having the casters -1 that cast.
I'm gonna go fill up my water. It's been empty for like 20 minutes. No, like an hour.
Co-caster, that's his name, right?
Yes,
fair enough. GuzZenox, this time you get to do the repetition. Look, if anything, it's a best of 1, so that's what
God, I love Guz's shirt so much.
That's the connection that we're trying to make. A BO1 to see who gets that final spot in the quarterfinals, and it's between 2 of the best teams in the entire world.
Yeah, and the last 2 SI champions as well, so something to consider, and the fact that it's as simple as win and you go through, lose and you go home.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot on the line. Very, very intrigued to see how Furia get out.
That's a great shirt.
Attack, right? Cafe's been so defender-sided. We've only seen it 3 times, but very defender-sided thus far, and they're going to be under a lot of pressure in this match.
Well, gentlemen, you're going to get something different than one of the maps that were played in that matchup back then. It won't be that max OT in basement between the 2 brothers. It'll be maybe on a...
There is no world where FearX don't qualify. FearX are guaranteed a spot. We just don't know if they'll get 7th seed or 8th seed.
Yeah, they just showed the playoff bracket like 5 minutes ago, and it had 6 teams locked in. So.
Yes. FearX are locked. We just don't know where they're going to be.
Yeah. Why is FaZe a Brazilian team? Crimson Comets? It's because they've had a Brazilian roster since they joined 2018.
Yeah, since 2018.
Yeah.
And back in 2018, there was a lot of talent in Brazil that was very cheap. And so...
Oh my god, Hale.
They
I
got a lot
almost
better.
timed you out for that one, but... That's not good. He said you were gonna say some white supremacist language.
They almost beat Liquid. It was actually 7-8. That was a close one. But ultimately for Furia, they're 3-1. They've actually been having an incredible...
Raza said on stream, Loud will face FaZe or Furia. So either FaZe or Furia are gone. No, Loud could face FearX.
Loud did not have an opponent, and I forget what the other team was that did not have an opponent.
CAG.
You know what?
It's CAG.
Is it CAG?
CAG.
What a perfect match to rebound too against FaZe.
Why is this format bad? I we need to stop going over this. Rewind the VOD.
So on my screen right now is the bracket. So Loud awaits one of the 2 remaining teams. W7M will play Team Falcons. That's locked in. Elevate will play Wildcard.
Simple one, who wins?
Locked in.
Go ahead and gamble.
CAG Osaka could play Furia, could play FaZe, could play FearX. And then Loud will play the other.
I think the way it works is if FaZe win, they'll definitely play CAG. If Furia win, they'll definitely play Loud, and then FearX will play the remainder.
Could be true.
Quarter semi-grands are Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as always. BDS got
It's gonna be like
owned.
usual. Yeah, all four quarterfinal matches will be on Friday. Semis will be Saturday. If there's a show match, it'll probably come before the grand final on Sunday.
No promises, Troton.
So, yeah, there you go.
What is the oldest
I'm
org?
going live. I'm at 257, 256, 254.
You need to pause. Just probably like 1 second. I'm at 53, 52, 51, 50.
Well, I think regardless of the score
Got it.
in this matchup, the reality is one of the best.
Yeah, I would guess the oldest org is Liquid, but I
That's the big storyline. This could be a
don't know for sure.
Still going to be exciting in that element.
I mean, technically Black Dragons, but...
Oh yeah, Black Dragons. I count them.
7th so far at the tournament, 60% defensive win rate. Fury's not exactly been lighting it up either.
I've watched one other cafe.
I mean, if we're being honest, Elevate is the oldest org, but...
Oh, you're right. Ah, that counts in my book.
I mean, Elevate won the first SI.
That's true on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Philippe Hux is on the top 10, 6th, so they've had a couple
I mean,
standout players.
it depends on how specific you're being here, right? Like, FaZe has held, like, the same... They've cycled through the same group of players without completely torpedoing their team.
Yeah.
Whereas Elevate lacks a clear identity and has gone to basically every region.
Elevate have not consistently had a team, but they've had a team for, I would say, 80 to 90% of the time that they've been in the org. Or that since they joined.
Again, Cafe one of the maps as well when it comes to CGX with the new repelling system as well.
You can come over to my stream if you want.
Huh?
I'll steal you from Jesse. You'll have a good home here.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna
Okay,
get yapped
kidding.
at. It's gonna be horrible.
You were view botting yesterday. You didn't need more viewers.
I was not view botting yesterday.
Jesse had 400 viewers yesterday. Chad, I think he was view botting. How do I pronounce your name? Trotan? How do you pronounce it?
I said Troton, but I haven't seen them before today. Let me see if that makes me a bad
Dragons is older
chatter.
than Elevate?
Okay, they
Well,
have
okay,
been in
so
my
I mean,
chat before.
I can't remember if... No, because... No, technically Elevate would be older than Black Dragons because Black Dragons is a Brazilian org, and Brazil did not have official representation in the first year of Pro League.
Do you count them if they signed...
Wikipedia for that one.
Do you count them if Black Dragons signed a team before there was an official circuit? Like if they signed Brazilians to play in third-party tournaments, do you count that? I don't know.
That's Edmonton Oilers were technically in the WHL.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
I don't know if you count that.
Yeah, I don't know if you do. I think you have to count it when they're officially supported, right? Like,
I think that's fair.
yeah. He's viewbotting and scamming and also storming the Capitol. What can't he do? Oh.
You can't even gamble if you're in Interro's stream, though. My stream supports gambling.
I can very easily throw up a poll, you goon. I don't care. I just don't do it because I'm too lazy and I don't have any mods.
This guy thinks he throws up polls. This guy doesn't know the difference between polls and predictions, chat. And you're going to go to his? Be real.
I can do predictions as well, dog. The new Black Dragons rebrand is something I am not a fan of. I think it is a big step down. But
yeah,
I am not. It's not my decision.
That point of difference in the attack, but couldn't find anything. Yeah, FaZe are pretty switched on that.
Flynn carried me to diamond. Will Interro make a poll? No, also no. I feel like there's not a lot of options being presented here. Thunders is my chancellor and has moved over to your stream. What is happening?
Thunders is an OG Jesse viewer, okay? He was here before you ever were part of this co-stream, Parker.
Thunders has been following me since my birthday 2019. We talked about this.
And he's been following me since 2021. You know what, Thunders? Go be your chancellor. What's going on here?
The oldest esports org? Oh, I couldn't tell you. It's probably one, because what was like the first major esport with any notoriety was StarCraft. So it's probably like a Korean org where StarCraft was super popular. But like,
I don't know if any still exist.
G2 is pretty old. Like Mouse is pretty old. EG is super old. Like
Cloud9
Splice was really old. They're dead. Tempo Storm was super old. Like,
this is a Google
Optic
question.
and FaZe are actually pretty old too. Like,
I'm sure this is Googleable. Hold on. What is the oldest esports org? Google's AI overview says it's SK Gaming. Reddit says it's Complexity. This random website, Igorar.com, actually says it's Black Dragons, who were founded in 1997. That doesn't sound right as the oldest.
Google's AI tells you that you can cook spaghetti and gasoline, so I would not take it seriously.
Apparently SK Gaming were also 97.
SK Gaming is very old.
Yeah.
Their positioning right now is actually really, really good. It's like, okay, we'll give you second floor. Waste all the time you want, but we are in a power position where if you actually want to hit that site, you've still got to clear so much on this first floor. You're going to waste a lot of time on the second floor.
Yeah, they're trying to force individual clears into these power positions. The Furia will need to adjust accordingly.
Evil Geniuses are 1999. I suppose you could pour a bunch of gasoline into a pot and try to cook in your kitchen, but when your house explodes, I don't know if you can find Google liable.
I think the answer is SK Gaming from looking at a couple different sources. 97 SK Gaming. Second looks like Black Dragons SK, also 1997. Unless somebody lied about Black Dragons founding date.
To be played in this fashion, if you're Furia, take the time, get the vert angles, but the fact that they've not been capable of finding anyone so far onto the defense is going to really be dismal.
And Goyo
canister, yeah, just spotted as well. So not really going to be able to plant there. 20 seconds left. Time is very much running out. This is one of the slower rounds that we've seen probably in the tournament. And KDS is still just positioned.
I think they tried to use a Sens wall to cover this line of sight for KDS, but you can still see the top of the hatch over the Sens wall. So Herds just died anyways.
Needs to bolt over, hash the shield screen up. Now goes for the plant. Big kill from KZ. Is there anything that can deny this plant from going down? It doesn't seem like it right now. No one even close to sight. Soul's running down the corridor. Needs to get a little bit of help as well from Cyber. The Cyber can't win the battle.
Alright, good enough push.
Furia's well-structured attack does pay dividends.
I think they're pretty excited by that one, Jesse. What do you think?
It's an important round. It's only 1-1, but getting your second round win for an attacking team is not bad. Winning round 2 sets you up to win the first quarter, which is usually tough for an attacking team.
played around by Furia, facilitated the drop, then allowed the vault over in towards the more
Are you saying, Beetle?
unconventional position, and that particular angle, it simply could not be denied.
You have to incentivize people
The utility was dumped over towards the
shoot for
default
points to
chassis.
Gamba?
They
What?
couldn't get line of sight.
If you're saying you need more channel point rewards, other
You
than
learned that drinking at
dues.
an airport without eating food is not a smart choice. I mean, drinking without eating food is a bad choice no matter where you are.
It's the funnest way to do it, though.
You're taking our private jet to Kazakhstan? I'll allow it. Interro Stan is very close by, so it won't be too much of a trip for you.
I'd love to go to a stand one day.
I can't believe you thought Uzbekistan was the most popular stan.
I didn't say it was the most popular. I thought it was probably I thought it was the most iconic. That's what I said, which I stand by.
Was pretty much perfect, and FaZe were never in a position to be able to deny the plant itself because they were playing so far offside. Once Furia got in, there was no denial.
And I said it was the most iconic country in Central Asia, which is different from the most iconic country, the most iconic stand country, because there are 7 stand countries, but only 5 of them are in Central Asia. Because Pakistan is more iconic, but it's not in Central Asia.
That's going to be a big factor in terms of what do you kind of look to ban out.
I choose my words carefully, Parker.
Maybe the Valkyrie if you're Furia.
Yeah, potentially.
United Stand of America.
You could triple down with util clearance, but pretty unlikely. I think we'll certainly see what ends up being the case. Furia electing not to bring IQ this round, so the effectiveness of that Valk should be exacerbated. Double flank watch on the cards though for Furia.
What's up, Tidal Wave? Nice to see you. Welcome aboard.
Preventing the retake potential from FaZe. We saw a little bit of that in the previous round, not so with util.
I'm sad both these teams can't make it into playoffs, but this is not something I can blame on the format because Furia literally could have chosen to play G2 and then both of them could have made it, but Furia chose to say, fuck it, only one of us makes through, which I do
FaZe
respect.
is the most boring team of the potential final 8 teams, so I would be delighted if they go home just from an excitement standpoint. I think their style of siege is very slow, and I don't really love watching it, so...
I agree. I think Furia are a much more fun team to watch.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I do think it would be a little bit sad if the reigning world champions didn't get at least top 8 at the next event.
Yeah.
Hold for FaZe, pretty standard. Furia getting themselves into a position where they can get.
Is Iran Central or West Asia? Iran would be the Middle East, aka Western Asia. Afghanistan is the weird one, where like different definitions will put it in different places. I tend to put it more in the Indian subcontinent with India, Pakistan. But if you want to put it in the Middle East, if you want to put it in Central Asia, like you'll find people that agree with you.
Afghanistan is certainly in the Middle East. The argument point for me is Pakistan. Do you think Pakistan's in the Middle East?
No, I don't think Pakistan or Afghanistan are.
Afghanistan is certainly in the Middle East.
Just because there was a U.S. war there doesn't mean it's in the Middle East.
It's just not how I quantify where things are. So I mean, like, just because there was a war in Afghanistan does not make me think it's suddenly like some Gulf state that's in the Middle East. I'm well aware of where it is on a map.
My favorite type of cheese
My favorite
is
type of
brie
cheese, I don't have one, but it goes between camembert and blue cheese. I love blue cheese, man.
Blue cheese is really good. I love goat cheese too.
As highlighted on the desk, the 63rd.
Do I have a favorite geographical feature? What a great question. Let me look at the map that is literally right behind my camera and think about this for a second.
Hasn't been his greatest event thus far. A highlight round for him as well.
I really love how Scandinavia looks like a penis and balls. I don't think that gets talked enough about enough.
I think that gets talked about plenty.
Not enough. It should be daily that people talk about this. I love the shape of the Mediterranean. It looks like a fucked up duck.
Sort of mentioned before, just the defender-sided nature of this map, at least in the limited data we've seen of this event thus far. Probably more generally, again with the bans probably leaning, the new ban system leaning itself a little bit more over towards defense. 2 rounds. Solid.
It's probably 1 and 2.
Actually positions Furia really
I think the Hawaiian Islands are really interesting. Geographically.
I think the coolest geographical feature is that if you smush all the continents together, they all fit perfectly to form one really big landmass.
Pangaea.
Again, not how you pronounce it, but
I know.
3% defensive win rate does then mean for FaZe really cannot allow the Furia to find really many more attacking rounds.
I think the fact that Cyprus looks like it broke away from, what is it, like Greece and Turkey is really neat.
That is cool. And reflective of its political history.
I think that Ontario just kind of looks like a fatter Italy is also very funny.
Yeah. I don't like that Ontario's got so much land. It's like you've already got the most populated part of the country. At least get, like, let Manitoba have Thunder Bay and shit, you know? They don't have much else. Why do you also need fucking the Canadian Shield?
I will tell you right now, I think most Ontarians would gladly let Thunder Bay go. I don't think this is like some crown jewel that you seem to think it is.
Uh-oh, JV. Uh-oh.
Window swing from Cyber captures JV92. That's a big player to eliminate early in the round. FaZe get themselves the opening kill.
You saw recently that there's a fault line forming in East Africa, and in 50 million years we're going to have 8 continents. We're really ambitious that you think we're not going to drive the Earth to death in before 50 million years.
I have seen that, though.
I don't know how to tell you this, but like East Africa is going to be uninhabitable in like 60 years. So it doesn't really matter if there's a fault line there or not.
Who flips back to the right way around. KZ for info. Over towards Pixel. Is this the plan of attack for Furia? The red drop into the classic clear. They want to maybe go for something a little bit different.
A buddy of mine who's a journalist has a great pinned tweet that I always kind of chuckle at, and it's like, whenever somebody asks me what my retirement plan is, I'm just reminded that the only retirement plan I have is to die in the climate wars.
Hell yeah.
And it kind of works out. Really good clear of KDS. That's some really solid teamwork from Furia.
Absolutely brutal. KDS had to move. Line of sight, cut off. Good set play from Furia.
Driving the Earth to death is not going to stop the continents. That's correct.
To be done. And only 50
But it will put portions of it underwater.
Absolutely on a heater so far. 6-1 to begin inside of the opening 4 rounds. Herd's now
I remember there's a tool when I was growing up, and it's like you could simulate the sea level rise, and you could see how much of Earth would be underwater. It was like some website. And
Still there. I was looking at it the other day.
I, as a kid, played around with it, and I realized that if 10 times all of the ice on Earth melted, so 10 times the ice that exists, if all of that melted, then my hometown in central Alberta would be beachfront property. So I'm going for that.
Yeah, I was like, I can't remember what the specific level was, but like Lake Ontario would reach where my parents live, and they would like literally have the lake a 4-minute walk from their front door.
Be nice.
And I was like, you guys just gotta last like at least another 50 years. Like, you'd be able to sit on the front porch and watch the seagulls in the water if they haven't been cooked to death by the microwave yet.
Ninguém embalou Natal, o cara comeu charuto.
I work in retirement planning, and I recommend not doing this retirement plan. Hale, you work in potato farming. Don't lie to our chat. Thank you.
You don't need to be a retirement planner to know you don't want to die in the climate wars. The thing is like, climate change will irreparably destroy parts of the planet that wouldn't likely have been destroyed to begin with. But like, the thing is like, we will die, but the Earth will probably be mostly okay. It will heal.
That's when Furia is really just closing it out nicely. It's 2-2 when it comes to the early entries, the early advantages.
How do you confuse Hale and Extra?
Dude, because they're both the degenerates in my chat. No.
Hale has been,
no. This is the ruse. This is the ruse he puts up.
Absolute afternoon delight in my chat. Like, if Hale was a beverage, he would be an Aperol Spritz on a beautiful, nice day. Like, that's what Hale has been to my chat. And you are treating him like I'm drinking a bowl of spaghetti gasoline, okay?
A couple of nades start getting thrown in, and then you get pushed out of position. You're in a corridor.
I cannot believe Hale has found another Twitch chat and convinced them that he is not an absolute gremlin.
Have you considered that your constant abuse of your followers and your refusal to acknowledge their pronouns, your inability to
don't refuse to acknowledge their pronouns.
Your inability to pronounce their names correctly All of these things, you don't even say hi to them.
I do say hi to them.
Do you not consider that maybe your chat is unruly because you are the bad headmaster of your own campus?
This
Have
is
you
not
considered
true.
that?
My chat were born unruly. They were born as gremlins, and they will stay as gremlins. There's nothing I could have done.
I was just saying right now that FaZe is giving way too much space to
I called you
Booney is one
E-Pine
of your
once.
oldest friends, and you just pronounced his name correctly for the first time ever today.
He has let me pronounce his name incorrectly for 3 years. What am I supposed to do other than think I'm pronouncing it correctly? I did not call you ugly.
every execute or every utility usage from Furia is perfect. The sense for the execute on basement.
I did think Thunders was from Brazil, but we have 2 Thunders in this chat, and one of the other one's from Brazil.
I love that line. You still think I'm from Brazil? No, look at me. I'm the chancellor of a country. That's Chancellor of Interro Stan Thunders, by the way. Look at how far they've come.
Right now, but they've kind of been on the top of the game all tournament. You can kind of look at their results and the way they've been playing yesterday. It seems
Hale has been a great part of my chat.
You're not fooling me, Hale. You may have fooled all of Interro's chatters and Interro himself, but I will always know you for the gremlin that you are.
Stop making excuses for him, Mr. Booney. I am here to protect you from the evil ruler that is Jesse, who cares about none of you.
This is not factual. Okay, I love all of my viewers. We have real deep connections that are not parasocial.
Nice to see you. How are you doing? I already told you that I do kind of envious how brain rot your chat can get, and I dislike that my chat is sometimes always very serious. Sometimes I like it when people just go nuts.
My chat is fun. Dude, KZ is 11-1. He has had a ridiculous start to this tournament. 12-2. That quad kill was for KZ, not for Philippe Hawks.
Hale is king of brain rot. Well, when the time comes, I will call upon my strongest soldier to lead my army. So
you'll get the brain rot you want.
When the time comes, I expect Hale to pick up the mantle and lead our troops into battle.
How am I doing in fantasy? I was first place undefeated, but I lost yesterday to Gibson Casts. And now, I don't know how my day's gone today, but yesterday was my first loss.
I mean, FaZe are just not looking up for the fight.
Again, another really good example of what Leo's sort of alluding to, right? Where FaZe aren't leaning into the structure of the map.
What team did I VOD review and analyze before SI 2022? I plead the 5th.
And you allow defenders to establish crossfires and expend utility. It's so difficult as a defending team, especially if you're playing this static.
Wow, I don't have the Knit Giratina card. Damn.
Cyber, sure, probably should have won the trade there. Got it maybe a little bit unfortunate, but then the rest of the team under so much pressure.
How are there 5 different Giratinas?
Not going to work against the Furia that are playing so well.
I'm fucking with my decks right now.
We got Sprabooni.
Chicken jockey!
He repelled down the skylight. Someone on Furia repelled down the skylight in Cafe. Yeah, we can go over it
My chat
again.
is touch less chaotic. My chat gets chaotic when I get more viewers. Like when I was in Poland and I'd have like 700, 800 people, chat would just be unusable. Because like Jesse's chat, I see what you're saying, by the way, with these cafe floors. They're freaking me out, dude.
Yeah.
Like Jesse's chat, my chatters chat a lot. So imagine 700 people at like 9 in the morning in Poland. It was unusable. I could not defend myself. I felt like everybody in my chat was Jesse's Hale.
I do have a channel point reward that is stream an extra hour. It's never been redeemed. If it got redeemed today, I mean, I would stream. I don't know what I would do. I'd probably play GeoGuessr for an hour.
Do you think it's a little curious that the people who watch you care so little about your content that they would never request that you stream an extra hour?
It is. I don't think anybody has ever had enough channel points to spend on it. Axon is working to it, but Axon's not there yet, and Axon has the most channel points for sure. And Epi keeps wasting his points on a show cat for a cat that doesn't exist. Yeah, you're getting scammed,
Yeah,
Epi.
I mean, Kix's chat was unhinged for a number of reasons. Like that, and that's because Michael would answer every single question with a level of earnesty that I don't think is deserved. People would literally be like, when was the first time you masturbated? And he would like go in depth about it. And I'm like, you should not be discussing these things with your chat, dude.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, Michael was unbelievably honest, and it was always just like, okay. He'd be like, oh no, actually it was this time. And I'd be like, Michael? Like, he'd be like, yeah, we talked about like virginities and stuff like that. And I'm like, you shouldn't be having this level of in-depth conversation with people whose ages and histories you don't know. It was very funny. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it was cute and it was nice, but I was like, Michael. But then at the same time, like, there was a period of time where I asked Kix to mod me because his channel just used to be like a wild, like, it was like the Wild West. He'd be like, it would just be nonstop. Like, when are you coming back to pro? Why do you look so upset? Did you sleep? And I'm like, dude, you cannot allow these feral children to ask these questions. And then he started to take his stream seriously and actually like modded a bunch of very capable people, and things largely settled down. But Kix did what you did. Like, if there was just nobody in chat that was a mod, he'd just randomly start modding people. And I'm like, you can't do that either, dude.
Yeah, you can. It's not random. You mod people that have been around for a minute.
You have no idea what their judgment is like.
Yeah, we fuck around, we find out. Some people don't want to be mods because they lose their VIP if they get modded.
Furia on that particular occasion.
Dude, I don't want to be a mod. I don't want to be a fucking internet janitor. I just want to watch streams and
most
be a
of my
moron.
mods do nothing at all, so.
You have 54 mods?
Do I actually? I don't think so. Can I check? I removed a bunch of inactive mods like 6 months ago or something.
Christ.
I don't think I have that many mods. Let me check.
Why do I have barely any channel point rewards? Because I'm not a serious streamer.
They're still in with a shot here on Cafe.
I mean, hey, go into the Discord and go into my Discord and suggest a bunch.
I have 22 mods.
Brabuni said the fact that you don't know I'm joking. Like, the fact that that was a believable number.
Yeah, I have 22. I have 22.
First one would be so big just for that confidence boost.
You know, Rhodey, Austin is a mod.
Okay.
Jazzman is a mod.
Who?
Jazzman.
I did mod a bunch of, like, when I used to do qualifier streams, I did mod a bunch of, like, people who I knew in the community just to, like, kind of oversee the riffraff because it was so busy.
Yep.
There is no universe where any amount of channel points would involve my physical appearance like that. No, I'm not shaving my head bald at 100k channel points. People are out of your fucking minds.
Yep.
Those opening kills also split 3-3.
Thunders, I don't know how you would have time to mod when you're Chancellor of Interro Stan. You've probably got your hands full already. I don't know if I could trust you with that.
On 3 occasions, KZ finding multi-kills, 2 3Ks, 4K round 5. He's been a massive difference maker.
KZ is a 195.
Yeah, most of those 22 mods never show up. But they're legacy.
100%. 100% perfect moment. And I mean, again, it's not solely been him. There's been good displacement and information gathering from the rest of the team. But
It's a cool echo cam. They put it in the chandelier in piano.
we'll see how that translates.
I feel like you don't see that very often in Herds. You don't see fucking echo very often on this site anyways, but it's kind of a cool spot.
You just have to stay safe and cocktail, that's it.
Really good question.
Let me be honest, if I was running Jesse's channel, I'd mod Hail and Extra, so.
You cannot do these things.
Do they have that same coordination and systematic execution?
Again, Extra has been banned. He has been banned 17 times. You can't mod a guy like that.
I think if anybody knows anything about moderation, it's the people who've been banned and moderated the most. So, I mean, like, speaking from experience, Extra would have a very, very deep understanding of the responsibilities of a moderator.
Most of those aren't jokes. Most of the time, Extra says something that crosses a line, and I've got to fucking time him out again. Ban him and make sure it's not on my screen anymore.
I was going to say, that means you've had 17 timeouts, no permabans.
Yeah, because if I permaban...
Like the Canadian criminal justice system, okay? We're just going to keep slapping you on the wrist until eventually you just go on a killing frenzy, and then maybe we'll throw you in jail. Like,
Exactly, because you can only have one permaban. That's the whole point of a permaban.
And Souls has taken control and shot.
I don't like this. I don't like this chat.
17 bans but 0 permabans.
Well, he did find the kill, eventually traded. Numbers now in favor of FaZe throughout that little exchange. Diffuser kit towards shop with still plenty of time in the round. This is what you want if you're FaZe. A little
Yeah, so I got banned by the Rainbow Six stream, so it had actually caused some like huge internal problems at Ubisoft because of it. So basically, right before SI, they had a whole bunch of like volunteer mods that were like community members. People like Killamaze, people like Deta Leader, people like Demetrios, etc.
And they're not even inside of the building.
Right before SI, they removed all of their mods and brought in some private moderation company. And the moderation company was like a bunch of people who are just like, they're just like hired guns. They don't know anything. And I came in, and I used to be a moderator as well. And I actually used to moderate the chat quite actively when I wasn't casting. I came in, and I was typing in like all caps because I can't remember what it was. Somebody was typing in game, and I was like, is so-and-so yelling? And they timed me out for all caps, spamming.
Owned.
And I just was like, okay, these moderators are fucking morons. Like, and I tweeted about it, and I got several messages from people at Ubisoft. I got a whole bunch of like direct apologies, and they literally like had a debrief with the moderators after that day to be like, you guys need to figure this out and be better at moderating because you're just timing everybody out.
I think one of the consequences of that is they then just made like a bunch of notable people VIPs, and they just told the mods, hey, don't ban these VIPs.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Because I'm a VIP in the Rainbow Six channel now, and I had no idea why until I realized it was because the new mod team didn't know who to not time out.
Yeah.
Sprabooni's a VIP in the main channel. Let's go.
It's like basically anybody who's made money, like who's been paid by Ubisoft is a VIP.
Maybe, but there's a limited amount of VIPs that you can have on a channel.
How many though?
It's a good question. Let me go check.
Yeah, I can't believe they give VIP to somebody who's just like openly racist and sexist and.
I'm not those
anti-Semitic
things. I am
hates
not
roller
those
coasters.
things. I don't know how many VIPs you can have. I don't know.
The thing that I've long argued is that they keep chat in slow mode and then they ban half the people typing, which makes chat go even slower. My argument since the onset has been if you take slow mode off and you let people spam like fucking any other channel, all of the hateful shit is gone in the blink of an eye.
Yep.
And I've said to them like time and time again, like you limit it to one message per user per 30 seconds. And then you time out a ton of stuff and you block another ton of stuff. Anybody who posts more than 4 emotes in a row gets insta-timed out. And I'm just like, let people just shit post. It's an esports Twitch chat. There's no purpose behind it.
They're
People are
expecting like
looking to have a
reasonable
good conversation
conversations
about the game. Like, go somewhere else. Like, there's tens of thousands of people watching. Let people be unhinged.
Yep.
Like, time out the people who are saying hateful shit when you see it. But by and large, just let people spam team icons and stuff like that. But instead, they're like, no, we can't have people saying that. And I'm like, by invoking the policies you are, or by instituting the policies that you are causing more problems. If you just take off slow mode and let her rip, anything hateful would be gone within a second. So,
which means they're not getting a whole lot done, not clearing above, not taking site control. Herds.
but Ubisoft doesn't like that, and Ubisoft is worried about what's getting posted, so they
Herds didn't know he got droned.
impose these rules, and I disagree with them, but that's fine. I'm not Ubisoft, so.
Herds got droned, but it was on like the very side of his screen, so he didn't see it, and he died because of it.
Moving towards white stairs. Can he be the one to step up?
Yeah, Swisher Kid. The thing is that like I see a lot of transphobic stuff get left.
Looking for, I think, a default plan. pillar inside of Reading, but Reading close by is for Leapbox. 2 gas pipes available. He pushes
I remember
it
once I
inside
was
side.
really fucking salty and snarky in chat. I just said something like, "Hey mods, it's a good thing you timed out those people spamming like Cloud9 icons and not the 3 transphobic comments." And one of the mods literally DM'd me on Twitch and was like, "There's a lot to cover," and I was like, "Do you not understand what I said? You literally timed out the wrong people. I understand that there's a lot to cover, but you're clearly doing your job. You're just doing a shit job of it."
Yeah. Wow. JV's so good and hot and funny.
He speaks English really well.
He does, famously.
The joke is that he said he didn't speak English, which is why he didn't do an interview.
That's, I know. I think everybody got that.
Will that be for FaZe Clan?
I just think the priorities are totally out of whack with the way that they moderate that channel sometimes. Like, it's like they're more concerned with people posting 4 emotes in a row than they are about people being openly hateful. And it's like, give it a rest.
Smiling a little bit, probably sensing that they got away with one there.
All right, Bingson was appreciative of the joke explained. That's my bad.
Towards the end, maybe their prio towards that win condition wasn't necessarily the best decision. I mean, we're saying that with hindsight, though. Credit to Furia in stepping up. You look back at that replay package, Vidiking, really the presence of mind. But so surgical in this attack until the final moments. Vidiking getting caught there on the vault, and Souls quite a distance away, so maybe a little bit disconnected.
It's Bingus on X, the everything app. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that you were a big Elon fan. That's my mistake.
Decisions that get made have to be followed through at that point.
I just say Twitter. I don't say X because I think it's dorky as hell.
You think it's dorky as hell saying I made a post on X, the everything app?
Do you say X, the everything app every single time you say X?
Every time. I'm going on xtheeverythingapp.com.
I mean, here's what I'm going to say. If Elon refuses to acknowledge people who change their name and transition to a different identity, then what reason do I have to acknowledge his stupid transition to the dumbest fucking name for a social media platform of all time? Like, he doesn't call trans people by their preferred name, so I'm not going to do the same to his stupid fucking social media platform.
Put it in the back of your mind, move on. 9th round ahead. Cannot allow Furia to get to that match point, which would give them a boon of confidence. KZ's just walked into the nest and
15? Dude, KZ just wants it, bro.
He almost got Damos too.
Literally.
I can't tell how much HP Vidiking has because there's no numbers, but I mean, he's real low, it looks like. I guess. I don't know.
Handy on Yana. I think this is the first Yana of the event. What a dead operator, bro.
Just brutally bad at everything.
Just completely outclassed. Like,
minute 50.
I genuinely can't tell you why he's on Yana instead of Ashe in this situation, or Twitch, or Bravo, or like any good operator.
EMPs in the gun would be my guess. But like, look at the lineup for Furia. It's not like drones will have a problem. You could have very easily flexed off of that and gone with just a regular op if you were worried about like a Mute or a Mozzie. You saw the Furia lineup. There's no reason to bring in a Yana for intel.
No. Her intel's bad anyways.
I mean, they did admittedly bring a Lion, but Dokubi is also unbanned, so they very easily could have just done that.
I mean, even if you like the gun, Nomad is so much more useful in terms of her gadget on a map like Cafe.
We have no idea how much HP KDS is on either. Look at this chat. We used to be a real country until woke.
That might actually be 1 HP. That's like the smallest it can get, I'm pretty sure. There's literally no blue, it's just red. It's the red glow.
Quite a bit of pressure now. Can Vidiking look to find the pick? Wallbang attempt from Handy.
So close. So close, another chance. No.
My favorite Yana stat is that it is at SI, I think Yana was played 25 times. Something like 17 of those plays were Shaiko.
This game is so over, dude.
Are on the verge of gaining match point, 3 of which. And Vidiking surely on so
that was a nice shot.
Cannot win 3 different battles. He does win 1.
I think Damos is one of the best designed operators ever added to Siege. I think he's so fun. And balanced.
I thought you were being serious until you just said balance, and now I think you're just fucking with me.
No, I mean, he's strong, but I don't think he's broken strong.
I think he's super powerful still.
Side of the server currently.
He's not, the thing about him is that like he's not oppressive.
Yeah.
Like he's very strong, but he's beatable and he's got very obvious defects. The biggest flaw that he has is the people who play him. Like, how many times do you see a Deimos like ping an enemy and then pretend that that's the only enemy on the entire map?
Yeah.
Like, the amount of times, at least like in ranked and unranked and quick play and all that I play, a Deimos will literally just like mark somebody and then just run straight at them and ignore the fact that there could be an enemy in like the next room at the doorway and then die. And it's like, brother, just because you're tracking them does not mean they're the only enemy who can fight you.
I just think it's interesting that, like, because he gets pinged as well, like, there is interesting counterplay if you're going against him, both for him and his teammates. Like, if you have good communication, you can coordinate.
Yeah.
I just think he's really well designed. Maybe a bit overtuned, but still really well designed.
I really wish there was an easier way to manage decks in the Pokemon game.
Yeah, I wish, like, I'll make a deck, and it'll be my favorite deck, but it's like 15th down, so I have to scroll for it every time. I wish I could just make it the first deck. And you can even mark decks as favorite, but it doesn't move them up on the list or anything.
Yeah. I'm deleting my Pidgeot deck that beat you long ago.
Damn, I'm surprised it lasted that long.
Dude, I remember when you played that deck for the first time, and after like the 4th turn, you're like, okay, I see what's going on here. And then like after the 7th turn, you're like, this deck is not fun to play against.
It wasn't. It owned me.
It was very funny.
Behind on the glass. We've only got the 2 smokes available. Warden is in play though on Hertz. He's holding white stairs currently.
I have a philosophical question for you about Pokemon TCG Pocket, Parker.
Okay.
Would you prefer a deck that is consistent but not as strong, or a deck that is inconsistent but when it works, very strong?
I think consistency is the single most frustrating part of this game. Like, the amount of times where it's like, I will get into a game and they will just put like an Articuno down first turn. Second turn, 1 energy and a Misty, and then they flip like 9 coins, and that's it. The game is just over. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, there's just nothing you can do. And then it's like, I'll try to do that, and it's like, I'll hit 2 Misties, and both of them will be like 0. And I'm like, okay. Or it's like, I remember I was playing like Marowak, which is like flip a coin, and for each coin it does 80 damage. 4 turns in a row, I hit double tails doing 0 damage. And I was just like, all right. Like, I value consistency above all.
Yeah, I feel like it's also just, it feels really bad to play an inconsistent deck, because it's like you don't have a lot of control over whether you win or lose. And consistency doesn't even have to be coin flips. It's like if you have a deck that requires like a lot of evolutions, or like a necessity like 3-stage evolution.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking with my Decidueye deck, is like it's very strong if you get everything going, but to get Decidueye fully evolved is like quite inconsistent, especially when you don't have grass energy in the deck.
It was like the original like Dragonite deck, where it would take eternity to set up, but once it was set up, it was like impossible to beat.
Yep, 100%.
Bye FaZe.
I'm excited for playoffs.
Furia are your final qualifiers for the main stage on Friday.
Watch Party was pretty dead last time, Axon, but that's because it was rainy. I think it'll be pretty packed tonight. What day is it? Wednesday? Maybe. And it's cloudy, too.
We're probably going to go out to watch the game at a bar. We don't know.
My problem is I'm so tired after these streams. I don't really feel like going out.
I do not find streaming tiring at all. We just we just worked for 7 hours, and I just sat in a comfortable chair drinking coffee. Like, what?
I shall pay out. I think it's definitely way less tiring when you do half the yapping, for sure.
Jesse, work a real job. Go work a real job for
Dude,
7
I'm not saying
hours
it's
and
more
then tell me
tiring than a
that
real one,
this
but I
is-
think if I'm solo streaming for 7 hours, I think you're lying to yourself. You're not gonna do that and not be tired afterwards.
So solo streaming a watch party with a chat that's not terribly active is really exhausting work, because it's like, why, like, I'm not trying to be rude here, but like, I'm doing a watch party to watch with other people and interact with them. If chat is barely moving, I can just watch it alone. Like,
I mean, even if chat is moving a lot, the fact that you're like actively talking and like trying to be entertaining for 8 straight hours all by yourself, even if chat is there, like you're still interacting with chat, you're still the one doing like 99% of the talking. Because even it's like when chat says something, it's like I gotta read out the chat message. I'm doing both sides of the talking, you know?
That's the enjoyable part of it, dog.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's not enjoyable. I'm just saying it makes me tired afterwards too. Both can be true.
Okay.
Parker, I am not gonna do a watch party with you tomorrow. I've decided I'm not gonna do it. I can't stand you, so I'm not gonna do a watch party with you tomorrow. But I would do one Friday if you want.
Jesse, I feel like we have had such a great run over these last 5 days that we worked hard. I think we should take tomorrow off. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And honestly,
I think we should take it off tomorrow.
I also just don't know if the viewers like prime subbed enough to like really want it tomorrow.
Yeah,
you know,
I feel like the viewers didn't give me enough money.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm thinking.
I agree with you. Yeah, they definitely just didn't give me enough money. I don't care how much money you made, but I didn't get enough money.
Well,
so.
I'm the same. Like again, like I don't care how much you made, but I didn't get enough to stream tomorrow.
Right.
That's for sure.
I do not stream for subs, so I don't really care. But it does not trouble me. I am more pressed by the annoying games, like bad games, than anything. Like,
well,
I would like fun games, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Parker, have a good night. I will see you on Friday.
You take care of yourself, my dude. Oh, Mecca Gromino, thank you for the 1 bit. I appreciate that. Gwen posting is rating you, but I'm about to end stream as well. So
Gwen posting, I have bad news. We're playing the end stream song right now.
Sorry, Gwen. Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So.
All right. Good night, Parker.
Good night, Jesse.
Go Oilers, go. And good night, chat. Thank you all for coming by. I hope you had a good time watching the games with me. Gwen, were you guys watching the games as well? I guess I'll raid too. Stick around. I'll keep you going somewhere. I'll raid somebody. We'll do same category, smaller size, or same size or smaller. The problem is I think everybody's going to be ending stream right now. I can raid Interro. Is there anybody not streaming Siege? I'm gonna raid XGS, which is a small tier 3 league. Go take a look. It's got Space Tubes up against the Freezer. So if you want to go watch Space Tubes, jump in the raid. Otherwise, I will see you Friday for the quarterfinals of the Rainbow Six Reload tournament. I hope to see you all there. Have a wonderful rest of your night, chat. Thank you all for coming by and watching with me, Parker, or Gwen, whoever you were watching with. And otherwise, let's go Oilers. Have a good night.